find another 2 rounds, 3 in a row has kind of been the case with both these two squads. I mean, outside of Aspect finding 1 versus 4, I don't fancy his chances.
Here we go. Orchid take the lead back. They're feeling a little bit nervous there after losing 3 on the bounce. But still tight between these two teams. Really don't know which way this one is going to go.
So Katana have bled for the first time over the last 4 rounds. And Orchid, team ace as well. Lovely. Everybody pitching in. Now their turn to find an attacking round. It just all comes off the nade that gets rid of Cobra pretty quickly. And this time around, Orchid are going to do the same thing. We're going to push over the way very, very quickly. Katana have kind of given the sight up, so expect the utility to come in. Is it going to be there quick enough, though? This bomb is going down 3/4.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay, I think it's working.
Impressive was trying to find a way through very, very quickly. Bounce was ready, but the nades
my
come in on
mic
the
the last
second
2
time of
days
asking
has
Aspect and Cobra
reset
combining
in
3v2.
OBS and Discord. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Vance is out here. They're going to be looking for him.
What's good, chat?
Surely know this check's coming. Yeah.
What's good,
This
everybody?
one's going to be.
Oh no. Trades are there. Nicely done from Katana.
And that was devastating. Players that were left on site just weren't able to get away. Katana struck, and then they just had to check the angles. Bance was trying to play a bit of timing, but
How we doing, everybody?
well
How we doing?
used enough
What's good?
pig that they were ready for it.
Wraith, Epic. How we doing, guys?
Katana, honestly,
Everyone
I mean,
else who's
obviously
in
they played
here.
well. They won the round, but I think they probably realized that the push comes in very,
Making
very quickly. I think it was
lasagna.
a
Nice,
stun check came of
nice.
it.
I'm sitting here.
That
You know
landed,
what I'm
that's
saying?
given
I'm
an
sitting
indication,
here.
okay, Orchid are planting.
Majora got knocked out of
Sometimes
Champions
you will see
League.
some
I
teams
saw.
just rush their utility, try and stop that bomb from
I'm
going
actually
down, 'cause,
kind of
I mean, there are
surprised. I
cars
can't lie.
everywhere.
I
of
thought
course.
Madrid would take down Arsenal, bro.
So it's difficult, but the fact that they then hold those grenades coming through, it's nicely done. Cleared out a couple of moments here for Katana now, so as many cars that can be blown
Chat,
up
this
in
is
the
game
opposition
5
favor
of
as
the
they go for a
EU
retake. Cobra
losers
will get
finals,
this one
I
down. Is
believe.
he going to be able to this time?
And then after this is obviously all the NA games that we're going to be watching.
More cars on the site.
Trying to get out of this. Vance driving. Still looking, trying to clear out.
Oh,
There's 2 going to be here. That door
That car
closes.
just block all of it.
Just about in time. It has pushed them back just a little bit. Vance already moving up with his team as well. This is a 4 versus 4 in close quarters. Everybody running for it as well, but so far it's
they're
going to be
falling
Katana.
apart.
They'll walk away with everything, and they line up for
Oh,
Bounty
they
Finds
fall
2, but no more.
apart.
Katana will take
Think
that
Rex
round.
is good in the league?
And
I
they
think
are
he
now
will,
on
yeah.
map
I think
and
he will.
series point ton.
Let's go, Pharaoh. I think Rex will be good in the league, yeah. I think,
surely that's what we get.
I mean, his first series is
What
against
has been
LAT, so
one of
he
the,
might,
honestly series
like,
of the year.
get cooked, and then
here in
people,
challenges
like,
for us
be
at
like,
least
oh, I
anyway.
thought he was supposed to be good.
Incredible
But,
back
like,
and
we got to
forth.
give him some grace on that one.
Katana Gaming, though, now find themselves 5-4 up. They were 3-0 down. They figured out the secret sauce yet on dealership, and can they manage to find that final round? I mean, that's a big moment when they close the door. They stop that RC car from doing a whole lot, because I tell you what, that would have hurt. Big aggressive push coming in.
Just tweak
Through the middle of the
that
map from Katana.
live. Bang.
Gain
there we go.
control. Orchid.
But no, I think Rex will be good in the league.
We'll need
I
to fight
think
their
he's
way through.
gonna. I think he's gonna be good. No Optic scrims. No,
Fine.
Optic is not scrimming.
Vance tries to take a bit of a peek here. And
Leading up to the
haven't gone
major.
for the usual
They
A strat. They're
set
trying
shots
to get
to
in
last
towards
night on
B, but they
stream.
are
So
stacked Katana
no
rating
scrims for the
this one.
next
Aspect
2 weeks, I guess.
will rip eyebrows off
Maybe
anybody who comes to
after
that
the
door.
major,
Wallbang isn't going to help.
they'll stream scrims again for a couple weeks before we get close to major
24
4.
health.
But
Gets away.
no pro scrims,
So-
unfortunately, for the next couple weeks.
He's
which
definitely
is
the one that's on the cards
unfortunate.
here, though. And player to the left-hand side, that's going to be Vortex, who's going to be watching the crossover towards the bomb, you would think. It's a bit of bad timing, but you know there's activity going on, that mid-map control.
Bomb going
I'd
down.
imagine that, okay, they're going to get this down.
At
That
the
player in
blood.
the middle of the map is going to make his move. I was thinking that Mythics may well go for the flank, but Lucifer's the one to take down Vortex. It's a full map control, full site control for Orchid, trying to force the round 11.
Henry cooking this nade.
Round
Has
11 is
put it
going to be
away,
lit,
though.
dude. I
Cobra
hope we get
finds
around
Mythics.
11. Let's go, Woods. How we doing, man?
Stations.
They are splitting the map.
Chat,
there.
both omit
Nobody
teams
has the
played today.
information.
It's going to be interesting to
Left
see
on the
how
hill
omit
there.
Brooklyn
Banz actually
does
gets
right
out
now
of
that
it in the
Dylan
end.
Rex is
Cobra takes a
gone.
few bullets. There's going to be flanked as well. Henry finds him. 2 versus 3. Katana
Just
trying to go for this
challengers
retake
today?
here as
Yep,
well, but
just
Lucifer
challengers.
finds Prezi, and now it's just Aspect alone in a 1 versus 3. Down he goes. Round 11
here we
is
go.
upon us. We said it was going to go this way, and it has been written into stone.
Round 11.
These two will play 1 round. Loser goes home. Winner stays in.
What's good, Robbie? I hope you're having a good day too, my guy.
It's a $6,000 round of S&D.
$6,000 round of S&D. Shit.
Vortex
That's
gets caught
nothing.
towards the backside. It just allows
That's nothing,
Orchid
chat, right? You guys
to
have
get
played
that
bigger
bomb
rounds of
down.
S&D.
Katana are second guessing in the
I know
middle
you
of
guys
the map.
are
Sound the
big
gong, round
ballers.
11 here. We go. Gonna be
Also,
Katana on
chat,
the attacking side.
Galactic
like this
Berry
has maybe been
Juvie
a little bit
flavor
more
is finally
beneficial than
back.
the
Dude, it's been like a
defensive side for
year
them. Orchid,
since this was in
What
stock.
can you do? It's
I don't know
a big
why it
push
was
through
out of
the middle
stock for
map to
so
kick
long,
things
but
off.
it's quite
Oh,
literally
taking
a
some
top
control.
3 flavor.
Lucifer, though, finds
And it
Cobra,
is
already
elite.
one down. Nate's flying out. Lucifer trying to stay
Looking for the
alive.
answer.
Does manage to back off. Brezzy is hunting as well, but it's going to fall to Lucifer again. Lucifer striking, and the third. The ace could be upon him. He will fall to Vortex, who will now have to pull off a 1 versus 4. His teammates have fallen to the devil.
His
And
teammates have
Vortex
fallen to the
finds
devil.
himself
What a
with
calm.
only a bomb in his pocket and a
Vortex?
minute on the clock.
Technical 1v4. Oh, shit. Lucifer just called
It's just
game.
such a difficult position.
Lucifer is
do
Harry,
anything
I
from.
believe, right? I think that's Harry. He just,
Only
his game name
benefit
for some reason
that
was Lucifer.
Vortex has is that he does have this bomb, but I mean, how tough is this going to be? Orchid are not the kind of team that are going to allow you these
Dude,
opportunities.
chat, I
They have
watched
tilted over towards
one
his B side.
map
He will
of
get
the
it down.
Challengers
planted
EU
event,
match
but
earlier
they're
today.
just gonna work
That
together.
kid Julian,
Vortex,
he's
the
like
bomb is
18
down.
or
It
19 years
slightly
old. He's a
gives
French
you
kid
more of a
in
chance
Challengers.
now. This
Bro,
is still
literally
so
the first
difficult.
round I turned it on, he pops a
Some fans as well, they know where he's gonna
1v4
be. Mythical
versus
play with him
Katana.
just
The
a
team
bit
right
here.
here is
One of them's going
about
to jump straight
lose.
into this bomb. They know where Vortex is going to be, but Vortex already finds one. Vortex going to try and
Wow.
get something done,
It
but
was
Mythix
insane.
cuts him down, and there's too much time remaining.
Can you see Ultra winning
and
an
it
event?
will be Team
I could see it,
Orchid
yeah. I could
will
see
walk
Ultra winning
away
an
the
event.
victors. Katana will
I mean,
go out
at the very
of the
least,
elite
they're going to have to
at
beat
4th place.
probably
And
FaZe at
what
some point,
an
right?
unbelievable
So,
finish
as long
to
as they
this
can
game.
do that, I think they could, though.
Incredible series between these two teams, but it is Orchid who get it.
But chat, what's
over
good, everybody,
the
man? How
line.
we doing?
I'd love to break down that.
How's
final
everyone's
round
week going
because
so
if
far?
anything, it feels like when
Long
that first
time
blow
no
comes
see,
through,
man. I haven't
Brezzy
talked
just
to you guys
runs
since
straight
I
through
get
the
actually, I guess
window,
Monday
looking for
night
the
we did
answer back.
the podcast.
I mean, I suppose it's fine for me to say that
But
because
not
I
that
know there's
long.
3 players on the
Even
side.
before
but
that, it was
definitely
just
feels
Sunday.
like somewhat of a desperate attempt to go for the trade to even
But
up the odds,
tomorrow,
but
we're going to be live all
would
day,
have
bro.
somebody else pushed up that B side.
Tomorrow,
They would
we're
have
gonna
had
be
to have
live.
Somebody else to be in a position to go for the retrade. There was nobody near.
For
And
all
that
of the
is
challengers tomorrow,
overzealous
because
for
that's
me.
the
It's a
it's
big
like
push
the
coming
finals
through.
last
But
day.
realistically speaking, look, I mean,
Will we
it was a
see
very
these teams in the
convincing final round that
CDL?
goes
These teams,
the
no.
way of Orchid.
I mean, maybe there's a chance a couple of these
Furious right
players
now.
get picked up one day,
Yeah,
but these
well,
teams
yeah,
will
you
be in the
should-
CDL now.
I think it's probably frustration from Brezzy in the sense that maybe he knows he probably was a bit of an overchild there towards that last round. Not saying it would have gone their way anyway, but that's that kind
10
of
and 6 out of Vance to call game. I mean, Lucifer popped
see
3
what can
though.
go on. But let's have a little look through it again because you kind of
Let
understand
me
what I
see
mean.
these 3 again.
You'll see Cobra gets picked immediately. So where's Cobra? Number 3. Yeah, just a good little angle from Lucifer. Look at Brezzy. Straight out the window because he spots one, yeah, but it's just just a little bit of a risky play. He's got no backup, nobody
yeah,
in a
just
position
ripping
to
him.
trade him.
He's just
Lucifer
ripping
says
them.
thank you very much. We'll have the third as Aspect looks to try and pick up the pieces. And Vortex doesn't do too bad here though. As mentioned, when we say these,
Do you think we ever see Bance in the league?
Get it down. It at least somewhat gives you a chance.
I don't know.
When he finds the first of you,
I don't know. I don't know how Bance has been playing individually. I mean, his team has been
could have been on the cards. but
good. I mean, they got second
round was
place
lost
at
and
the
then
LAN
first
at Major
couple of
2.
kills. Cobra's
I think
really been their
winning
talisman
this
throughout
put
the season.
them.
The fact that he just gets
I don't know if
his
winning
wing
that just put
taken
them
off by Lucifer
T3 or
immediately
finals.
doesn't help either.
Their team is consistently there.
And there was
I mean,
just
he went 10 and 5
a
in that
shadow of
map,
a
which is
chance
pretty
here
nice.
for Vortex. Obviously, it goes for the huge
But
flank.
I don't know,
But
dude.
it was always going to be Chow.
I mean, if
And he had
RCD's
to-
made it
to be honest
back,
with you,
maybe there's a
Vortex had
chance
to
a
go
guy
for
like
it as well.
Vance
He
could.
had
I
no
know
opportunity
RC's
to
had,
play
like,
around it
rings
as he
and shit,
knew
but
he hadn't seen bomb.
just like a vet
in
who's
what,
been
like
consistent in
20
challengers.
seconds, he hadn't been there, and he had no idea if there was that many players on site or even close.
Yeah,
so
he
when he
hadn't
finds this
moved.
one, he slides, expecting somebody to be on that bomb site defusing. Unfortunately, they weren't. They catch him in the trade, and they do end up getting it as well. But yeah, devastating loss for Katana, especially in the way that it happened.
Yeah, round 11, map number 5 to end your Challengers Elite season.
239 and 233
That's tough.
map 4. That must
It's
have been
very,
banger.
very tough. Team Notorious are the team waiting in the grand final. It would either be Mission Magpies or Team Orchid.
What's
That will
good,
meet
Trav?
them
How we
there.
doing? Jay, how we doing?
What a day we've got tomorrow.
What's
What
good,
a day
what's
we've
good?
had today. Some absolute bangers. That last series, of course.
Could you see
Cherry
LAT pick
on
up
top of
any
it all. Incredible.
of the
Between
players?
those two squads,
Oh,
map number
Trav
4
with
for
5
me
gifted. What
was
the
an
fuck,
absolute
Trav?
barn burner.
Damn, let me see some
There we are.
W's
We
in the
have three
chat.
more
Trap,
teams
thank you,
remaining
bro.
to fill
Holy
3 more
shit.
spots on the prizing side.
Starting
of things.
us off
Connor will walk
hot
away
on
with
this
$6,000.
Wednesday.
They will be very, very disappointed with that.
Wow, Trap, thank you, bro. Hope you're doing good, man.
We
Could you
said
see
we knew
LAT
it was
pick
gonna
up
be a
any of
good
the
game.
LAT's
It's
not picking
always
up
the
any of these
same
players,
between those
Lost
two
Earth.
teams.
That's what you're
It's why
trying
we
to.
don't
If
really
that's what you're
commit to
asking.
thinking who's
Also,
going
what's
to
good,
win.
Bella?
We just know it's going to go the distance. But one
LAT's not
incredible
making
game,
a
and of course,
roster change,
the
Jeff.
top 3 still yet to be decided. Magpies, Orchid, and
What team is
Notorious
Capital on now? He's
all
not on a
ready
team.
to throw down next week, Ton.
Capital got he
should be
trialed with
incredible. I'm not too
Cloud9
sure
and he
how-
missed the
which way
deadline to
every
get on a
single game is
challengers
gonna
team
go,
for
but
this
Team
elite.
Notorious
So
is
right
looking
now
for
he's
the
like a free
three-peat.
agent, I
Could be
believe,
a
in
huge
challengers.
storyline heading into the end of the year.
Appreciate you,
if you
Trav,
haven't
for real,
had
man.
enough
You
Call
go.
of Duty action for today,
Thank you, thank
well,
you. And if you got it
don't
gifted
worry,
from Trav,
North
you better
America
say thank
is now
you.
starting
If
its
any of you are
engines.
in
They'll be
here.
doing the same thing in the playoffs that we are, whittling it down to their final 3.
Yeah, I
and
feel
that'll be
bad for
coming
Cap,
up in
right?
just
Him
a
and
very short
Prolu
while.
got
So don't
extra
go anywhere.
hoed
But for
because
Europe,
Prolu, I
that's
think,
all
thought
for today.
Like, he
Tomorrow,
for
our
sure
grand
thought he was
final
on
and
a
our
team.
lower finals
Like
will
he was going to be on
appear. But
Falcons,
thank
and
you
they
all
just
for watching.
hoed him right at the very
We'll see you next
last
time.
second, I guess. But Capsule, I mean, at least Capsule got to like try for the team. So I mean, I don't know how he played in the trial, but I guess if it was really good, maybe they would have kept him, right? Wouldn't need to be on Challengers team. Have Ravens picked up a replacement yet? Yes, Ravens announced Dylan Rex today as their replacement. What's good, HEB? How we doing, bro? Yep, Dylan Rex to the league, chat, which means Prolu is in for him on Omit Brooklyn, so we'll be able to watch the new Omit team, right, with Prolu today. They played winners finals versus Royal Spartans, as you can see on the left side of the screen over there. We'll see how they look, man. Dylan Rex was slamming last week. So we'll see how they look without him. But, I mean, they're in winners finals. Omit GG is playing Cabal first match on this stream and losers round 2. So it should be hopefully an interesting day for the Omit teams. I hope they both win, obviously. Yeah, Gabe, he was on Omit Brooklyn. Every player except for technically Super, I guess, right, was on Omit this year that's been picked up from Challengers. And even Super was on Omit for like a week. But he was already signed as like their sub player, so I guess that's different. Dude, I wonder, bro. I'm excited to see how he looks, man. I think he's gonna bring he's gonna bring slaying to that team, which I think is what you kind of need, because Slasher can go off certain maps. Other maps he doesn't do a whole lot, and Vivid definitely was not slaying, although I feel really bad for Vivid. I didn't think he was that bad, but to be fair, I guess none of them on that team were bad. I know, Trav. I can't wait, bro. It's gonna be lit. I hope, man. I hope they win while we're there. Didn't Dylan play in BO4? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I do not remember. I know he's been good in challengers since like Vanguard, people were saying. Let me see. Let me look at his COD wiki. He did play in BO4, yeah. He did play in BO4. I don't know if he went to like... He got like T32 at Las Vegas Open. Oh, he teamed with Vivid. Wait, that's insane. He teamed with Vivid in Black Ops 4 and he just replaced him on the Ravens. Tough. That's tough. He got T24 at Fort Worth. He got T12 at London. Hey, he's been around for a minute, man. Then how old is Dylan Rex? 22? 23? Is his age on here? Dude, I saw the Julian play, bro. I was talking about that earlier. I literally turned on Challengers earlier today. And the first round when I turned it on was that round when he like 1v3'd, or was it a 1v4 technically? Oh my God, I was mind blown. It was also hilarious too because I've been told by a couple people like the last week or two to like look out for this Julian kid. And the first round I watched of him ever play, he pops that insane clutch on Rewind SND. So he lived up to the hype instantly. I think they proceeded to get 3-0'd anyway, but he looked pretty nice. He's young, French, and an SMG, bro. I mean, Hydra and Linz are going to have some competition. But what's good, everybody, man? Don't forget to drop a like on the stream if you guys haven't already. Appreciate y'all tuning in. And we're gonna see what Omit can do, man. We're gonna see what Omit can do. Julian's British, is he? Oh, I was told he was French. Someone in chat told me he was French last week. Yeah, he's English. Huh. Somebody lied to me. Well, he's not French. He's, I don't know. I guess who's he competing with? Who's like the best, who's the best English SMG, Bance? What's good, Jeffrey? How we doing, bro? Odds Nate spends the bag to get Joe D back in the offseason. I don't know. I don't know if Thieves really want to spend any more buyouts. I guess you never know, right? But I'd be surprised. Afro? I guess right now, right? Currently, maybe Afro. I'm trying to think like all time, Greg, because I said like French compete with Hydra, but because he's the French GOAT. I guess Gotaga might be looked at as the GOAT, but it's obviously Hydra if we're talking about career accomplishments and winning. Hydra's the EU GOAT when it comes to actual winning. What's good, Tuzon? What's good, bro? Yep, we're live on Twitch and YouTube today. My internet seems to be, knock on wood, back. So we're going to try the multi-stream today, see how it goes. Chat, I'm 5 followers on Twitch away from 500, man. If you got a Twitch account, you don't follow me. Twitch.tv/JakeMaverick. It's also linked in the YouTube description. 5 followers away from 500. I know I don't really stream over here too often, but in the off season and stuff, anything that's not CDL related, I want to multi-stream. It's just my internet the last like 3 weeks was shit in the bed, as I'm sure most of you know. LAT doesn't win a major and doesn't win champs. Can you see a roster change? I mean, yeah. They're not sticking together if they don't win anything. No optic scrims? Nah, no optic scrims until after the major, according to Shotzi. They're not streaming scrims leading up to the event. Who would you drop? I mean, it depends who's feels like they're underperforming by the end of the season. I feel like Envoy will end up being the scapegoat, right? I think Envoy will be the odd man out. Just probably because, you know, he's the guy who statistically is going to have the worst numbers, and he's also 3 years older than other guys, so I could see them dropping him and trying to pick up like a young guy. Like someone, like Tyler said earlier, buy out Joe Deceives. I don't think they would buy out Joe D. I mean, I would love Joe D to come back, right? But I don't know if they want to spend more buyout money. But I don't know who they'd replace him with. I really don't know who you'd replace him with. Joe or Shotzi? Dude, low-key, I kind of want... I mean, obviously, Shotzi would be insane, but I kind of would like Joe. I feel like Joe D and Hydra would work great. Joe also isn't afraid to OBJ. Especially in, like, SND, so you can let Hydra play make. Let Dan be primary soaker and HP when that's the, you know, when you can get him in the hill. If not, Joe definitely can do it. Also, Gabe, that's a good idea. No optic scrims until after Major 3. Let me pin that. Send the bag to Simp. Can you imagine? I don't think Simp's leaving FaZe. That would be insane, especially after already having won 2 of 2 events. Just lend Nade the money. Yeah, dude. Chad, I'm gonna need like 100 gifted plus $1 million in super chat money to lend it to Nade Shot to buy Joe Deceives. What do we think, guys? You guys think we can crowdfund Joe Deceives buyout? Because your boy's gonna need some help on that department if we're doing that. But now we'll see. We'll see how LAT closes the year. I think they're gonna close the year strong, man. I think they're gonna get some wins here on coming up. I mean, I feel like the only two teams that can realistically fuck with Thieves if they actually are locked in is FaZe and Ultra. So they just got to be locked in and then figure out how to get past those two. Or just one of them, right? If one takes out the other. FaZe takes champs. Nah, bro. Give me champs, bro. FaZe can have all 4 majors. You know what I'm saying? FaZe can have all 4 majors. We'll take champs in EWC. How about that? You like the CDL better or CWL? CWL, obviously. I don't think there's anybody that likes the CDL better if you watch both. I think this format is just shit. This format's just not good. Why are people not talking about it? LAT don't win an event, FaZe are going on a 7-peat? I mean, other teams can beat FaZe. I know FaZe has not lost on LAN yet, but they won Game 5, Round 11 in both winners finals. They were 1 round away from losing winners finals at Major 1, grand finals at Major 1, and winners finals at Major 2. They're definitely not unbeatable, even though they haven't been beaten yet. It's just looking like if LAT are not going to compete with them on LAN, it's, you know, looks pretty good for FaZe to win everything. But it's definitely not like FaZe is completely unbeaten. It's not like they're dominating the I mean, the grand finals of Major 2 is bad, but you get what I'm saying. Until they lose on LAN, you cannot talk about other teams beating them. I mean, then we can just give them the 7-peat now. You know what I mean? They haven't lost on LAN, so like, there's nothing to talk about. We might as well not talk about any majors then going forward. Let's just all just agree FaZe wins everything, chat. No more predictions. Just FaZe is your champions for the rest of the season. Is Scump still the face of COD even though he retired? Yeah. It doesn't even come close. People might try to argue Shotzzy, but it's not even close. Scump sits there with 30, 40, 50 plus thousand viewers on a weekly basis watching COD. How well you think Ravens will be with Rex, top 4 team? I think they're going to still be fighting for that T5 spot, yeah. I think between them and Miami right now, it depends on how well some other teams come, right? But I think those two are going to be fighting for 5 through 6, maybe even break into the T4. Let's go. I think NA Challengers, it said it starts at 6 Eastern, so that's in 15 minutes. So hopefully they're going to start, you know, sooner rather than later. I gotta take my sweatshirt off though, chat. I'm sweating in here, man. It's like 1,000,000 degrees. God. The ice cream truck is here, chat. The ice cream truck is outside. Anyone want any ice cream? I'll go get some. Didn't get to watch the matches last weekend. What happened in the Optic versus Falcons game? Falcons wanted to win more than Optic wanted to win, I think is how it was, honestly. I truly think that's all it was. I think Falcons went into that match thinking we're winning this shit no matter what. And Optic sounded like they had no clue what was going on. But yeah, Shotzi got shit on, I think, right? I think Dashy was the only one who like felt like he really shot back in most of that series. RCD's also had a really good series, if I remember correctly. Dude, Galactic Berry, chat, I'm telling you. If you guys have never tried Juvie and you like energy drinks, you should try it. But if you have tried Juvie, you gotta try Galactic Berry, bro. It's easily a T3 flavor, without a doubt. It is so good. I'm so glad it's back. I don't know where the ice cream truck went, chat. Honestly, I'm surprised the ice cream truck like drives through here. I mean, I guess we do have a decent amount of kids in this neighborhood, but I've never seen a kid like buying anything from the ice cream truck when it's been in the neighborhood. So like, I wonder if they actually sell anything. What's good, Damien? How the match has been? I literally went live 26 minutes ago and all we saw was one map. So, you know, it was a game 5 round 11. I guess that was cool. All-time LAT COD team: Scrap, Hydra, Jody, Octane. You gotta put Kenny in there, Tyler. Kenny is like the first name on an all-time Thieves COD team. Him and Octane are easily number 1 and 2, but Kenny is like the first name on a COD team for 100T all-time. But I mean, if we're talking about just like talent, yeah, just talent-wise, Ken, Hydra, Scrap, Octane, right? When you start going down the list of like accomplishments, Scrap and Hydra wouldn't be there yet, obviously, or like legacy to the Thieves brand. What stores carry Juvie? Targets, Dollar Trees, or Dollar General. Ooh, I forget which one it is. That's an L on my part. I forget which one it is. It's either Dollar Tree or Dollar General, and Targets carry Juvies. I know that, and like some like convenience stores. Not all of them, but like certain ones have it. Juvies at Target? It is. I don't know if it's at every Target, but you can get it at certain ones for sure. No draws. Hey, if we're talking about like accomplishments and stuff, yeah, you put draws in there over Scrap, obviously. But I mean, Scrap's a better individual player. Scrap with Octane would be godlike on the AR, bro. Best trash talker in the game? Probably Scrap, right? Weird Kimchi, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Chat, we're almost at 9,600 subs. Holy. Nep? Beans! Look at me, Beans! Hey, that shit's elite, dude. I did. He called him a snaking shit, or he called him a shit fuck snaking fuck or something like that. I don't know. He was letting him have it. Yeah, chat. Use code MAV. Drinkjuvie.com, man. Or if you like craft soda and root beer, SpreckerBrewery.com. Code MAV, 10% off. You know what I'm saying? I got. You guys thirsty? I got all your thirst needs. You can also use code MAV at your sink if you got any tap water and you're thirsty for some. Just whisper code MAV into your faucet, bro. Your water bill goes down 10%. You ran out of root beer? Dude, you must have went through that shit, man. Let's go, Trav. Enjoy the workout, my guy. Is Karma the only other besides Scump and C6 is in the GOAT convo? Yeah. Some people bring Karma into the I think the GOAT conversation seems to me like it's like 40% Crim, 30%, like 50. It's probably like 50% Crim, 40% Scump, 10% Karma. You could Simps in there too, I guess, for some fans, but I'd say a majority of it is just Scump and Crim, and then there's a minority share that says like Karma or Simp at this point. A couple people say Clay, probably. Was that Tournament Methods playing in? Enable and Z are hosting some like creator tournament, I think. I don't really know. Let's go, Pablo. Let's go, man. Hope you're doing good. Welcome back. Oh, man. The Omit versus Cabal is the first match. They better not lose, bro. They better not lose. Do people really say Clay is the GOAT? A couple people. It's not often you'll hear people say Clay is the GOAT. He's definitely probably like the 5th most. I'd say he's the 5th most said name. Crim, Scump, Karma, Simp, Clay is probably the 5th most said when it comes to GOAT combos. Oh, dude, I agree, Kimchi. This Heretics team is significantly more fun to watch with Super than Lucky, because it's just, the pacing is just so much faster. They're so much more entertaining, in my opinion. And Super's also disgusting. So I hope they keep playing like this and they continue into LAN, because if they go to LAN and they're not as good, it's definitely going to be like disappointing. What about Formal? I don't think people really mention Formal too much in the GOAT convo. Like, there's probably some people that say Formal, but it's probably just like die-hard Formal fans, you know what I mean? Because most like Optic fans are gonna probably lean Scump. I mean, Crim was on Optic too, obviously. So it's probably between them. I don't think there's a lot of people that say Formal. Unless they like really heavily weigh like the peak he had at the end of IW, and they consider that like the #1 peak, and that's like a big determining factor for him. Top 5 ARs of all time. Are we talking like main ARs, or are we talking like people who like primarily AR'd? Because like Crim6 is like kind of a flex, right? But he probably AR'd more often than not. If we're talking about strictly just mains, Formal and Clay are 1/2. And then Cell Octane Slasher. Formal, Clay, Cell, Octane, Slasher. Probably would be my 5. I guess this is Cap in there. Am I forgetting J-Cap? Anyway, Illy finds a team by the end of the year? Not a chance. Not a chance, if you ask me. Illy has not been good in challengers for the most part. His team gets like, they get knocked down in the first round of the elites, and I don't think his numbers are particularly that good. 1 sec.
Those that have Simp in their GOAT conversation can't be taken seriously. There's multiple titles in which he has not been the best sub on his team, yet a lone player. Not to mention, 12 chips cannot be compared to 31 and 38.
Oh, what the fuck? I come back to a 20 bomb at an Ed? Jesus, Ed. Thank you, bro. Those that simp in their GOAT conversation can't be taken seriously. There's multiple titles in which he has not been the best sub on his team, yet, let alone player. Not to mention 12 chips cannot be compared to 31 and 38. I mean, listen, Ed. I agree, bro. I agree. Right? Like, I think the arguments are just so difficult because, like, yes, the talent is better now, but you also have to win less matches to actually win an event these days. So, like, maybe there's a sense of balance there. So it really just depends what people value, I guess, right? I mean, Simp's got hella MVPs. He's also, like, the winningest player of, like, the modern era. So it kind of depends what people value, right? But then obviously you have his grand finals win percentage and all these sorts of things. So you can kind of go back and forth with people ultimately. If someone has Simp as the GOAT, I respectfully disagree. If they have him T5, like, I think that's fine. There are less events to win now, for sure, but I mean, he had the chance to win a lot of them, right? He just didn't. Like, he's won, like, what, 30%, 35% of his finals? But, Ed, thank you for the 20 again, bro. Holy shit. You did not have to do that, my guy. But it's just, like, there's honestly no, like, really fair way to rank it. That's why, like, it just simply comes down to your own personal weighting of things, whether it's rings, individual performance, longevity, how many of those finals are on him. I don't think it really matters. You know what I mean? Like, people hold one ring against Scump, but how many of those champs are on him? Scump was pretty much the best player on his team at, like, every champs, right? So you can't really use that, I feel like, too much as an argument. I see what you're saying, and, like, I agree. Like, I think Simp's godlike, but if you had to create a God Squad for the CDL, could use former and newer players, who'd you pick up? God Squad? I mean, obviously, I mean, let me not pick a cop-out answer, like, just like an Optic or a FaZe Dynasty. Give me, like, I want to say Scump and Simp. Yeah, give me Scump and Simp. And then give me, like, Crim and Celium. Let's go with, like, 2 from FaZe, 2 from Optic. Scump, Simp, Crim, Celium. That team would be sick. Mad Cat, and Shotzzy. Somebody ban Gabe. Somebody ban this guy. Replace Crim with Cammy, and that's a great team. I love the Cammy proppy out of you, Tyquil. I do, bro. On every video and every stream, I look forward to it at this point. Nah, I think all-time conversations are genuinely so fun because everybody's list is going to be different to some extent, and that doesn't mean, like, lists are invalid. You know? Like, if you truly, like, can explain why you think Simp is the GOAT outside of just, like, I'm a FaZe fan and I just think Simp is really good, then, like, I'll hear you out. You know what I'm saying? I might not agree, but I'm not going to necessarily tell you you're wrong because you just might value things differently than I do. I know, Bozo, dude. Omid doesn't stop, man. Omid is just funding the league with players. And these teams are funding Omid because they're buying these players from Rafi. You know what I'm saying? Challengers is better than the CDL, you think? I mean, I think if you could really lock in with Challengers, there's more teams to watch. There's, like, more players. There's a lot going on, for sure, which is kind of fun. This year, King AD, that team would have been... I mean, they probably would have ended up being T4, simply off the fact that, like, Hyder, Scump, maybe T6, right? I mean, I don't know. Cammy's no disrespect to Tyquil in chat, but, you know, Cammy's kind of mid and Shotzi's kind of mid this year. Also, what's good, Denver? How we doing, bro? I don't know if this is a hot take, but if Simp can be in a BO3 or Jetpacks, he may have 2 more rings. I mean, it's possible, right? There's just no way of honesty. There's just no way of knowing it. That's the thing, I think. I'm not saying you're doing this, Spiteful. It just reminded me of, like, when you're having, like, debates about player rankings and people are like, okay, yeah, but if this guy was on a better team, he would have more wins. And it's like, okay, but he wasn't. Like, we can't use hypotheticals in debates about players. Like, some people will be like, oh, well, if Simp played when Scump played, he would have more wins. Okay, well, unfortunately for Simp, he just didn't. You know what I mean? He just didn't play in the era with more events, and there's nothing he can do about that. Peak Jimbo, you're not wrong. I agree, Pablo. I think the CDL should have relegation too, bro, but they're not gonna do it. They're boring. They're boring. They don't care about making it more entertaining for us, I don't think. I agree. More LAN events will always be better. More LAN events will always be better, but I don't know, dude. I just honestly, at this point, I have no hopes for, like, anything that I actually think would benefit the CDL happening. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's gonna be more events. I don't think they're gonna, like, add more teams. All these things. Like, I hope they do one day, but I just don't necessarily seeing it happen. Because the CDL doesn't really look like they want to host events themselves. But the teams also just don't have enough money to host events outside a couple. Right outside the same few that host events pretty much every single year, right? Optic, Toronto. I mean, Boston was, but they're apparently broke now. Miami's been hosting some events. But other than that, no one else even can host, so I don't see how we'd ever get more. Rings mean like 50% of the GOAT conversation. Like, you get it done when it matters. Yeah, and that's the thing, Spiteful. That's cool about these rankings is, like, you're totally entitled to that weighting of an all-time list, right? If you think rings are like the end-all be-all, it's 50% of your ratings. That is totally fine. For me personally, I think rings are overrated. I think the ring is overrated. It is simply just another weekend of COD where whoever's the best is the best. There's obviously added pressure because it's champs, so that's why I still think it's definitely rated higher than a major or even EWC. But decided to be hot. At the end of the day, it's pretty much the exact same format as every other event.
They find themselves in winners finals, and then on the opposite side, Omid Brooklyn took care of Stallions. Stallions had an abysmal playoffs. They got 3 in both their series. That's unacceptable. But then Omid Brooklyn take care of Team War as well to be sitting nice and comfy in the winners finals. That's going to be happening on later today. But Team War
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
That's going to be a battle,
right?
And
but
Omid versus Cabal,
I don't know. I think there's just so many intricacies of it, right? Like, some people have rings who were not that good. Some people get rings and they were carried by their teammates to that ring. You know what I mean? Like, some players just didn't play good. They might have been good previously in the year at every other event, but then at champs they weren't all that good, but they still win the ring. Right? So it's like there's just a lot of different things to consider, I think, when it comes to
improvements. I think in particular, you assume that some of the mistakes that were starting to come through
who's the best, at least in my personal list, right?
Those are going to be cleaned up. Now you're also looking at the basis of, can you elevate the ceiling for?
Oh wow, they're getting right into this.
We got a red card hard point start off.
I'm hitting a 2x.
Let's get right into the action.
Let's go. We're getting right into it, man.
They go flawless throughout the stage, 5-0. Win their first series clean, 3-0, but then fall short in the most previous match. So looking for the bounce back, and already off to a great start. Standy finds a double.
Oh, okay, Standy.
Yeah, really nice route from Standy. Just kind of getting the cover of his ARs from hedge to hedge. You just run right up, clear out the staircases, and now you can set yourself up for an early pinch. Lynn's dealing with the pressure inside the hard point, has done well, and there is still only a single kill for Cabal. Not a good start, is putting it lightly.
Yeah, this is perfect so far from Omid, though. because
Priest
they're
still won a
blocking
ring in a
the
game he wasn't even
putting
good
all
at.
their focus
Yeah,
on
I mean,
the ball to
obviously,
fall
like,
over towards Eski.
just because you're not the one
So
frying with a high
22
KD on their
seconds
team
off
doesn't
that
mean you're
P1
not, like, being
initially, but now it's
effective,
a battle
obviously,
for
but...
stage. Swarty trying to contest great shots onto Rupert to find kill number 2. Still know that there's
What's
gonna be
good,
pressure
Lyra?
to
How we
the
doing,
map,
man?
but your team technically wins the
I don't know.
rotation over
I think
towards
that's what
you,
makes
but
it
we
fun,
need
man,
stage.
because everyone's list is going to be different.
Badly. 1v1 happening over towards stage does go the way of Cootie and Cabal. Follow from Rupert on the back.
There you go, Standy.
By himself. Help is on the way, but it's a little bit late. Spart able to find one, but all that does is kind of assert that spawns will be where you anticipate them to be.
There definitely is
Long
no
round for
better dope
Linz,
than winning a
trying to
ring, though.
come
I
through,
mean,
but there's only
I
30
guess I've
seconds
never
left on his
competed, so I
hard point,
can't say
and
from
honestly
experience,
speaking
but
for Linz,
if you ask a
might find
player
killer, you might flip the spawns around,
what's your
but there's still a
goal,
lot of
their
time
goal
for
is going to be
Cabal.
to win a ring, right?
Yeah, this is a lot
I mean, they
of
might
time
say to
given
win
up
every
to get
event,
the
but
advantage.
obviously,
Play
I think if
works
you ask
out.
them if you could win
You
one
have
event
stage
in your
control,
career, they're going
finding
to
a
say
couple of
champs.
kills. Can we get him out of the hard point for now? Because now it's all on Linz, the guy who hit this route, all that long route, all that time being wasted.
Wow.
Your team still going to spawn it towards the back. So Kabbalah able to take advantage of this moment. Final 10 seconds. You're going to be early off the rotation. Let's not die off the rotation, or you're going to spawn at old. But Ball now have an advantage to take the advantage here at P3.
Yeah, Seawad's really good read on this route.
Okay,
Having to go
Ruper's
through
10 and
features,
4.
one more in
Jesus.
front of him, he shuts down Standy. So, yeah, Jay, I'm just gonna say it out loud. When we first watched this Mint team, I
Yeah, that was
very
a
critical
good
on Linz.
last
When we
map,
watched them
Lyro,
last
between
week,
Katana
we were
and
really
Vance's
critical
squad.
on Linz. That route, it doesn't work. It just doesn't. It just takes too long. Too much time goes to Cabal. They still don't even win the spawns going over to do. And now they're trying to fight in from the front for the last 33 seconds of this P3.
Yeah, at least they're in for now, though. You already are putting all the focus of your Cabal.
Did FaZe and Optic have equally successful MW3?
Team kill also isn't gonna
No,
help
I'd
the
say
scenario.
Optic had the
Ruper's on
better
6 in a
had the
row.
better
He knows
season,
it's
right?
a
They both won
1-on-1
2 events,
on
but
towards the HP, but thankfully
Optic
your
won
team is
champs,
also
which
running
is
out towards front.
which is
So
more
all these
valuable
kills,
than
you can
a
just
regular
rack
event.
them up or keep them trapped towards the back. Unfortunately, falls at 7. But it should allow Cabal to have the rotation over towards stage, which is a money net.
A ring is more valuable than a
It
major.
was
I just
one
think,
kill in 2 sets of
personally, for
lives
me,
for
just because
Cabal.
someone has
Rupert
more
stepped
rings than
up
another
and
person doesn't mean they're
Ball's got us
automatically
back within
over
4
them
points, and they're
in an
likely
all-time
to
ranking.
Here over towards stage. Good clear out from Standy. Make sure that top window position is kept safe. Hootie also going to be read that he's playing somewhere through this point. Just comes down to where. Looks like Standy, actually was not able to find him. Spart follows up for the trade, but the first 20, Cabal pretty comfortable on this hill.
Yeah, Cabal haven't even been contested yet. You're just watching the cross, making sure someone's in a position to watch the pinch. But Brack, actually from the front side, must have hit a couple
Come on, this is a
wall
big
bangs
hill.
there. Opens up the HP, so the break is there for Omid. There's still a good chunk of time to fight for here.
That's
You're
also
only
true
down
too,
by
Spiteful.
10.
There's,
You're spawning
and
all
there,
the
I mean,
Cabal over
there's
towards
inherent
side to
bias
side.
and for everybody
Linz
pretty much.
now looking to hold down this mid-map pressure. Unfortunately, will get caught, but Omid are going to walk away with this final time and potentially already going to fight for this new rotation on Brack.
Yeah, it's just on Breck, though. That's the problem. So the focus for a minute to get into scrap time works out. They reclaim their lead. But now the setup as we head over to bleachers looks good for Cabal. Stun check does read that KB was playing a bit further forward. He'll toss a nade just to create some space. You have help behind you as Ruper's the one watching the
Okay,
long
just kill
crossing
Rupert
angle,
and you
but
win this map, it looks like.
dropping inside of mid, followed up as Seawads will drop.
Because
into the
Rupert
mid.
is-
Now one
There you go, just
forward
team
last
shot
one
him.
to deal with his Rupert. That's a full 4-man wipe.
Yeah, I think Seawall was just like a little too edged out towards bottom side of Esky steps. Like,
Oh, he's challenged.
he was able to put down a couple shots or get him weak, force him out of the position, and then everybody else starts to panic a little bit. And leads to Omen finding a clean 4 dead for a clean break. Now you can soak up a lot of this time. You don't have the spawns that you want because the ball is still pushed out towards BS. Indeed, they can continue to fight these waves of kills and just play keep away.
And it's more than just keep away. It's a lot of retention on the hill itself. So tons of time being soaked up here. At one point, it was only about a 4-point game. Now all of a sudden,
Okay,
it's gonna be
little
about a
lead
50-point
growing, a
game.
little
And
lead
you don't
growing for the
often
Omid
see that
boys, chat. Let's
through
go.
Bleachers, just
Standy
continual
streaking.
dominance here as the SMGs are running circles around Cabal and around this
And he's
hard
dead.
point. And yeah, it will be about a 40.
And Linz is dead too.
Back over to P1.
Yeah,
I swear to God,
SMGs
this guy
having a
Linz
field
has
day
the
now.
least engagements every map,
Challengers
bro. I don't know how.
seeing GA, the reinforced barrel, so SMGs can shoot a little bit longer on the distance. And
I don't know how he
Still
always
killing
is
people
got
immediately
the
up
least
close.
engagements, but he does.
But now going into the second set, the ball. Last time around, you allowed Omen to soak up 22
This
seconds of
is
time here.
losers
We really
round
couldn't get
2,
out
I
of this
believe.
Esky setup. We need to get some stage presence. Goody, the only one here to try to contest it, surrounded by players.
Yeah, this is
but
losers
still
round
walking
2.
away with his life. That's 3 for 1. The break.
So
should be in.
loser of this series goes home, but winner moves
For
on
now.
into top.
Reset on the way through, and
4.
wow, Linz dives forward, finds a
Yeah,
kill.
you'd be
Thought there
top
would've been
4 if you win
some
this.
Immediate help to try to keep that position safe inside the hard point. Trade is still out. position around the
Nice.
hard point is good enough to get back in quickly. If you're
Brack
Kabal,
is
now all of a
frying.
sudden things start to dissolve just a touch on this setup. A bit working for some stage control to see if they can rotate back through mid. Nice shots from KB. Help from Rooper pushes this off. And
I don't know, Spiteful.
Kabal down 40
I'm actually
at
not
one
sure.
point, now just down 20, and they're going to have the setup for P2.
Yeah, they win the rotation over towards P2, but they do not have the positions that they want. So Seawads has to play this perfect.
Ooh.
Cannot line up the first kill on
Okay,
Standy.
Standy.
So now you're trapped in towards the back. You're outnumbered.
I miss
Probably don't
I
have
miss the
stats
old
that are gonna be
teams
invested on
too,
this
bro.
situation,
Some of the
but
old
hopefully
orbs
they
that were
find
in
a
the
break. Now
scene.
you got to work your way back on
I
it.
mean, everyone's just going out of business if they're not already out of business.
See how things go on this next set of gunfights as it starts to turn into a cataclysmic hit from the front for Brack and Spart. First 2 kills are there. Standy trying to follow up on that damage, but no. Seawads Cootie shuts it down. Last one to find would be Linz. You can see they're looking for him. and they found him. Well done.
Man,
Split spawn
that's gonna be a
situation on top
lead
of that.
change.
Uh-oh, danger moment here for a minute as Kabal will reclaim the lead.
Number 5's got to
And
go
if you're
big.
Brack, you got to just play your life. You know that you're going to be surrounded. You know you're going to
Brack's
potentially
gotta
get
go big.
isolated, but he went to the one-on-one gunfight, and now your teammates are back into the play. So Brack, just stay on out. Think about that rotation over towards New. Teammates able to assist them. You're able to find the break for the final 10 seconds. Now you already have players contesting over towards the
Dude,
New
isn't it
hard point.
crazy
Brack
that
gonna be
last
here
year
nice and
people were
early.
talking about
Let's just
Linz,
hop in.
like-
we have like 5 uncontested seconds.
I don't know. He was in a top rookie conversation for like the first half of last season, I
Check,
think.
KB, good win.
And now he's like not even in the league anymore a year later.
He's on the way. Cootie's able to win a 1v1 through mid. Wow, and that route for
Great,
KB finds another one for free. Lynn's just, I think, caught between 2 different places. He doesn't know what exactly he wants to look at. Now Amit will spawn behind the hard point. Good eliminations will allow them to get forward, and Lynn's double will not just get them forward, they'll get them in the hill.
Yeah, now it's all on Rupert. Can he try to contest this long enough for his teammates to get back? Only able to find one, and the spawns do flip. So this is where Omid can start to pull away with the game. Final 25 seconds. 1 wave of kills. You keep them trapped towards the backside. You win the rotation over towards New.
Splice should get Carolina spot. Splice is technically in the league. Splice owns
To this point, though, again, back
or
and forth, a little bit
merged
of a
with
tug-of-war.
Splice is the Toronto
Still
Ultra
hard points.
chat for those that don't know.
Current leaders on the lobby.
I don't know if they
Looking at
merged with like
brackets,
overactive media or whatever, or they
Rupert,
became it, or they got bought out
Rupert,
by
who
it,
had a
but
really fiery start about 12
Splice
and 5,
is Toronto
20
Ultra.
and 16. I say just, but his recent stretch has been less than dominant than what he started with. Wow, Linz up the ladder somehow catches Rupert by
but
surprise.
I do.
even with that,
I mean, actually, I
Amit
fuck with the
just
Toronto
cannot
Ultra like
find a way
branding
to
and the
get a good
name
look
and
at
what
the
they've
hard
built
point
as
until now.
like
They've got a couple
not
of
like
trying to
a
threaten
name that was previously in
that's
COD.
that.
You
So
know,
now
there
the
wasn't
player
an
on the
Ultra
hard
before,
point,
but
KB is going to be
I mean, I want
surrounded,
Splice back,
not
too.
even going to be able to put down a shot before Brack takes him down. So the break is perfect for Omid.
yeah, luminosity is
Battle
surge.
of tug of war between these two squads. Lead change after lead change. 25 seconds still here to fight for.
Yeah, 'cause that
SA.
first
Kabal
year in the
finding a
CDL,
couple,
they
Omid
were
finding a
told,
couple.
like, you
You're already
couldn't-
in. You're trying to contest it.
You had to
It's
be
looking
like a
Brack is
like a
still gonna be
city
a one-man
name.
army on this
And
side, but
I
he
don't,
falls.
I don't
His
know if it
final
got
time
like
should go in favor of Kabal.
misconstrued between certain owners
At
or
least for
like the
now,
league
Lynn's over the
told
top.
different people different
Maybe
things,
a
right?
chance
Because
to get another
obviously,
assist,
like,
but not the
Envy
case, and
was
that's
Dallas
important to
Empire,
you've got
right? They
Rupert
weren't Dallas
quickly over to
Envy,
the new hard point.
but OGLA was
One
Optic
before
Gaming Los
dropping.
Angeles.
He's
So
also
like,
cooking on 4 in a row as
I
Rudy
think
gets
some
first
teams
one to
thought
take
they
a look
couldn't
over the
use
top
their
of
like
the
OG branding, and they had to make something completely
right now,
new.
doesn't
Like, I
really
don't
have
really
to
know
be.
what happened.
You know what the hell's gonna be white. We're playing for a set of kills before anyone makes a move, and they go 3 for 2 in the trade with Standy finding a double. through
Omid is
mid-ticket.
down big here, man. They gotta come back.
Now we just gotta know where the spawns are coming in. Standy trying to time this pinch. Puts down a
Okay,
couple shots.
3v3.
Not able to get a kill though, but the teammates are here.
Oh no,
Stuns coming through. Cootie staying alive a little while longer.
Brack's doing everything he
The
can.
ball continues to grow little by little.
Nice.
Last time we were here, Amit were unbelievable. Not the same result this time around as Linz gets caught. Just not even clearing out that top side of the bleachers.
That's
and
4
now turning
dead.
it a full
Uh-oh.
4-man wipe here for Kabal.
That's not
An
good.
opportunity for them to get this scrap time and put this game potentially out of reach.
Omid's gonna have to be
Oh my God,
perfect.
and now Kabal have blown this game wide open. You're gonna be up by 60 to 65 points. Omid now have to play catch up. You need some stage presence. Cut your losses for the final 50 seconds. First kill goes immediately in favor of KB. So now how long can Rupert finesse here? The nade to the corner is not going to be
No
good. So
way.
he's able to finesse it. And they already
No
find three. They
way.
get all 4 off the rotation. Kabal
Oh my
only
God.
needs 20 seconds to close out map 1.
Yeah, Amit just
Oh
cannot
my
get
God,
anything
they're getting-
going
they're
with
getting
setups
shredded.
around the hill. They've been late on these rotations. They haven't been able to put themselves into any convincing sort of a setup for significant time. I mean, the majority of the time
I
they
think
have
it's
found
just
has come by
GG.
way of the first bleachers. So 232, 169.
This guy's
fighting for their
pinching.
lives here, map number 1
catch-
and
shoot him.
Seawads.
Spark.
The timing on this route will catch one. Help from
That
his
was Brack.
teammates will keep them in the hard point. And it's just down to trading out Spartan. Likely, they will find him quickly and possibly put this game to bed here.
I think it's
Yeah,
chalked.
they can potentially put it away. Just can see Watts continue to find these Tommies on the pinch. Freebie number 1. That's already 3 dead. Almost a turn and burn on a Sparty. But as long as you don't ego chop from the hard point, this should be GG on map 1.
Yeah, sure feels that way.
Yeah, GG.
Goody able to
Damn.
turn up
All
a
right.
couple, and that's
It's okay. They'll win the SND. It's no big deal.
Cabal in a back and forth.
They'll win the
affair, really,
SND.
until the last 3 hard points. Just absolute
Complexity Dynasty
domination
close to
as the
Optic?
just could not
Yeah,
really
for
get
sure.
anything set up.
Oh, man, it's so tough, man, because Omen, at least in the first half of the game, they were in it.
I mean, some
They
people
were in
have
it to win
Complexity
it, but
Dynasty
you
over
could just tell
Optic,
on the opposite side of the
which is
ball,
totally
the
fine.
guns started to get a little bit more warm. These guys were winning some insane gunfights.
What's good, Jordy?
finessing
What's
their
good?
lives phenomenally. And then, realistically, like, if you're Omen, you're finding yourself rotating
my
early,
neck
but then
is
you're
so
dying off
stiff
the
today.
rotations. You're giving up that final 20 seconds at the old HP. You're cutting your
Man,
losses
that
and
that
then
map
dying
was
off the
actually
roto,
pretty
which
good
is
up
not
until the
help.
last like
beginning
3
of your next
hills,
hard
and then
point.
Omit
So
just couldn't get
they're
a
just
point.
always playing catch up all of map number 1, and unfortunately they fell short there.
I do remember that, Spiteful. I do.
A pretty, I would say, easy way to break this one down because it's back and forth, and then it's not.
Preston or Alex joining?
169.
Probably not. They don't fuck with me, man.
3 different members on the
They
side
don't
of the ball
fuck with
team.
me.
Everyone gets over 23 eliminations. Nearly everyone goes positive. Damage numbers are relatively shared,
Damn.
except for Rupert, who again won
Like,
that one.
where is Linz at, bro? How is he only 19 and
All
23?
GGs, I think it's
Like,
just one of those
where are the
situations.
engage-
Like, they weren't trying to. How do I explain this? Like, they were putting focus on rotation, but they weren't doing it in a way that was like, oh, we're going to take 45 seconds to wrap the entire map safely to make sure we get a rotation. No, they're doing it by taking away some key spots at hedge or some key spots at the windows and just finding quick pivot points. I love the idea of it.
Yeah, they understand their timings of the game, and you can just tell like the teamwork is there too. Because when you're in a situation where you're basically not really relying on your rotations, you're like, okay, we just found 1 kill. Now we have a 4v3. Let's win that battle first, and then we figure out what's the plan after. That's how you just play. You just play to your advantages. And with this Cabal roster, so they've been playing together for quite some time now. They have
Dude,
some
I don't know what Linz
familiarity
be doing on
in
the
their
map,
gameplay,
man.
and they show
Like,
it
I don't
there in that
understand
map
what
number
he's
1. You
doing.
talk
He's
about
just
the
like-
crossfires being set up. You talk about the
How
way
is
they're
he like?
finessed until
How is it
teammates can
possible
actually
that
play.
an
That's all
SMG
stuff
in
of
Black Ops
just
6
experience
consistently
with
has
each other.
less
So they continue to
engagements
show
than
that
his
they're map
ARs?
number 1, and now
Like, I
this
get
is
it
more
if it
than
happens
for Omen
occasionally,
because they're
especially if
starting
you're
to
like
show you best
soaking a
believe
hill
right
and maybe
there
your
with
teammates are just frying around you. You're not doing nothing.
We've got 2 matches going out at once
But,
right
like,
now, and again, taking a look at how things have
Where is
gone.
he at, man?
Luxury Exotics.
Thoughts on the
taking
Raven
Team
stuff?
War.
What, like them
And
dropping
again,
Vivid and picking up
joining
Rex?
us here a little bit on the
I mean,
later
I think they're going to be
Exotics
better.
really
I feel
aggressive,
really bad for
all
Vivid.
week last week.
Because on LAN, he was
Final
like
round
their
of
second
round
best
robin,
player,
really
right? But
decent. We had them on broadcast
I
in
do
their
think
first
Rex
bracket
raises
matchup.
their
We thought Team War looked a little
raises their
vulnerable,
ceiling
and you
for
take a
sure.
Look at the map 1 score, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I don't really like this.
I think
ban
Rex for
protect
sure
the
raises their
ban
ceiling.
System or the veto system from Luxury Exotic here, because if you're playing
But
against
we'll
squad
see.
like Team War, they're more than happy to just spawn into a vault at map number 1. They have the arrows to mostly post up. They sort of have this slower style of a play style. compared
yeah,
to
Linz
Luxury
definitely
Exotic.
was a bit of a
The way that
killer.
Risky
I mean,
play, the way that Trax
he
play,
was
they just
this
love to
year
run
and
around with
last year, right,
SMGs.
when he was in the
And on a
league.
map like Vote, you don't really find yourself in a lot of opportunities with that because you can already see on
All
your
right,
screen.
so the winner
P4
of this
Team War
series
currently
plays the
locking
winner
down
of the
Luxury,
the
not being
Omit
able to
Cabal
get
series. We were just watching map
Really
1,
good
so
right now in terms of how
both
you-
of these are on at the same time. Winners play each other, and then winner of that will play the loser of the winners bracket match.
Mid-map, and yeah, that double. That pretty much puts this game
I'm really
to a
interested to
very
see how
tough
Omit Brooklyn's
position
gonna
for
look
Luxury
with
Exotics.
like
To be
what,
200
couple days
to
of practice
111.
with Pro Loot.
We jumped in and it was a 30-point game. So P4 locked down in full. Real working on trying to
Oh my
create some
God.
space to get back over to P1. And looks like this should lead.
Gwyn
to
and
some
Rex
sort of
goes
hit
hard.
on the
I mean,
front here for Team War,
I'm
trying to
in,
get
dude.
back
I mean,
quickly.
listen,
And
it's just
little
like if
photo stick
Gwyn
off
shows
the
up
board
on
for
LAN the
Yuli.
way he does online,
That's the aim of Nia.
Ravens actually
Takes down
could
the
like.
Tricks, also
make
good.
it top
Here we go on the
3.
hill.
I mean, they got
he just
4th
keeps
in
on
Major
finessing.
1 and
Really always
8th
has
at
the
Major
highlight
2, which I mean,
moments.
they just unfortunately drew LAT and
Unfortunately, was cut down on that one.
elimination round 2. Obviously,
Now
that just
trying to
sucked for
play
them,
catch-up,
but
down by 75.
they have it in them. They just
Time
need
here,
Gwyn to
but
play
that's
how
the
he does
wrong
on
time to
online.
die. Team War with a clean sweep. Now can set up these pinches, create some more layers for Luxury. Not have a good time as they approach over towards P1, but numbers now to their advantage. Just fly through mid.
See how things go. Good kill.
Which
from
Frenchman
Dominic
fell
Contis
off
holding
harder,
on top of the
Mbappe or
point.
Linz? It's got to be
Second to scrap,
Mbappe, bro.
Look to the mini map, and again, it's Team War.
You know, couldn't even win the
They've been
Champions
pretty
League,
much
man.
ready to go with the hard point over to their backside, and yeah, those eliminations will likely be enough for Team War to get this thing done.
Wow. Okay.
But this is all on the Bravo stream. You can
These
find
guys
by
are
heading
getting
over
cooked
to
right now, Luxury Exotics.
Hub and opening up the second tab there as we get ready to go for our Hacienda Search and Destroy. Where
What's the
we
deal with
have
Omit
seen
versus Omit
Cabal here
Brooklyn?
prior
Like, what's the
in
difference, Pablo? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, this is gonna be
They're
a
both
handful,
Omit
man, and I'm
teams, right?
really
So they're
looking
both
at the
owned by
SMPs
the
outside of
same
Omit. Standing
organization.
wins too.
Rafi, the
How this map
owners,
is gonna go for Omit.
CEO of Omit, like he signed both teams. It's just 2 rosters basically.
Three players through top hallway.
They just Omid basically just decided, hey, we want a second roster, so they signed 2 of them. They could technically sign like
they know where the play's coming in.
12 rosters if they wanted. Obviously, you know, the more rosters you sign, probably the more money you got to spend. But
you think maybe shots to go in.
Rafi believes in trying to help challengers, and he signed 2 teams, and both of them have consistently been good, and players get to the league, so he knows what he's doing. It's kind of like A team, B team, I guess, right? I mean, both teams are really good. Like, Omit Brooklyn has won back-to-back elite stages, so like what we're watching now is the elite. If Omit Brooklyn was to win this, they would win back-to-back challengers elites. But they got T12 on LAN, where Omit GG won the LAN this past at Major 2. So they're both top 3 teams in challengers, right? They obviously have roster changes because people keep getting picked up to the league, but
at that point, you just got to realize if you're Cabal, like, they are panicking. They already realized they can't.
Yeah, he's not on Vegas anymore. Spiteful.
Push to top mid open, and they're not going to push to our base.
And I agree, Bozo, dude. The Omit jerseys are nice, man.
Our time, they're on our approach, not get called.
The jerseys are nice quality, and they like the designs are hella nice.
They ended up with the numbers in that final engagement. They secured the first.
Yeah.
Let's go, big Omit fans, man. That's what we love Omit. How come sometimes the things look like they're in different spots? The scoreboards look like they're just randomly lower.
Over through the windows just to see if they're going to get any action over towards the top hallways at A.
Did they bring snipers back? I think so.
And, ooh, Cabal's going to actually just
I would love snipers to come back. That looks insane. I would love snipers to come back, but
timing is good.
they're not. It's not going to come back this year. Maybe next year.
There's no way they're going to know that he's in this position, so Standy's just going to creep his
Maybe
way.
next year they'll come back, right? Because every year
Spot.
there's always that chance.
Gonna get a couple sound cues. Everyone running across me. I also spot the shadow.
Wait, they didn't check.
Push through. And once this bomb gets down, I'm gonna time this jump up. Well, I'm just gonna go now. First blood mine.
Yeah, and the bomb
Nice, Standy.
but Standy still catches the second. A little wiggle here as he tries to get the reset.
Okay, player life.
The rating post-blind attackers.
Nice. That's good teamwork right there. Wow, they didn't check that.
From Standy, I just simply put, it's just a
Could
blind
independent
counter
org
for being
start their
completely
own
honest with
team
one
with
another.
pro? Start their own league of pro teams out of the parent org? No. No one can start a pro COD league because Activision owns the Call of Duty IP and the rights to playing the league, so you wouldn't be able to start one.
But then if he's in a position just watching over
That's
his
why
teammates,
the
standing up,
CDL
that's a freebie.
exists,
Like, what is he
and like
doing?
why
But
Activision bought out
he
MLG
catches
in the
that
first
time in the
place.
ball between
It's
those
because
guys.
Activision likes to own
Hits the gap and
everything.
finds the opening double. It's basically
Like they like to
GG
own
all
everything
around.
that has to do with their
Caught
IPs,
off guard in that
even
one.
esports related. So
Now
that's
down
why
2-0,
this is all
don't
happening the
wanna
way it
allow the
happens.
bleeding to continue.
Is they don't want like a third
Got a
party
couple
like
trophies to work
like an
with,
MLG
wherever
was
Spot
or a
pushes over towards
UMG
B.
was running
Just be more
events or
reactive
running
this time.
leagues.
Oh, first look, Rupert's been seen. It's the deck. Ruper's still with the final.
Uplink, Tyler. Uplink's the best
Still
third
looking
mode.
to come on the way, but yeah, really good isolation here from.
And it's
Wall.
3
The
dead.
stun slows down the
Standy
play from
1v3 for the
front.
bread.
ARs deal with everything over the top.
And he's
Leaves
dead.
Standy by himself,
Not really
and he
for the bread
can't
either,
turn and
but-
burn on to Rupert. So first blood, secondary.
I did see the
shot
BO7
also
leaks.
lands,
I did. I made a whole video on it
and
too.
Cabal
If you guys didn't see it, see what's going on with
Smooth
apparently the
their way
new game this year, BO7.
their first round win.
Yeah, they just played a lot more confident through top open hallway. That time they had 2 players working through rock. So they were able to hit a couple stuns, back down those guys, get some information on how many players are pushing through Lambo, and then
I hope
with the
BO7's
aggression
good,
through top
man.
Mid, opens up with some great shots
Like,
for the first
if
blood.
they
KD
just give us
strikes the second.
BO6,
Then at that point, you
plus
already gained the info.
good
Pass
maps.
2 players over towards Lambo.
I'm looking at it from
All
CDL
you
perspective,
yourself
obviously like
lead,
anti-cheat
down
and
2-1
stuff
now.
for playing the game ourselves, but they give us BO6 plus good maps. We could have a banger CDL like year.
Even that long slide could be dangerous.
Snipers, hopefully balanced snipers, so the pros will use them. Even like a balanced, not broken smoke grenade would be lit.
Oh, it's disastrous. Cooney will fall. First blood in, and now
Like BO6 had the bones to be a really good game and really good competitive title. The maps are just the biggest letdown for the
I know,
CDL.
and he got me nervous 'cause I thought he was about to go for the one-on-one, but then the finesse right there to be like, nah.
What's the problem with that? Is
I'm
they
good
still
with
own the
just
game and
holding
have
this.
someone
I
run the
already got a
CDL?
lot of info from
Activision just
Bobby
likes to
down,
own
but
everything
now
related
it
to
has
their
been
to their
recovered in the
games.
hands of KB.
Like it's just a thing that they like they
the double
are
chow gonna come in, but Standy's able to get one
quite selfish.
and able to get out with his life. So 35 seconds. Omen still have the main advantage. Let's just let him plant.
Like anyone who wants to run like a COD tournament, like every time like Hitch or Kson runs tournaments, they got to get like Activision approval and things like that. It's just what they prefer to do
Just
as a
safe
corporation.
Information you'd think from Spart or from Brack. This push through, if Wads could find a first
Next
blood,
pro to get
maybe
dropped.
good, but instead gets caught trying to isolate onto Brack. Their two teammates will find the kills for it.
Yeah, it's just no need right there for Omen to take the gunfights that are not to their advantage. You got the 3v2.
My initial
you know
reaction was
that bomb
attach, unfortunately, and I love attach.
We can retake it because we still.
But I
have the
think
numbers.
C9 probably needs to make a change.
Ball try to make up for it, take a little bit of space away before thinking about that objective. Unfortunately, do
And
get caught.
if they don't play really well
All
at the
right,
LAN, I
Lance.
think they
I
will.
like that.
Yeah,
But I think Boston's also like a T12 away from making a change.
Just show your presence and
I think.
just keep Cabal at bay.
I mean, LAG can make a change at any moment. You never know what LAG is gonna do. Falcons, I don't think will make a change unless
we're
they
sitting there
bottom out the LAN and feel like they just want to.
almost
They want to just start trying different things in preparation for
Dude, we
EWC.
expect better of him. That's the thing. It's just like
Correct,
when we
correct.
see a guy with that much talent, there's no reason why you should be throwing your talent
Higher than
away
the
because
prize
you're
pool limit
making
for
some
non-approved
boneheaded
tournaments? Yeah,
plays.
makes
Like,
sense.
No, let's lock in so you can work your way back to the big leagues.
Skies is getting dropped. But Gabe, Shotzi said they're not making any more roster changes, bro.
Friends, so he will just kind of play an angle over towards the front side at 10 on fences, a little through the A site here.
You don't believe him,
And
Gabe?
There's going to be a need to really be cautious of
3v3.
rewrapping this back because
This is
going to
be a tough bomb plan. Oh, wait, Lin's found a gap.
Dead
safe.
and also watch window, but as I say that, Lin's does pay off another kill on the KB, and this should be a much freer.
Oh, nice nade. Why did he not move? Why did he just eat that nade and let him know that's where he was standing?
Get the bomb down. Second player already threw some top plat. So now in the man advantage for Omen.
That's a joke, Chad. Shotzi said a lot of things they wouldn't do, and they have done this season.
Feels like that could be the case. Double peek gonna happen over through connector.
They make a roster change, Spiteful. We talked about it earlier.
And yep, he
Unfortunately, I think Envoy ends up being the scapegoat if LA. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I scapegoat on it. It depends who plays really bad to end the season if they don't win anything. But I think Envoy's the odd man out.
Just too much wiggling and wagging going on inside the connector.
But LAT's gonna win an event, so we're gonna be all right. They're gonna win multiple events.
Perfect. Every single time they find themselves in that advantage, they're realizing, okay, there's no need to force something. Let's just get the bomb down, use our attacks to gain the information, and then once that bomb gets planted, you already hit someone with an aid towards top secret. Second player just jumps toward top plat. So now, you know, in their retake, they're most likely going to group up, try to hit out something together.
That's true, Luis. That's true.
So Omith now pulling away in the search and destroy. SMG's having a field day. Cabal again in a situation.
Envoy's been frying on land. He has. He has. Also, nice name, Gabe. Nice name. No, Envoy's our best player at Major 1, probably. He's been good on land. He's definitely better on land than he is online.
He's already pulling up and onto the A site.
The thing with LAT is, like, they're not going to lose because of one player plays bad. They're going to lose because the team doesn't play together. Right? Like, or, I mean, obviously someone can make, like, a dumbass play. Like, Hydra can go underground game 7, round 11 and get picked for first blood. And, you know what I'm saying? But, like, generally, it's going to be team play that is what loses them maps and doesn't, like, they don't win events because of it.
Oh. Trying to isolate this player on this side, but Rupert finds his second round. Now
Brack with 2, though.
Playing for the trade also.
Hold on, Brack 1v4, chat. Wait a second.
Technically for 1v4. Already finds the initial 2, and he's got a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, sure does. Rock over the top, sees the shadow.
And he's dead.
But
Damn.
no, the hip fire does not quite land. Cabal able to get their second.
You think Lunars will be dropped first?
Just tried some
I mean, I could see it. If LAG make a change, I could see it.
I like the idea of that, knowing that you are likely going to be able to
exactly, MJ. That's what I'm thinking.
At least, as Cabal have put some pretty good focus over towards the A site, but
that's what I'm thinking. I feel like Dan is the piece they built around, right? The guy is obviously great individually, but the comms and the way he can like command the map is something that's pretty rare, I think, to do it at that level. And you put Scrap and Hydra next to him. I just think, unfortunately for Envoy, he ends up being the odd man out.
You get
right?
caught by Cabal on the
Envoy
bench.
also plays that role of
GG
like
on the round. So Cabal
route taking,
now
objective
down
focused
4-2 back on the
SMG.
defense,
That's
going back to the
not
shot
going to
that
have
worked for them
insane numbers,
originally,
and
which is this contest early
know,
on over towards this B point. They strike for the first blood, and now
that's
Omen
usually where
forces
people
back
feel
on
like
out.
maybe there's an upgrade
really not
available.
An option here at B, not with the way the hallway setup is looking at the moment. Especially
Let's go
with
D-Rancho.
Watching for a cross.
Trust me, I do not. I don't want LAT to make a change.
There's
And I
defense here
definitely,
to help
you know,
him
I don't want to
out.
see any of those guys
Shoulders
drop.
from Brack, not seeing
Envoy and
that.
Ghost here, two of my favorite pros, and
He's gonna
Scrap and
be
Hydra,
called
Scrap and
out.
Hydra.
I believe that's
And they're obviously two of my
Sandy
favorites as
Copper.
well,
Yeah,
but
sure is. So he's just trying to clear a little bit of space. but
Envoy
as
and
the
Ghost
bomb
here are my
carrier,
guys.
He can really only do so much to actually follow up on what he's created, and now they're going to try to get together off of that intel gathering kind of mission that goes through.
Yeah, it's so tough though because you use that RC car. How many people
Okay.
plan on to be?
3v4 post plant.
But everybody from Cabal was set up around that site. They knew the play wasn't going to be here, so instantly in a position to retake it with the numbers advantage.
Brack's gonna have to go
40
big up
seconds
here,
and
I
counting.
think.
Now you're banking on Cootie on this bench.
Nice.
And Brack just gets the spam down on
Oh,
Seawatch.
no.
That's not good news. So it has
Brack
to
is
be
getting singled out.
Cootie who gets
Oh,
the
they
kill,
just
but
they just
instead,
singled him out so
clearance
well.
The top window is good.
Wait.
Standy behind it. Oh, the trigger
Oh,
discipline,
Standy.
so good. Makes this easier. Finding the first. Now to the 1v2. Able to get another nice read, but the
Oh my
shots
God.
are miserably
Standy.
bad. I mean, you've got him
Oh,
stuck in a
it's
corner.
windy
You
on
can't lock
Hacienda. What
into
was
it.
that?
Enough damage to Forrest Rupert to get the team kill,
Oh my god.
but that's a forehead play.
Why
that the
was it
ball will
so
get away with one.
windy?
Yeah, realistically, he was going to get traded. The shots obviously
Oh
weren't the
my
best, but
God.
even if he guarantees that one-on-one,
What
it
was
takes
that,
some kind
bro?
of insane reaction time to turn and burn. On to Rupert to close out the round.
He didn't even
but
get the
ball
kill. The
now
guy
coming
team
right to
killed
the
it.
stage.
That wasn't.
Strike
He
for the
didn't even
first
get
blood.
that kill.
Force Omen to make an adjustment. Numbers advantage. You retake it together. You rely on Cootie on the bench, who was able to find pretty sure 2 on that round.
Oh god. Okay,
Round
4-3.
4-3.
Gotta lock
Back
in.
on the
Gotta
offense,
lock in.
Starting to chain a couple together here.
Needs Spark to get a couple kills and they
They're
win
gonna
this
go for
shit.
the split push, double stack through the top hallway, prepare for anything at B.
Yeah. Wad's on the corner over towards the cabanas. Just waiting to see if he can catch any defenders getting aggressive. Rupert also kind
Oh
of
my
watching the same
god.
angle, though.
Chad, thank you guys again for tuning in, man. Don't forget to
Here.
drop a like if
Been
you
a
haven't
little bit
already.
down
Hope you guys are having a good week.
Into the defensive emit. And
We
now
got
here comes your stun hit
Probably
over the top
4
of Chad. You've already
hours,
got Lynn's kind of
3,
rotating back,
4
so
hours
Standy's
of
essentially by
challengers
himself.
still today, and then all
Sees
day
the
tomorrow
shoulder
to
of
see who
one.
wins EU and NA. I'll be live for both.
Tags back and forth, and now Lynn's will join. These are both the subs for emit.
Can you
Ready
see
to
his
go.
toes? He can't.
Yeah, he doesn't even spot him planting the bomb. Perfect angle there to get the objective down. So now in a 4v4, all you're doing is holding time. You're just wasting time for Cootie to work on a pinch, but you make it a 3v3 if you're Lens.
Yep. KB still over the top, trying to hold back. Here's the pitch to Cootie. That works out
no.
beautifully. And how about the turnaround
No one's
here
watching
for
the
Cabal
pinch,
G's?
man.
Standy had a
4-4.
1v3 in front of him. Looked like he was going to be good for it with the timing
Not
of his
like this,
rotation,
dude.
but doesn't come through.
Not
Cabal
like
saves
that.
round, and following up with another, just like that, instead of being at like a 5-3 count, it's 4-4.
Yeah, and that's just one of those rounds where Cabal is just like, all right, you guys can initially have your setup.
Omit, win. We didn't win.
Stuns everything. We're not going to show anything.
It's all good. Bounce
And
back.
they
Let's go.
force Omit to
What's good,
reposition
Bleezy? How
off
we
of that
doing?
B site. Once they give up rock
I
control,
did
they
see that,
immediately
Spiteful. I
take it,
did.
plant the bomb,
I was
and
in Zoomer's
slow
stream when they
strong
came
their
back. That was
post
actually
back.
kind of
It's
hilarious.
So much more difficult to retake it
Was I
from
not a
both
snake?
side at
I
that
didn't even
B
see it, if I'm
site.
being honest. Who was
You
snaking?
got Cootie just setting
Also,
up perfect
they
timing zone
definitely
attention
don't
again.
really,
They're gonna find a couple on the round.
They snake a
All
lot
tied
more
back
in
forth. The ball
challengers.
here initially to start off the push again. Here comes Seawads already out towards auto fence.
Well, Goody, first blood. Allow C.
Goody Bloods. Number 4 has got to make a play here.
He's got to make this play, Alan.
Yeah, he sure does.
Lynn's on the
It's
pinch.
a long route. Doors are going to pop.
Oh,
Gets
okay.
the
He gets one,
first.
gets out.
Second potentially to come
Nice,
through. and
Spark.
Ward
That's a huge
gets
kill.
Absolutely spun on.
That's a
Spark
huge
just
kill
kind
out of Spar.
has a
Okay,
little
hold on.
backslide
3v2.
Away from the gunfight, still wins it. And instead of it maybe being
They're going to wrap
Cabal
bomb
in a
B,
power
but Cabal's
position,
also
now all of a
wrap.
sudden
Oh,
they're
Standy's
to
going to get shot.
rotate,
Did he see him?
and they have to do so very blindly into B.
Yeah, it's insane how Omen been able to make something
Bomb
out of
down.
nothing on this round. Man advantage, bomb down over towards B. Cootie and KB are instantly here to retake.
Oh,
Could
good trade.
one, but nothing more. Has to be down to the 1v2
Nice.
for KB.
Good
and
trades.
he
Great
cannot
trades.
Slide over towards the rock to
that's
stay
how you play
safe.
right there, man. That's how you
Kills
play.
are in and Amit find themselves now on map point.
5-4. Come
That's
on, win
big,
this
man,
shit.
Because Cabal stroke for the first blood there. But then Lens with a big individual play just needs to win a one-on-one on the pinch, makes it a 3v3. And then,
All right, Lens
I
is
don't
having
know
a good
how
SND
Spark
map.
continues to do
He's
it,
finding
man. Up
gaps.
close and
He's making
personal,
plays.
Throws an extra shoulder just in case. Make sure no one's pushed
All right,
on
come on.
up,
Close
but
it out.
Just that information gain and then the snap onto CWAD. Basically,
As long
secures
as
the
nobody
round
starts
for
helping
Omen.
Cootie, we'll be all right here.
Now at game point. Last time they bit the bullet, or at least bit the bait. And Cabal just played slow on their approach. Omid, this time, let's just spread setup, gain the info, and then react after.
Tie up the series. Oh, it's a hit through mid. I don't know if he saw that guy or not.
Through KB staying alive just barely.
I don't think he
again.
did. He's not centering at
But
Secret, so I don't
trying
think he
to
knows that
keep
guy
on
was under
picking.
there.
The big thing here is that Standy has gotten into a spot where he could try to hit a quick pinch, depending on the timing of how he wants to move, either through Secret or to grapple up top to get onto the windows. So this is a bit dicey, but Cabal
Number
again,
5
just
is-
noise, create a little bit of doubt.
Is number 5 in an
Gonna
RC
come
car?
up
Why
first
is he
over the
sitting
top
there
of it.
like that? He's not even
Yeah,
looking
that's why
well.
we're
He's
gonna get
looking for like the
information immediately.
deep.
So how does
spawn rat?
Sandy react on
He's
this
got to
one?
be in a car. It's Cootie, right?
Still
Never mind,
playing it
not
over
anymore.
Towards closed window. Cootie's now re-pinching him through A.
Oh shit, he's
Bomb's getting
pinching.
planted.
He's pinching. What timing does number 5 get on the bottom of the map right there?
The tags, nothing more. Long route starting to develop for Cootie. This could be big.
Oh my
Especially
god,
with the
man. They're just gonna let this.
inside
Oh, good
the
shots.
thing, but pinch
They're just
shut
gonna let
down.
this guy
Now the
pinch.
stun trying to
Wait,
come
Lynn's
back
got
through. Lynn's able
2.
to find himself a double. Spark follows up just down to Seawaz, who finds himself 2 over the top. Oh, he doesn't have much ammunition. Just onto the pistol.
Oh!
Doesn't get the regen. Linz beats him to the punch.
Linz!
And at 5
Oh
in a
my
row,
God.
Linz will send us to a 6-4 tally.
Oh my god,
here in the
Linz ends on a
Hacienda
5
series.
spree to end it
Dude,
off.
That's a big individual play right there from Linz.
Wait,
man.
how did Linz get 2?
I thought that was a GG on the round. Once Cootie timed that flank again from top window. First one was guaranteed. Second one looked to be a little bit
Linz
easier.
for
but Linz
Hydra.
had the right
Honestly,
gun for
let's
the
go.
Engagement. Snaps with the AR for that kill. Makes it
Let's
a
go, man.
3v3.
Hydra to
Miraculously,
omit.
is able to pull out a second
Wow,
kill
what a play.
instantly as soon as that first one goes down. And then in a one-on-one, Seawads is weak. I got the pistol. I got every gun in the back pocket. Let me just close out the game for my squads. Linz with a phenomenal search and destroy there for Omid to tie the series up at 1. That's
12
what they
and
needed,
6.
to see one go through the hoop.
Yeah, I'll
12
say.
and 6. Cootie tried what he
Still
could,
another
man. He
one
didn't
of
have
those
enough
maps
help.
that You look at
4
Cabal
first bloods
and
too for Cootie. Wow,
thinking
4
there was
bloods and 1
opportunities that
first
may
death
have
is actually
left,
insane.
But largely speaking, it was kind of, I mean, it was
All right,
4-1
to control
tally
we
at one
go,
point,
man.
and I
To
think we're
control
looking
we
at that
go.
1v3.
What's good,
very well should
Dumb, yo?
have come through in a
Thoughts
lot
on
of
this
ways,
big
and
brain
definitely
team?
looking at a
Ghosty,
5-3
Dashy,
tally.
Joe,
So it's
Estral?
closer than maybe would have expected based on the
I mean, that team could be
gameplay
could be
that was
interesting. Could be
kinda coming
nice.
through, but regardless of that, still very, very nicely won out by Amit. I think especially, like you mentioned, just kind of the timing of some of these long pinch routes that we saw both on offense and on defense for Amit.
Yeah, it was good
No,
stuff
I
from
didn't
Omid,
see that,
especially
Boza,
early
but-
into the game. We
Dude,
talked
people-
about the number situation. Every
People
time
will
they
find a
showed
way to cheat,
Brook
bro.
the
If they
first
really want
play,
to cheat, they'll find a
instantly
way, I
played their
guess.
numbers perfect.
It's kind of
Those
insane,
plans were
but
perfect. And late at half when
I
Cabal
don't know,
started
bro.
to go for like this 3-1 split on their setup where
Why people
Cootie was
cheat,
just
I
catching
don't even
so
know in
many
the first
times on his
place.
pinch.
Feels like a
Usually not
waste
how
of
it
time.
goes when you're being that island player, but everything was going right for him. Unfortunately, that double in that final round.
Trying to see the
didn't go
shops
right.
on the budget this year? Oh hell yeah, let's
Ended up
go.
losing the search and destroy, but Omid started off strong, closed out strong, tied the series up at 1, and now you're feeling good going into a vault control because your ARs, you know, Smart's gonna win some gunfights, and Stanley and Linz, they're here to play too.
Yeah, I mean, as you'd expect, that you are going to get what would likely
Finance
be
guy needs
a
to hurry up. Hey, you
control
could just
that-
send
I don't
the
know,
money
I
to
wanna
me,
say,
bro.
like,
I'll
stays
get a set
favored
for you.
towards Amit, but I don't know.
Wow,
It
it's
is one of
vault
those things
control,
that
dude. I'm
the way
telling
the
you,
ball has
bro.
played in the last couple
They
weeks.
only play
Maybe it was
vault
just
control
Brad
in
was like,
challengers.
this
Like,
stage
I don't
was
think
taking
Hasi and
care
Protocol is an
prior
option.
to. Much more
Every series we
complete
watch,
as
they
a
play
team. They're
vault
not just
control.
winning
I don't
track
understand
versus
why.
They're not just inching out hard points. They're getting better across every single mode. And that's great news in terms of, again, just combating the narrative that we had prior, which was Cabal was largely getting into these playoff situations as like an 8 or 7 seed, the last in their group by tiebreakers.
Like, I just
It's
don't
time
get
to
it.
handle their business.
Can we
And
ban
I think that says a
control?
lot about
Dude,
how
I'm
it's been
telling
tracked
you,
over the
man.
course of this year.
There should
Yeah,
be
it's
the
good stuff from
third
Cabal,
mode.
man. When you go through all the leaps and bruises
Should
of
be
everything in the
like
beginning
2
of the
or
season,
3
okay, we're not
different
good at this, we're not
modes,
good at this,
and
but
they
you stay
do
strong in
they
your
do
system,
like as
eventually
part of the
you're gonna
veto
start to see some
process, you
results.
veto the
I feel like
game
with
mode.
this roster, it's the most
So it could be
consistent
like
roster we've
control,
honestly
capture the
forced
flag, and
all
like
PG
blitz,
lineup,
let's
and
say,
it just
because
feels like
we're
you
boots on the
break their
ground.
play around each other. They have
And
moments where
and they veto the
individually they
mode.
shine. But in
So
those
like a
moments
team
of
could say we're gonna
individual
veto
shining,
control
teammates
versus
are
you,
there.
and the other team could say
Teammates are
we're
there to
gonna
play
veto
those traits
blitz
and all
versus you,
that
and they
good
play
stuff. So
CTF in
Cabal
that series.
have a
And the
really
next
good team
series,
aspect of the
they
game.
can
They
veto
start off slow in that
CTF, and they
search
end up
and
playing
destroy. They're going to
they
be
end
able
up
to
playing
contest
control or
overload
something.
because
I
it's
feel like
how
that'd be
they
so
play.
cool.
They really make a lot of use of their kills. Some people in challenges are useless in their kills. But with this Cabal squad, they have figured out that aspect of the game.
Yeah, that's a weird way of putting it. A little bit of emphasis on the useless part. Happens.
Nah, I'm tired of control,
Yeah,
man.
I'm pumped for this.
I'm
Just to
tired
kinda
of
see how it's
control.
gonna get.
I think control, like I say it every time we talk about it, I think control is like,
These elite stages.
in terms of like competitive integrity, I feel like it's a good mode because it's a respawn mode, but it requires a lot of teamwork. It requires like live management. There's a time limit on the rounds, right? So like there's some added pressure. Like I think in terms of like how you play, more often than not, I mean, pretty much every time the team that plays better is going to win that. Like there's not really a lot of cheese in control, I feel like.
And you're essentially
But
playing a brand new tournament.
It's just
today
boring,
tomorrow.
bro. I'm tired of it, man.
Bit of an issue is
Give me
for getting the
uplink.
ball, you have to do so without wavering at all because you're coming from the
And it's a
back.
draw.
But still, it just there is a level of once
Just
you
give
get
me
rid of your
uplink
first two
back,
teams
man.
And you have the top 6 remaining. Any single one of them could win this thing.
100%, man, because any given day, it could just be your day of Call of Duty. You walk in, you're shooting in a free-for-all, everything is connecting, you're hearing things a little bit extra, you're just feeling good. You probably got some good breakfast to start your day.
I miss Uplink, bro. It was just so elite.
Series, at least the one that we're
It was
currently
so
in, I don't
elite.
know what just happened there, but we have a delay, Alan. This is just usually what happens, brother. We're
I just like, why can't they add Uplink into the
It's always
game?
really funny because, like,
And it's
when
the
you
only
see
game
all
mode where
the
there's
time,
jetpacks.
Like even like
Like imagine if they played Hardpoint SND and Uplink in a series, and in game 3 it was jetpacks, and in the other 4 maps it was boots on the ground.
It's like, what side do you want? Like,
I mean, honestly, I think
whatever
map
side
3
is
would be
P2
everyone
side.
would be
Like,
most
it feels
excited for
like,
map 3.
whatever the names of the sides are, they're just hoping and praying that they can, pick the right side. So sometimes that happens to be the case. Here's a look back over our Bravo matchup as, again,
That's
it was
insane, Gabe. That's
pretty much
insane.
a B4 blowout on the Vault hardpoint for Team Ward, which got them that massive lead. But Luxury
Wow.
Exotic 6-2 to respond in the dealership. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a good bounce back on a dealership. So to destroy it, you make the map a
Luxury
little bit
Exotics
smaller.
ties
Your
up the
SMGs
other
able to make
series,
a
so
lot more
both of these
plays.
series
Like
are
they took
1-1.
care of that one with ease. So tying up the series 1-1 is massive for Luxury Exotic because if you get to that protocol,
That's
you're feeling
insane.
fantastic. You know
That's
what Trax is able to
insane,
do. You know what
That's
Neum with
insane.
an AR or an SMG is able to do. And Glow Frosty.
I think we'll get a jetpack pod again at some point.
In the S&D, forces them to at least go to map 4, which is on their side.
Right,
of
like
map
you
4.
got to think.
Okay.
They did jetpacks for 3 years.
All right,
The
well,
first
back
2
in for
years,
our
people
control.
pretty much
So
really,
we've got
really
the
liked
Brian
it. I think by the
matchup.
third year,
Let's go
people,
there
most people were
with,
tired of
main
it. Some
matches.
people
We'll
still
be
really
doing
liked
map
it.
3, map 4 that
We
they
haven't
have
had
to
jetpacks
deep.
since
But then for us, of course,
2017.
again, let's answer some questions.
So it's been
Just
8
all
years.
to put together
Like by
and show us,
2027,
those
2028, it's been 10
improvements
years
that
since the
we've been alluding
jetpack
towards.
game.
Can they get
As the
into
years go on,
something
more and more
and
people are
this
going to want
would
it
match
back.
the Vault control
Like,
over
I
what
feel
we've
like
seen,
we'll
but
get it again. I just don't know when it's going to be, right? There were rumors, I think, that like we were going to get it in like 2027, which I guess could still possibly happen, but
And just continue to place your advantages.
I feel like
Slow approach on the
Sledgehammer
break.
should
Don't
be
wanna go
working on
forward
a
and it works
Advanced
out
Warfare
perfectly for
2,
Omen.
bro.
Sandy finds the opening too. You have a 3v2.
you know what I
around the
mean?
middle of
We
the map
already got
and
Black Ops
information
7
gained
this
on the one
year.
player.
We got Modern Warfare 4
Now,
the year after
so at
that.
least guarantee a couple of seconds.
Advanced
first one
Warfare 2
already. Lock,
2020.
second one still being
8,
worked
bro.
on, still-
Or actually, it would be
still in favor of
2027.
Omen, but Ball are still trying to contest.
See, once this goes prone and a teammate's fallen body and is able to at least take down Limbs before a trade comes out. Sandy just making sure that as his ARs come off spawn, they can
Ooh.
still hang on top of the site. And even though Brack will drop, Reed is in. And
Yeah, I
still,
feel like they're
baby,
working
just
back to it, Bobby, right?
bounces
Like,
up and over,
we get Omni
finds
movement,
two.
and then
Lynn's
we're
up
apparently
top, 'cause
getting
again,
wall
thinking
running.
about jumping on
And then from
point,
there,
but
maybe you can add in like
has one on this
jumping or like
position.
double
Sometimes just
jumping
grab the
type
trophy.
shit.
Help is
Like, I think we
nearby,
can
but
slowly
again,
get back
damage
to
here
it,
from
and we'll
done.
maybe
It
get to
gives
some
you
sort of
credit
hybrid of
for
like a
like-
boots on the ground
Yeah,
and
just finesse
jetpacks
it,
type
just
game,
finesse your life,
which
showing a
would
little
be
bit of
interesting
presence,
how that
drawing
would
attention
work,
on the
but
side of Cabal, and then you go 3 for 1 in the
I
trade
can't
fight.
like.
So
I
that
will
final
never
segment is able to come
be
on and
mad
Brack
at the
already
COD
in the
developers for
position, holding
trying
down
something
hard,
new.
and wins the
What makes me
one-on-one
mad is when they
gunfight.
try new things and the
You have
community
some
tells them
presence
it's
in
shit,
towards
and then
Vol,
they
you're able to put the
keep
game
doing
clock
that
at a
same
pause.
thing.
Lynn's giving
That's what makes-
unbelievable comms
oh,
there, and the timing.
that's what makes me
on to
mad.
the second kill, so Omen, they can guarantee at least one segment.
And then he's just not
they're
even
gonna get it.
looking up top.
Second possibly on the way, especially if Spart wins that battle over towards Vault Stairs. Wads right behind that though, helping as Rupert starts to push in from the front, and there's your clearance. But to say, you kind of have to hold your breath for a moment because if those those extra eliminations.
Okay,
come out,
I mean, they're up
that
4
second
lives,
thing
a minute
they've done
20
could
left.
almost
This
stack
is
up
very
there.
winnable for Omit.
Looking pretty darn
Although
good
someone else can have
on
to get some
defense.
kills
And
rather than
that's the way,
standing.
Just down 3 lives. and starting to get some map control back as both Goody and Wads have essentially been able to contest.
Dude, sliding in Ghost was so ass. The only time I ever slid in Ghost was like into the blitz point. When I was running for my life to try and get in there to get the point. It's the only time I ever slid.
A minute left to work with. Rupert unfortunately does get caught by Standy.
That is true too, MJ. That is true too.
T-Watch trying to work this pinch. No presence from Omit already through the B street, but that nade connecting onto BB, they're just going to bombard their way through the front.
Yeah. Second tick going to come through. The stack is significant.
Come on, man.
Pitch play needs to get
Stack the
here.
point, stack the point.
Contest is in. 3 for 1. The exchange being back by
What are we
himself,
aiming
there's
at?
Full wipe. Okay. For a moment, it started to get a little dicey because, like, we're waiting for that flank to come
Okay,
out.
10v9, 45 seconds, one tick left.
It's not happening. And eventually it does. So now just down to life and only 40 seconds to defend our Cabal.
Yeah, and Cabal, they're thinking, all right, we already have gotten a clean 4 dead. No way in hell someone should slip on by, but I thought Standy had himself a very crucial position right there to take some arc control away because he was able to slip by enemy lines, but now 25 seconds left to go.
Brack's through. Here we go.
Brack wins a big one-on-one gunfight. He has our control. Everybody sprint through the front. We can still do it.
This comes down to, can Brack create something, and instead he'll fall off that top side at Art, play the cross down low as the clock will stop at 14.6.
No!
Big one. And so far,
Oh my God, Linz had to win that gunfight, bro.
Last 3
3v6, it's
gets
chalked.
completed. Spart would have to get 2 and drop onto the point to stop the clock. And he will only find the first rack, 1v1 through street side. No, not going to be able to get that in time to get to the point. So Cabal will still put together at least a defensive win, but it comes at the cost of 5 ticks of progress.
Yeah, 5 segments is definitely wasn't on your bingo card to give up there in round number 1, but at least you got the defense. And this was a big play to why you're able to shut down at least one wave here. That initial kill to start off on Linz is so massive. Because at that point, you saw Rupert's arrow. He was going back and forth trying to make a decision. I'm like, dude, I don't want to get bad timing here. I want to assist my teammates over the point. But when Linz gives him that kill, instead of just like finessing his life a little bit more around or even staying on the top side of Palace at P4, that would have been a better play than just
This is a big map, man. This is a big map.
Able to withstand a couple
Oh,
waves.
it's gotta win this one.
Another phenomenal start in this control. 11 and 5 on 5 in a row. Got some segments to work up for, but get your trophies now because you know these.
What's good, Gur? How we doing?
And it's all 4 members just
If only these maps weren't ass, you're not wrong, man.
Points, so
You're not wrong.
The balcony play. You've got Wads kind of.
It's so unfortunate.
Actually, he's playing over towards pool side. He wasn't up top at all. So
Like it's genuinely so unfortunate.
Way to get a couple of kills.
Chad, do you think any of these maps in BO6, like, you'd want like 5 years from now? Is there any maps in this game you would be like, I want to see this one as like a remaster and like a season or like a DLC?
Slow and steady approach on the initial.
Who's playing today? All the challengers teams play today. Omit is playing Cabal right now. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Omit Brooklyn will be playing Spartans in like, I think after this ends. Nuketown? Okay, well, Nuketown doesn't count.
Not going to stand a chance through the middle of the map. Another wave down. And now you got to get through your base even more.
Nice, Brack. That's 4 dead.
Yeah, look at this. Every lane is being
Holy
watched.
shit, they're in the... Oh my God, this looks like hell.
Slaughterhouse.
Wait.
Look at those spawns.
Well,
I was about to say... Dude, I was about to say...
They all got out off spawn.
They're literally looking at where the spawn points would be. And hold on a second. Cabal able to utilize that as a chance to catch 1 tick of progress.
What was that spawn?
And more than that, a second is here. 2 members are stacked. Rupert could just back up to the B point. Did they spawn trap too hard that they're going to give Cabal a bit of a lifeline here?
Maybe, but they at least found the 2 initial kills to not give up this A point. But C-Wads is able to still stay alive and earn 3 segments. So Cabal makes something out of nothing.
What did I just watch?
In the right moment.
They just had them in the super duper spawn trap. And then they literally spawned like out of their base and they capped out.
They find an opening kill as well.
Yes, they could. And they get the player out of point. No, Linz instead has the car bomb in his favor. Standy off the pinch will clear things back.
What the fuck?
It's just, that's the first time that I've seen that, Jay. Like, we've seen that spawn trap.
Oh my God, that was insane.
Being executed to that level, but we saw it from Brack's perspective. He's looking into the spawn the entire time. I've never seen offensive spawns that look like that.
Yeah, it was 2 that spawned inside ammo and 2 that spawned inside P2 at the fountain. So you're just not going to be able to read that. Because you only push that on the backside of ammo. You only push that on the backside of Fountain.
13v3. I've never
And
seen
then they
anybody
just
lose
spawn in
this,
front
right?
of you, and
There's
with
just
one
no way.
gunfight, turn themselves a couple segments. I'm home
Thank
it though.
God.
Let's not let this round slip. Thankfully, it's a 1v10. But you do give up an extra segment.
This
He
guy's
probably
moving
didn't
right
want to.
now.
Rupert's still finessing. but
Rupert was
eventually he
moving.
will fall. And like you said, Omit just spawn trap a little bit too hard. You probably want to just put your focus on one side of the map so you can consistently have one play on the side of Cabal.
I'm telling you, Jay, I've never seen that.
Dude, they literally had them
I don't
in
even
such
know-
a spawn
it's
trap
not
that
even
they
just on the
spawned
map. I don't
out
know if
of
I've
their
ever
own.
really
They
seen
literally
that.
spawned out. I didn't even know you could spawn there.
Challengers at the CDL level in control, maybe ever, to where like you've blocked every spawn point and you're looking into the spawn.
KB's 5 and
where the
14.
offense
Oh
would
no, that's unfortunate.
Essentially be spawning at their worst, and that's crazy. I've seen it in COD Mobile plenty of times in COD Mobile, but I've
Man, I
never
hope
seen it in
BO7 is
CDL.
good, bro.
It's crazy.
I hope BO7. I to be honest, my hopes for BO7 are ungodly low
Okay, tied up at
because
one,
this
Omit.
game had 4 years of development
Time to
and
go
it
back
still
on the
has
offense,
insane
start
amount
off
of
with the initial couple of
problems
kills,
and
so some
issues.
segments are going to be guaranteed early
And
on.
Treyarch's apparently head deving
Cabal,
that
you
game
really
as well.
don't want to allow them to extend
which pretty
time
much
so
means,
early.
like,
we need to find an opening.
This game, like I don't know, bro.
Well, that might help.
I'm just not
But that
very
segment of progress is
optimistic.
already completed.
I feel like it's just gonna feel like
Just kind of,
BO6 year
again,
2, almost
cruise
guaranteed.
More towards a bit, possibly finding a round 5 defense at worst. But we'll hold that point until it becomes a little bit more convincing. And at least for now, Cabal, much better. Trying to manipulate spawns here is Rupert, and he's going to send everyone over to Seawads' way, but he can only find one, and Amit will find maybe an opportunity to play onto A.
Yeah, this is a lot more consistent of a play. Just push that towards ammo, force them to spawn over towards water, and have them OE their way.
They had no idea this guy was here.
Just keep on trading.
Okay.
Maybe you would look for that double,
Damn.
but now it's a one-on-one. That player's going to be weak, so
Down
Seawad's
5
last man
lives.
standing. 40 seconds to go. Omit basically have 1 or 2 more
Need
pushes to go.
Spark
It
to
all has
step up a little
Circle,
bit
Top
here.
Cat, and Cooley here to hold it down.
Well, okay.
MW3 was a big improvement for MW2. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
You just got to find a way to get onto his
I don't know if it's like
He will do so by jumping onto B, but KB turns, finds the first
I don't know.
couple
I guess
shots,
we'll
and
see. I mean,
then
MW2,
right
like
after.
the whole
So,
game, I felt like
2-6
changed,
is
right? Like
looking at it
MW3,
all
the
of that
movement was
get
completely
here in their
different. Like
second offensive attack,
I
and
think they're sticking with
great
pretty
news
much the
for
same movement,
Ball
plus
picking
that
to
whole
keep
wall
that
running
as the
thing.
case,
So I
and
mean,
as
I
the
guess
third
that could
down
make
and
the game
overall
better or
score.
worse, technically.
100%, because you'll only be down by 3. You just need to hold down these final 2 kills here. Gonna drop down through the map all on Spartan.
Oh,
He is
man,
going to
bad
get traded,
offense.
and Rupert is gonna end it on 4
Bad
in a row.
offense.
So Cabal just filling the proper gaps. Mathan game a lot easier when you just pushed out towards the right positions. Rupert initially to start the round over towards ammo.
Can we rewatch
Pushing them
Genji
all
versus
to
Hunter
work
Team
their
Miami
way through the
2019
OE at
BO4 playoffs
Waterside.
with VOD review one day? I'm down.
You're just getting mowed down when you're
Let's
running
do some.
into
Let's
the
do some
setup
old school
and the pre's
VOD
on the side
review
of Cabal.
during the
Down
off season.
by
That could
3
be fun.
segments now. The break off is going to be a big thing. You can't really rely on that heroic
Dude, the snaking in
late
MW2 is
round
insane.
like you did in the previous.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
That
Startup
was
needs to
like
be
holy shit, dude. How did we watch 2 years straight of like
See what we get.
pretty much unfiltered snaking, right? Like obviously MW2 is worse than Vanguard, but oh my God. it was just what they just were going crazy. There was no stopping it.
Wants to pinch from, deal with those kills, and then make a play. And actually, with a little bit of focus here over towards the sole defender of Brack on the B point, Wads will pop up through vault stairs.
Yeah, I
find
think
the
Sledgehammer
kill,
is the new GOAT studio
back
too.
onto A,
Sledgehammer
where
just
it's
does such a good job of like
Phenomenal right there from Cabal.
listening
All
to the
attention,
community and
put a
like
little pressure over
adding
towards B,
fun shit.
force
You know what I
Omit
mean?
to
Like
go
I
for
feel
play
like
on
they're
that
not.
one and catch the numbers in
What?
towards A, and now Cootie continuing on the hot streak.
Like
can only
IW's
line
too,
up a double.
like, they're too worried about
But it should
making things like
guarantee some extra
realistic, and
time
then
here for his
Treyarch. I
teammates.
mean, I don't know
Yeah,
what
good.
they're doing.
And that's an extra minute to go, up by 3 lives.
Looking solid. Plenty of time on the clock. Has Cootie been seen? Looks like Linz has got an idea on this, and yeah, now he knows. But Cootie will just back up over towards P4 and just keep his life. Keep the defense guessing. As the rest of the attack is already
Not a
making
good
its way
defense
over
so
towards
far.
Cam's
Down
Root,
5
Street
lives.
For that matter.
They gotta
Now
get
Cootie
a 4
and
dead
Chip
here.
peak as
Okay,
every
let's
kill's
run
a
into
good
that
kill.
guy.
You can get on, put pressure on the zone, and with the players that are still trying to deal with the flank, you
Okay,
have
there's
to hope
one.
that Linz's position
Nice.
will work out, and it looks like it very well may.
Okay, hold on, get some
As
kills.
Cabal cannot stay
Okay.
alive around the point.
Yeah, I thought Cootie was doing a fantastic job of just finessing his life in their spawn. Drawing the attention, allowing an opening for his teammates to approach from the front.
Oh!
They just could really get nothing going there. Finally, you
Dude,
find
this
the initial
Cootie guy
kill.
is frying.
Finesse, finesse, finesse. Good shoulders. Can someone try to assist Rupert?
Oh my God, I thought he was gonna
'Cause the
knife
knife isn't going to get it done, but you're up by 5
Oh my God,
lives. You're
Cootie
still
is
trying to play for
frying
spawn
right
kills.
now.
We need to pause the game clock. We need to hop on the objective.
Yeah, we really do. 21 plays 18, still not able to.
Who is this
repeat the
Cootie
play
guy?
live through B Street.
He's just a Challengers player. I don't really know much about him, if I'm being honest. I don't know a whole lot about most of Cabal. The only one I had heard of previously was Rupert.
3 lives is the difference with 60 seconds
Before
on the
this
clock,
season.
and Cabal are really just left to try to have to play off of what they get here in the.
I agree,
vaults there.
focused.
Yeah, and
And I just don't know if that's ever going to
That's all they
happen.
need to guarantee
COD can
themselves
just get
defense
away
in
with
round
like
number
recycling
5.
content so
Obviously,
much
this lane
that
is going to play a big part.
I just don't
They
think
do
they
end
care
up
about making
fine,
new
but
things. Like
guarantee that
they
one
just make so
segment.
much money, it doesn't
Put
matter.
yourself in a power position. Potentially close out this map. Final 45 seconds. Here comes C1 on the pinch. Finds the opening, and now you're just going to draw the attention from Omid. Stay alive at a point.
Yep. Wads. Oh, timing
Oh.
there is miserable. Doesn't say just
Come on.
how long
This is
does
still
it take
winnable.
the corner
Even though they're
versus
down a
the
couple
back of the
lives, this is
zone?
still
This
very
the
winnable.
difference. Rupert does reclaim
Number
some
3
position
gets
at
some
gold,
spawn.
but Cootie's still on a
Bro,
crossing
can we-
angle. So you've shut down the flank. You've got Cootie just playing Overwatch on the other side of this point, and with damage being dealt, the ball can make their way on. There's the first tick, second
Nice.
being worked on. Standy still pushing
Player life,
through.
player life.
Art trying to get back in the picture
No.
with
Oh my
it.
God, this guy's
13
ripping.
plays 8, but the big thing here is that Cabal have to get on the zone. Only 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it's the last push. What can C1 get done on this pinch? Is he going to be able to slip on by? No. They spot him on the cross. They're going to commit on the gunfight.
Okay.
So 2 players
I
are
like
out of the
that, I
position.
like that.
Can you clutch up through the front? The first kill already goes in favor of Omen, and so does the
Oh.
second. So they're going to
Last guy
have
in
the
time.
numbers advantage. Just flood
Nice.
your way out. Find the trades. We're going to a round
Nice,
5.
round
but the
5, come
ball,
on.
they got that one segment. They're going to be the team on defense.
Round 5 offense cheese. Let's go Omid. Come on.
Okay. Wow,
Round
what a
5
weird
offensive cheese,
control.
chat. Here it
I
comes.
think I'm still just like lost in the fog of that spawn trap, just like living rent free in my house right now.
And you know what's crazy about that, Alan? Is without that situation happening, they'd be the team on defense. Like,
Correct.
that's so
Yep.
tough.
Yep. So true, dude.
I agree, focus. Actually, to be honest, as the year went on with Modern Warfare 3 last
Too
year,
much kills?
like as they added in
Too
new
much
maps
bad
and stuff, like
You just
I don't
can't
know. I
control that.
kind of like started
Too many
having
kills.
fun again
Not a good
in like
thing
MW3,
sometimes.
like halfway through the year, like later in the year. Like I played it when the game first came out. Like I mean, everyone does with every COD when it first comes out, but I got bored of it pretty quick. But then like February-ish came around, and I was like playing it again, and then.
Gonna try to maybe
I mean, I did the whole camo grind in MW3, like the whole multiplayer grind. I'm not even close to done in
Rupert is
BO6.
gonna be aware of this though, and he's put himself into a spot where it's a really good nade. Wow, it's a really
Oh,
good nade.
man.
Wad's pushing on the other side of it. That's absolutely
Favorite
freaking
emo
beautiful.
band?
Really well
Oh,
done.
I don't even know.
And that's gonna stop the additional attempt here. For this completely having them to just
Oh.
cause fun and win gunfights onto A.
Okay, come
They
on.
have been
Offensive
good
round
at that.
5 powers. Let's go. If Spartan Brack start getting some kills, this is winnable.
Find himself on 3 in a row. Sets its own through the middle of the map. Second segment should
Oh.
be guaranteed. Spart doesn't win the close one-on-one gunfight. So now it's last man standing in Standy. He is going to
Player
fall.
life,
Linz, now
Linz.
you just need to play your life. Wait for the next ones to come on in.
Still allowing the ball to
Yeah, the
stay forward
the
on the map.
camo grind in BO6 got like really mind numbing. Like I think the head like just having it be like 100 headshots for each gun to get gold is like very standard and like not difficult necessarily, but like there is something to be said about having different challenges. I feel like for certain camos, so you can kind of like mix it up a bit.
Just trying to find some sort of a chance to wrap, slides over, trying to.
But I was just playing
before the
like
call-up can come through. That doesn't
hardcore
work.
mosh
With
pit
extra
maps
60
and trying to
seconds,
like
more
just
for
tap people in the head because they would just be a one shot. And oh my god, bro,
Difficult to get out of this
some of those
spawn.
games are just mind numbing.
Three
My
go
brain
dead
was
at the
melting.
wrong time. You're already pushed up on both angles, so Cabal thinking that they have them trapped.
All right,
But Jackson
hold on,
spawning
hold on.
right behind C-Wise.
Big kills,
Yeah,
big
eventually
kills.
got to get back into the play, buddy.
Gotta kill number 6.
2 kills go in favor of Omid. They've
Nice.
already worked their way out of spawn, and they find the 3rd kill as well on the pinch. So
Last guy's
great situation
rapping.
for Cabal.
He's gonna get one. He's gonna get kills here. I don't think they have any idea.
Woody timing here is going to be everything, and at least he's got a little bit of help from Rupert. Then he's able to follow up.
Oh, and they're all dying.
Plus another follow
Oh,
kill.
and he gets shanked.
2v4 between
Down
Cootie
5
and
lives.
Rupert.
Over a
5
minute
life
to go.
advantage. Minute to play here for a minute. At least they stay away from the spawn trap.
Yeah, now just keep your life. All you want to do if you're Cabal, just keep on stalling out the game clock. First kill goes your way. Get the info.
When you know this guy's cat.
At least 2 players
Oh, he's
posted
still
through the
getting
couple
ripped.
doors, and C-Watt isn't afraid to chow. Wins that one-on-one.
Okay.
Gets info as well on towards bottom.
Okay.
Vault, still up by 3 lives, but 2 kills.
You know
going
a guy's
for
on the
moment.
point.
Right through the front. Here they come.
Yeah, just trying to hit this quickly and get on.
Yup, little
See if we can get
2-stack.
the second tick done. Cootie still waiting to see what the ARs can maybe find first, but as Rupert drops now, Cootie has to make the play. Good for the first. Trades are out.
Trades
Back and
out.
forth we go.
Get that
40
second
seconds
tick done.
clock, but it
Nice.
still at least near the point. Wads is working on that through vault stairs.
8v12,
again.
this is gonna be
The
tough.
SMGs for Cabal continue to just
Nice lens.
establish some level of contest through vault
Just
stairs in the mid.
play your
We're not
lives.
happy
Play
to
your
have
lives.
that
You got
as
30
they've been
seconds.
really trying to
Oh,
utilize
it's triple
that
vault.
position to get onto
Get that
mid.
troph out.
That's
Oh,
30
oh no,
seconds.
Cootie
So
on the
this basically
flank.
Last push, Cootie again on the pinch.
Nice.
He's breaking them down every
Wait a
single time he
second, wait a
finds the
second.
opening, but you gotta go. You gotta contest.
Wait a
It's
second.
the
1v.
last second,
Kill him.
T-Wad's able to stay on, but the cadets still at no depletion
Bang.
whatsoever. The kill is there.
There it
The
is.
point is secure.
Round 5
And it's,
offense,
again,
man.
just
The
this
cheese, the
battle for
superpowers.
stairs That eventually
2-1
Omit
Omit,
just said,
let's
we're
go.
throwing everything at this except for one of our ARs. You get the kill.
That's
you
good
jump
work.
on,
I
and
thought
then
Cootie
if
made
you
the
get
play
stacked,
when he was
just
behind
puts
3 and
so
then
much
vault just
pressure on
there.
the defenders to have to run out of
There we
cards
go.
to get there to even contest in the first place.
That was
It just
closing
doesn't
out
work
on map 4, man.
It's so tough because Cabal
Close
right
it
there
out
in
on
that
map
final
4.
round, relying on some of these long routes to be the deciding factors to how
Let's
that
go.
map was going to play out.
Yeah.
It's just when you're taking so much of a long route, you're allowing that progression of some segments to go on up. And you saw once Brack won one-on-one gunfight through the street, he edges his way on up. Second segment is already locked. We didn't decap that second segment, and that's what gave Omit really close opportunities.
Where do you rank
when they had all
MW2
that
master
map
CDL
control.
era?
The battle for vault was massive, but I think Omit truly won this game because every single time there was an AR pressure over from our side, that was
The
always the
MW2
initial
maps
kill to
weren't
go
bad.
down. You are the most important in that aspect. You have to play your life, and when you drop, that's what
Probably.
gives the freedom of these ARs.
I don't know.
Just sprint up, take some power positions, put themselves on
I mean,
some heck glitches, and make
end
their
of year
second approach of those
MW3
kills
maps might have
a
been my
whole lot
favorite.
Easier. Cabal just
But
needed to ice up
MW2
with
was
the poison
good.
phlegm.
Cold,
They
I mean,
fell short.
Cold
Now you're
War,
down in the series.
obviously with
you
like
are.
Raid and Standoff and
Big
Express
now,
was
though.
great,
I
but
mean,
pre that
teams battling
was
the entirety of it. The weird spawn trap
okay.
is something that
Like Moscow was pretty
we've been
good.
talking about for a while.
Vanguard,
thing here
some of the
is
maps were
for
fun.
me,
Like I like
it's a lot
Berlin, I
of
like
this trust
Bocage because it was an
game
insane
plan
bang out.
together, 'cause
I don't know.
kinda
MW2 might
that
be like a
last round
T3
was showing
CL
us
era
it was
maps.
A lot of continual hits trying to play through vault stairs, play through vault stairs.
The game
It really
itself
didn't
was
get
ass
many
in my
looks on
opinion, but
someone
the
playing
this comp
through,
maps were pretty
like
decent.
The front lion statue. and
I
trying to
thought
play for
Hotel was a
pinches,
great
or trying to
map. It was
get
just the
towards,
snaking was
you know,
insane,
gold, or
bro.
not gold, a P4 to threaten art. It's just who cares about that guy up there? If we can get 2+ members on from vault stairs, they have to get out of that.
I don't know.
position
Actually,
anyway.
Vanguard had
So
some really good
there's
maps.
A level of trusting that, and even though Cootie
Like Berlin was
for a
good,
number
Tuscan
of
was really good.
clearances, not enough there at the end.
Bocage was a lot of fun. Maybe it wasn't necessarily good, but it was fun.
Yeah, we just gotta cut some of those. Some of those
Gav
off,
was
and
ass.
You're gonna be okay.
I
if
never
you're
liked
Cabal,
Gavutu.
but Just every single time, like you said.
Yeah,
they
Mercado
didn't
was good in
need to work that
MW2.
OEs because they realized, okay, as soon as we were attempting to work this OE, we're finding a kill through B Street. So there's no reason why for us to commit on that
Exactly.
OE when we could just cut through the middle of the map with our numbers and play from the front side.
Okay, Hotsy
And
HP,
that's
man, to
what
close
worked
it out.
for Omid
I'm gonna
there, and that
I'm gonna
ball
refill my
control.
water
Now
real
you're
quick.
up 2-1
I'll
in
be
the
right
series.
back,
You
but
obviously
I'm hoping
go
Omid
short
win
in the
this
map
shit,
number
man.
one
Come on,
because
just 3
you
straight
sort
close
of
it,
had
you
like
get
a slow
Omid
start.
Brooklyn, and
Setups
winners
weren't
final,
really the
be
best,
lit.
but on a map like Hacienda, those setups are basically gonna be right in front of you. So you can't mess this map up when you're winning the rotations. Just be locked in on those one-on-one gunfights, and you should be straight if you're Omid.
Okay. Sounds like you've got a prediction there, Jay.
Nah, no prediction. It's just like what they didn't do good in map number one was like you're winning rotations. We're just not winning gunfights. So if you win some of those gunfights on a map like Hasi, it's a lot more punishing than it is a map like Red Card.
Just sounded like you were throwing a little bit of a
Nah,
prediction
no
there.
bias, bro. No bias. Uncle Stud is a neutral guy. I'm down for everybody.
You know, it's funny that you bring that up because I know like there's obviously like the meme of like biased on land. The channel likes to put out. I've noticed that doing VOD review and stuff, but it's always really funny because when I tell like friends and family about like what I do for a living, they're like, "Wait, so like, do you have like a favorite team?" Like, no, not really. I want them all to do well. I want everyone to win
Yeah.
or everyone to lose. One of the two.
But all right, wait, hold up. This is the Bravo series.
Yes, sir.
on the cards here. We're already in towards the map for Luxury Exotic with the clean 3-0 on the vault control. So this is massive. You could just tell they felt a lot more confident. The guns started to hit a little bit more, and now they're in their playfield on the protocol. Currently down by 10, but 3 kills go their way. Spawn's still in the back here for Team War, but they're split. So you find these final 2. This final 30 is going to be yours.
Luxury
and
is
Rispy's able to
up on
locate
Team
both.
War right
Really
now.
good stuff here for
Whoa.
Rispy. That's the player that we really were forced to talk about in a number of ways from the last week's worth of games for Luxury
Wow.
Exotics.
I did not think Luxury was going to be up on Team War.
Looking for potentially a Hellstorm, but shut down at Spiral Stairs. Numbers are still decent here, though, for Luxury Exotics. And yeah, as I say, 12 seconds left, and not the most ideal spawn situation for Team War. 2 real makes the macro call to just rotate down through Spiral and then towards B4.
Yeah, and now Team War have the numbers off the rotation over towards New. Last man standing was Strikes, and he instantly gets traded out. So now Team War down by 25. Need to make up for some time here. It's a credit angle from 2Real. You're just not expecting him to be looking down from the second story, but him out of position. You're banking on everyone.
Neum is breaking out this year.
They all fall, so Team War hold on to the first wave.
Dude, I just like...
And with Yuli playing,
I just hope
door,
more of these challengers players start getting some
you're
shots,
inside
man.
The hard part right now for Team War, you're feeling pretty confident.
Like some of these players that have never been in the
Oh,
league.
what a read from Glow Frosty. Now you've got 2 members stacked up through the front
Who
door. 2Real
replaced
tries to break
Glow
the
on
timing of it, doesn't
Falcons?
work out at all. And just when I thought that Team War was going to get
Falcons
a perfect read and
roster
react type
now
setup,
is-
it goes completely awry, and Luxury Exotics are good for the scrap
Asim,
time.
I don't even know who their
That
team is.
play
Like
works out
Asim,
if you guarantee
Roxas.
that first kill. But if you get sniffed out, it's literally a scam because now
UK
your man
and
disadvantage.
who's
people on
their-
the hard point are starting to panic, and then eventually you all lose the gunfights.
Who's their
The
last
break
player?
comes in for Luxury, so they keep the lead for now. Going to be up by 15
Wow.
as we go into our third set. Nahum with some great shots of both weapons for the occasion.
Oh, King of Body, duh.
Now Luxury have themselves a little bit of comfort here as they already found the initial kills. to
I
start
forgot
off
about the
B1.
GOAT King of Body. That's my bad.
Trophy system down as well as this next wave is likely to be.
How can I
dominated
forget
from
the King of
top.
Body GOAT, bro?
Yeah, you can hear the trophy system getting to work. Rispy showing his flexibilities. He's got an AR now to play with from backside guns. Nade will actually land, and Rispy will get a read that he really wants to go help out in that battle versus Yuli, who's won the high ground window control for Team War, and that's enough for them to break on in 2P1 and get this thing close to the level.
Yeah, but the spawns are still scattered. Couldn't really put them all on one side of the map, so Luxury still able to make this make seat.
The Body even
30
doing
point
anything in
difference. Team War
challengers?
looking like
Let's
they're gonna
see,
walk away
man.
with this
Let's
final
see.
15.
Let me
But
pull
now
up.
we
Let me
need
pull up
to win
his
the rotation
stats.
over towards P2. Luxury gonna cut their losses,
Okay.
send a couple players on the backside of tower. 2
Oh,
hit a contest.
nah,
They have
he's
the
not.
numbers off the road,
Nah,
though.
he's not.
2Real should be able to find another free B. Team War already in.
And he's not. No.
Oh, hell
Looking
no.
good.
No,
maybe
he's not.
Yuli,
He-
okay, makes up for it.
Okay.
It's
And
not
you've got
good.
help
It's not good.
on these long crosses through mid with, well, 2Real off spawn. Maybe a chance to pinch that up, but he's shut down, leaving Diamond.
He
Cutter to
has
fight for
a-
himself, and that works.
Let me see if I
Now
can
it's just down
find
to
it.
how much more can you find from the front? It's Rispy. Wow, impressive first. More impressive
0.87
second.
KD.
An instant snap back up. Glow
In
Frosty to
challengers
follow up,
right
and
now, it
Luxury
says.
Exotics will get past 200 points and be looking decent for this back 30.
And if you're Luxury Exotic, this is where you got to start taking some space away. You got to clean forward dead. If we could spawn them behind us, that'll be picture
Asim.
perfect.
Let me see. How's Asim doing?
Now Trax trying to play through the middle of the map, not watching the cross, and all those first gunfights.
I don't
led
think
to
he's doing any
absolutely
better,
nothing.
if I'm being
You gotta
honest.
be able to take space there because now Team War, they bombard their way right back in, get it clean for dead. Only 10 seconds remaining here at P2, and now you gotta haul your ass all the way across the map, and you're laid off the rotation to no.
It's not looking like Asim's doing any better. I'm trying to find his number.
As Diamond Continue gets stuck at mid, split spawns for
The
Team War
website
on
is
top
so
of that.
slow. Breaking Point's
Yuli
website
has to play his
is
life and hope
dying
that
on
his
me right
teammates
now, I think.
stretching across the map are not going to
Where's
get held
Asim?
forever by Trakes because you're already at 230.
Hello?
And Yuli, he's going to get traded. This
Asim
is how
at the
game ends.
0.82.
Luxury Exotics looking good to shut
It's
down
worse
and
than King
eliminate
of
Team
Body.
War. Anyone else around the back, and anyone even get here in time? You've got Assault playing on the long route, but he's going to get pushed off, and now the only hit
Oh,
can
damn,
come from
Luis,
the
I'm
front
sorry,
or
bro.
the
I'm
spiral.
sorry.
They're trying to run up spiral, but Rispy's in position to watch the cross. Last couple of the shots come
That's what
through
I'm
as
saying,
Liam
Alliance.
finds the double, and Luxury
Wow, Luxury
Exotics
Exotic,
are going to
3-1
eliminate Team
War, bro.
in lower round 2.
We'll see you later, War, man.
And that
See
is
ya.
a massive series. That's an underdog beating an overachiever in Team War. Team War have a bunch of vets. They got world champions. They got guys who've been in challengers for quite some time.
Asim
They
wins
know
them
what it's
game
like to be in
fives.
this situation.
Well, that's good.
But the underdogs in Luxury Exotic,
What's his
they
SND
take the
numbers
series,
look
man.
like?
It was
Let me see.
phenomenal at the end of that P2 because
Yeah.
realistically, I'm calling it. I'm literally commenting like Team War just get 4 dead, 10 seconds remaining. Like
Where'd he go?
They should be in a
He's got a
heavy power position to win the
.95 in
rotation over
SND,
towards new,
0.60,
but some
must
people
just be
get
icy or
caught,
something.
And then when you get caught off the rotation, now you have 2 players that spawn all the way across the map. Your setup off the roto isn't the best, and then Rispy just flies on in.
Yeah,
to find the
Methods
opening
was
double
playing
and
with,
just make it chaotic.
with
This is what
Asim's
Luxury
little brother
Exotic
in the
do
tournament today.
in the
I think his
respawns.
brother's
They
name is
make it
Yusuf.
mixy, and they move on and knock out Team War here in the final.
Wow,
league.
okay.
Yeah, that is.
Team War eliminated. So that puts Luxury Exotics into T4. So if Omit wins this,
Wow, what a
they'll play
affair.
Luxury
Yeah, those
Exotics
SMGs for Luxury
in a
Exotics
couple
really
hours.
stolen the show. Now we head into our own map number 4 at the mid in Cabal.
Let's go, man.
Looking to get in.
Close this shit out.
Up against Luxury Exotics. As things start to
Who's in
unfold,
winners?
good start
Omit
for
Brooklyn and
double
Royal
against
Spartans.
Sandy right back into the hard point for some opening time.
Yeah, clean forward that, but Spawn's already flipped, so now it's all about soaking as much pieces one time as we possibly can. Brack is going to get overwhelmed through the top hallway for the first kill to go in favor of Cabal, but the stun connects, does not matter.
Okay.
Lins is
5
able to
and 0
line up
Lins.
3. So
Show
a
me
perfect
something,
start
Lin-
here for
and he gets
Omen. You
ripped.
got the rotation over
Omen,
towards
the Omen
New.
final? I
He's
hope
soaking
so,
a lot
bro.
of time up here at P1.
I mean, 'cause that's a
Cabal
win-win at that
forced
point,
to hit
right?
that rotation to New.
I hope so. But Omid GG's got their work cut out for him because they got to close this series out. They got to win the next series, and then they got to win the next series to make the finals. So they still have to win
Stop this.
2 in a third
Length
series.
on P1, 32 seconds of time, significant for sure for a minute, but
And Omid Brooklyn
rotation
also just
gone
has to
really
win
well for
one.
Cabal.
And if they lose, then
KB though,
one of them can't make the finals,
doesn't really play
unfortunately.
off of the backside of the more traditional spot on the hedges. Instead, tries to play up. That's punished. Hit over towards Connector on Zig. It's looking like it might lead to a pinch, but he shuts down one side. Spark, the only one left to try to battle in from the front. Spawns are close here for a bit, but the pistol gets to work as KB and Rupert shut things down, and Cabal will hold.
Yeah, and that's insane how like Omen can have a start to a game like that, and then
He plays like Scump in his cup? Okay. So Asim's just scumping Challengers Cups.
Take the lead. Still looking for a break here. The player's going to get isolated over towards well. Now the final pushes through the front, and
Brack's 0-5.
He's not going to decide
Oh,
to hit
piss.
it. So Cabal with a perfect 60 hold,
Brack 0-5
at
is
the right
not
time before
really
the
how
hill
you
pops.
want to start here.
and able to win the gun.
But he'll get one.
Omen need to make up for it here.
He gets one this life. Watch this shit.
So did they know that Wads is playing from this position? But yeah, he's weak and also has been stunned, so they know he's playing around the back. Spawns are at well for 2 members of Amit, so numbers.
He's reading the
here for
pinch. He's reading the
Cabal.
pinch. Don't turn, Brack.
They win the backside spawns, and they've got high ground control. So
Nice.
opportunity shut down.
He heard me. He heard me say don't turn, and he
kills.
didn't.
And Rupert is just kind of stuck here playing up top by Fireplace.
Yeah, they're still in control of the spawns too, so don't need to put your focus over towards well side. Everybody still focus on plat. Rupert finds the initial kill. Now you just banking on your teammates to find something around this hard point, but Brack finds a double. Sandy's still alive. That's already 3. Make it all 4 dead again. Every single time Cabal have attempted a break here, they have been shut down.
Yep.
So it's been blow for blow between these two squads to start off this game. And I'm
Blow
expecting
for
it to be the
blow,
same
he
as we head over
says.
towards P4 in 15 seconds.
First time watching Challengers. Let's go, Nate. Hell yeah.
Fourth affair here for the
Challengers is
scrap
a fun
time.
watch, man.
And
It's a
Stanley
fun
wins
watch, and the
that.
more you watch it, the
This
more
is
you
a
like
chance
start to
for
see
teammates
like
to have
what
the
players are
numbers
pretty
on
good, what
rotation.
players are
Weird spot that
not
Cabal
as
is in,
good.
but
You start to
good
see
stun
like
check also.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like anything, right? The more you watch, the more you're gonna understand what's going on.
And that initial attempt for Amit to try to go from scrap to initial is shut down even more so.
The worst part I'd say about Challengers
And now
is
they know they
like
can't commit from the
the
front side,
constant
so
roster
banking
changes.
on Brack to get something
So it
done
makes
on
it
this
harder to
before you
like
approach
keep
it.
up with like who's where and
Try
what
to
teams are
contest,
playing good because
trying to
people
pull
are
the
always
attention
making
away, but Booty
changes.
and
So
KB already strike for the
that's what
initial
makes it
two.
the
Now
most
you're simply
difficult.
going to be outnumbered. Brack and Spartan have to do something miraculous, and so far they have done it. 3 for 2. You're
Like, I
hitting
saw
it, and
yesterday
that break
that
is unbelievable right there for a moment.
an NA Challengers team
Sandy
dropped
following it up almost in
dropped
the second.
somebody,
It's just another
picked
one of those
another dude
moments
up,
where
played
seen it a
like
couple
one
times
scrim
today,
with
not even
him,
just
and then
this year,
dropped him
we've
and
saw
picked
these
back
kinda
up the guy they
look-ins
just
up,
dropped.
more look-ins, but a couple of
Like,
setups that
it's
were
just-
perfect,
it's just a
and then
mix
all of a
fest.
sudden, everyone
It's
dies.
going
It's
down
just
in
like, wow.
Challengers.
And that's just Challengers for you, I think, at a certain level. Those things happen. Follow-up, though, from Cabal is decent, as they're going to clear out some of the space at the top hallways to allow them to get into Fountain almost immediately.
And at any time here at P1. Last time they dominated over towards P2, so they're probably going to bank
Yeah,
on that
Challengers
again.
is just
Booty wins
crazy,
1-on-1
bro.
versus Spark to secure those back spawns.
It is
And
just
keep
crazy.
on soaking up time, but Omit On a contest from top open. Find a couple kills to go their way. Able to get them out of the HB. 3-for-1 trade. Now you instantly find the break. But it's the next wave of gunfights that contest for the spawns. You can't find the opening.
Yep. And it's just, this is so much time for a minute. Counteracting what Cabal had just done, and maybe even doing more than what Cabal had just done. Finally, they get him out of the point. Lynn's also shut down up top. In the
They're all
hallway.
young Kai kids with zero awareness.
Is he in a position to get a read
Yeah.
on this? No. He only
You got
finds
that
the
right.
first kill, and that will move spawns around, favoring Cabal, set up over towards P2.
Yeah, and Brack said, okay, we don't have the spawns. I'll take this final 10. No problem. Because we're going to need a lot more time.
Okay,
to
come on.
execute a break kill, 'cause we
30-point
couldn't
lead.
find
This
it
is a
last go
massive
around.
hill here. They got to break this.
At least if you're
Big
open,
kill
you
on
have players
Rooper in the
already
back.
proper positions. Overwhelming the outskirts.
You know he's back here, man. You got to know.
To Rooper, you got to predict right. Throw your shoulders. Try to hit the bait and switch. But Cootie here to assist him. So now Rooper's going to get a little bit more aggressive. Man.
Oh,
Just keep on
no.
trading.
Oh,
Yeah, good win.
man. He's just ripping him, man. He's finessing.
KB looking for more as he knows
It's not looking like this hill's going to be broke. I got a bad feeling.
Not looking
Good nade.
Good look at it, so just throws a nade to the front doors, and the rest of his teammates are now here to help. Lead swap feels imminent. Team nade comes through. Standy can't break through. And yeah, even a couple of hit markers behind this. If you're a mid, you just don't want to be delayed here. You want either want to successfully or unsuccessfully break.
Bro
the
is
Sophie
he's
straight away on
snaking in
location.
slow motion.
And as they get pushed off, there's the spawn flip. Really good timing here for Cabal.
Yeah, it's not good right there for Moment. They banked on their final push. They said, dude, we haven't got a single second off of this B2 HB.
Yeah, there's a lot of differences when you watch the
Now,
challengers
we're gonna
gameplay
have
versus the
that
pros.
numbers.
It feels
final
like
10
how much of a
seconds, so
difference could
Cabal have the
you
lead.
really have in
They have
COD,
the
right? But
rotation
like there
over
is a
towards
difference.
Dill. Everyone just creding it up in the corner, looking for that initial kill, and Cootie's able to start it off.
For 4 in a row, nearly gets the 5th. Can't quite finish it, but a bit.
All right, Omit's got to lock in, bro.
20 seconds, largely good.
Oh.
Here for Cabal. Pinch from
Oh.
Cootie.
Big win.
Timing is
Bro, what did this
unbelievably
guy
good,
eat for
but
breakfast,
Standy
man?
Brack keeping the play alive. This would be a 2v4 for them on the hard point. But Standy
Oh my
can only
god.
do so much from up high, waiting for help to come through. And that's again, it's another 10-15 seconds for Cabal before another contest is even allowed
Dude,
to happen. for a
splitting
minute.
your bank shut you down, bro.
At least they make this contest worth it.
They shut you down.
The kills to soak up some time here. KB still contesting though. M&C was trying to combine, and KB's able to find a kill with a stun, which leads to 3
with a
in a row.
stun.
Brack's still here to
Okay,
contest it for the
please,
final 10
big-
seconds,
this is the
but
massive
rotation
2v2
is
on
going
New.
to be won by Cabal.
Massive
You
2v2
start off
on-
with these initial gunfights. This map is most
Okay.
likely locked up.
Yeah,
Lynn's got to go
away.
huge. He stuck him.
Oh, that should be a
okay.
stay, and it is.
They got to kill this guy.
Maybe not seen
Nice.
initially, but again, trades come through. Standy's in the hard point.
Standy's going to have to stay alive here.
Coming over from
Number 5's
this
pinching. Number
outside
number
area.
one, please.
What is that Semtex? But to say, like, I see a Semtex.
How did Lynn's kill Standy?
I think that was from Amit. So team kill is in. Brack trying to find a way to work his way on incognito. Finds
Nice.
the first damage.
How
out.
did Lynn's kill
finishes off
Standy?
the second, and now Amit all of a sudden have found themselves at essentially a tie game.
Yeah, Cootie just took a world tour right there of Hacienda. Like, there's no need for you to work all the way on that pinch from Lambo when you
Okay,
find
lead
the
change
initial kill.
back.
And then it's also a 2v1.
Somebody
with
look
the
open.
last player standing in the hard point. And then a team
Nice.
kill happens. So if you're just in
One
the
more.
play, all this time will
Nice.
be yours. But Omit realized, okay,
Big money
still a
hill.
3v3. We can fight this and then work on our pinch. They eventually walk away with this remaining time, which should have been in favor of Cabal. Up by 13, trying to make it 15.
Okay. Basically a tie game.
Unfortunately,
Basically a
close up
tie
the end
game.
of that
Going to the
V4.
third
They
rotation.
just were able to stabilize.
This is
in a
huge, man.
moment
This
where
is
they
huge.
shouldn't have.
Brack is kind of good. Nah, he's not that good, bro. He's only won 5
Yeah,
challengers
right back
events,
on
the most at
W1.
anybody in
Later
challengers
in this
history.
game,
Sorry, let me
More
rephrase
time
that.
to
5
find
challengers lands.
the more likely it feels like they may just put this series away here. The first 15 seconds are good. Support around the site, decent. KB and Cootie find kills, neutralize the time, leaving Spart to essentially fight for his life up top. Good for the first inside the hard point. The shots are.
I actually
perfect.
can't
Cootie
believe
for a
Brack
second,
hasn't gotten another
but
chance in the
still
league.
fighting. Oh, he's attempted to.
It just
Cabal.
blows my
Spart on
mind
4 in a
because
row,
he
almost
wasn't
gets a
even
fifth.
bad
But CY
when
with
he
the
was in
shutdown
the
to get
league.
Cabal into the time.
So it's like
Roman need to play a lot
he
safer,
was-
man. 20 seconds still to fight for
he
it.
was
Team
pretty
one knows
good
how
in
to give up that
MW2
time, but a
in
full
the
60
league.
at the
And then
next
he's
18
consistently
close out this
been
series for
a
us.
winning top challengers
Not
player
die off the
year in,
rotation.
year
Standy
out.
should be
Like,
in a position to still
how
solve
is
right
how
next
has
to
he
his
not
teammates.
gotten another chance?
That is going to be the case. So fully set up off the roto. This is where you got to ice up.
I don't know, Zixify. I don't know.
Spart is going to choose the
Because they're lazy, I guess, and they don't feel like adding the extra work. All right, this is a big hold here, man. Spart's got to get this kill. Linz blew.
Oh my God! What?
Linz blew up to the car inside door.
Is that the one that's inside trophy that blows up? I know what happens.
Good help. Good
Back
help.
with the fine
Water
ball.
route. Water route. Water
And
route.
then the walk up
Water
over
route.
towards Water.
Oh,
We'll find two. One more
Cootie.
over the top. No, shutdown is there. Spawns though.
Nice.
Blocked for a moment, but Standy's double will allow Omit to still spawn in position to get back.
That's
over
true.
the
Now
ball more
Brack's on
quickly.
Omit, so he'll be in the
This
league
should
by the
be
end of the
easy.
season.
This should be
Brack
all
will be
this
on
time.
cloud
Now
9 before the
Ball
season's over,
obviously
chat.
Don't want to get put in that trap. When you
Oh.
go for a final push and then you start spawning on the backside of this old HP.
Nice.
They are forced now to not give up all this time. 3 kills
Nice,
already
nice,
in their favor.
nice.
Now you're spawning on the backside
Good
of
win.
old. We have to commit. We have to.
They're
commit
not
on the
hitting old.
rotation or commit on the
It's
old
gonna be a
time, but
5
C-Bot
seconds
wins
to
the
win here.
one-on-one. Now you just gotta
Number
play
6
life
has got to
towards
go
Black.
big. Brack
Yeah, he
goes
will
down.
win the battle up top towards Plat.
Linz playing cuts.
Stop the
Can't
rotation
get one.
for
Damn.
help coming over towards well side.
Cruise
As
missile.
much as you'd like, though, I think if you're looking,
He doesn't
at it,
kill anybody.
stopping At the Hellstorm, put a pause to the sit for Cabal. But here comes the
How
slide
did he
forward.
not
The
kill
TSX
anybody?
Come out 246 to 201. Brack a small pinch from window side. Amit still spawning close. The only player who could possibly contest this is Seawads. And he is contesting, but
That's
only
GG.
for so long. Spawns
That's
will
GG.
move,
Omit 3-1,
and they get
man.
the
Come on.
lead, never leaving
The
the
loser's
hard
bracket
point.
run
They take
continues.
it on the fence's hill, and they take it most importantly.
The loser's
for a
bracket
really
run
tight match.
continues, chat. Let's
Yeah,
go.
really tight match, but Omid are able to ice on up. It all starts with the S&D. You're able to clutch up on a round 5 offense on Vault, and then
Okay, there we
the
go.
nitty-gritty
So
moment when
Omid
you needed to
GG
lock
plays
in on
luxury
the setup, we're
exotics.
finally able to show what
And
that
then
setup looked
Omid
like.
Brooklyn's playing
Perfect
Spartans.
rotation over towards P2.
I think the Omid
perfectly set up to soak up a majority of
Brooklyn
that time
match
and
is
force the
first.
ball.
I think
Play
Omid
a
Brooklyn's
little bit
next,
more
and then
antsy. They
Omid
know
GG will
it's
play
already
again after
past
that.
the 200-point mark. They're getting closer and closer to 250.
Ripper.
There's about 20 seconds still remaining. We
Ripper
don't want to give up
Skywalker.
that time. But then when
Look
you
at
hit
me.
it, you got to make sure you make it count. Unfortunately for them, they
Okay.
didn't win the gunfight. You spawn all the way at old. You're outnumbered off the rotation.
That's good work
and you
right there.
fall
That's good
short
work
in
right
this
there.
Series. That is an end to their elite stage, and Omid continue to move on.
Yep. What a battle, though, for Cabal.
Big map out of Standy, 26 and 15 with 2.5 minutes in the hill.
Elite careers or seasons,
Oh my
actually.
God.
Their elite season will come to an end here, but after a couple of just like
What's he
sneaky
doing?
tiebreaker situations to get
22
into
and
the playoffs,
15 with 2.5 minutes in the hill is
to
crazy.
guarantee a spot in the final season of Elite here in season 3. And the fact of the matter is that's still 3 for 3 this team making
Yeah, this is
playoffs.
also
Like,
the
it's
last
not easy
Elite
to do.
of the year.
The only teams that after, you know, are
Which
able to
doesn't
successfully
make
do
a
that
whole
ones
lot
that
of
are, like,
sense because we haven't even
victorious,
went to the
like,
second
things like that.
LAN yet.
So, for Cabal
So
GG,
there's a
it's
LAN
really
at Major
successful
3
about
and a LAN at Major
top
4
line.
and then obviously Champs. So
Now
they
it's
still
just
have
down to
3
trying to
more
get yourself
LANs.
primed and ready
But
to
there's
go.
no more
Not
elites,
for
so I guess it's
Explota,
just
but also making
cups.
sure you're good to go for the DreamHack
I guess
Gals
it's just
eventually.
online cups and
So
then the
that's where
LANs
everything kinda comes down to
for the remainder
earn
of
your final
the
points, get
Challenger
yourself in
season.
position to make it to Challengers finals, playoffs.
Yes, still a lot of stuff to play for if you're a Challengers player. Just because it ends for you today on the Elite doesn't mean that this
How many majors before
basically the
Champs?
end of your season.
For
But I'm not gonna
Challengers,
lie,
there's
about
3
Cabal,
majors this
we
year.
gotta
We already
learn
had
some
one
stuff
at Major 2.
because,
We got Major 3 and Major 4.
When I was watching that entire series,
And then
Cootie was
Champs.
having a lot of great
And then
plays,
obviously 4 of
but
them
he's
will
always just
qualify for
out of play.
EWC.
Like, bro, we gotta stop playing it so much, bro.
What's the difference between elites, cups, and LANs? So
So
LANs are like the actual, in-person events. They play at the CDL majors. So Major 2, 3, and 4 this year has Challengers LANs. So that's like the big one. Elites are like...
Well, here's how this bracket breaks down. You saw
Elites
there
are kind
for
of, they don't really, I feel like they don't perfectly compare to anything like in the CDL. The elites are like mini leagues essentially. So like the top 12 teams in each region qualify for the elite. So we're watching the NA elite for this one. So you could see the placements right there on screen. So those are the top 12 teams. So it's like a little like online league where there's a group stage and then there's bracket play. And then the cups are basically just like things on the weekend. They're just like little tournaments. They're kind of like a 2K or a 5K we had back in the day. Where you get like pro points and stuff like that to basically get your seating. I think if C9 didn't reverse Rocker, yeah, I think so, Brian. I think if C9 would have lost to Rocker, like if they would have gotten 3-0'd, I think they're making a roster change. What's good, Parker? How we doing? Yeah, Challengers, the format is interesting. The way there's like cups, elites, and then the LANs, right? Because obviously the regular CDL is just like online and then on LAN. But I guess we have the league matches and then the minors, even though there's no minors anymore this season. Okay, yeah, so Omit Brooklyn plays Spartans coming up next. And then Omit GG plays Luxury Exotics to close out the day. So only 2 more series. Only 2 more Challenger series. And then tomorrow will be Winners Finals, Losers Finals, and Grand Finals for EU and NA, which I'll be live for both. So we'll be live tomorrow around, like, noon, I think, is when that starts. 1 p.m. Eastern is when we'll be live tomorrow for the first EU match. Yeah, so Losers Finals and Grand Finals for EU and NA tomorrow. So only 4 matches tomorrow. I might have said winners in there. I didn't mean to say that if I did. In your room? Hell yeah. Rocker can't close out of map 4. They can't, bro. They literally can't. Rocker just like a choke artist, man. I don't know how they didn't win that map 4 red card versus Cloud9 last weekend. They had the rotation and everything for the stage hill at the end of the game, and they still couldn't close it. It was quite unfortunate. Who do you think has the best logo in the Pro League? Ooh. Best logo. Let me pull up all the logos, bro. Let me look at all the logos. I like LAG's. I've always liked LAG's logo, and now with the addition of like the Gentlemates thing around it, I think it's pretty sick. I think Rockers is also really cool. Bro, chat, does it piss anybody else off that the crown is not on the bird's head, bro? Why is the crown not on the bird's head? Why is it in the bird? I don't understand that. I never understood that. When they first announced the team with the new logo, I was mind blown that the crown is not on the bird. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. But, I mean, honestly, I like FaZe's logo. Like, I like the way it looks like the original FaZe logo, but obviously it's Atlanta FaZe. C9, the way they put the NY in the Cloud9 logo is cool. Boston's is ass. Boston's is ass. LAT is fine. It's just simple. Miami's is fine. It's just pretty simple. Rockers is sick. I like Optics because it's similar to their regular logo with obviously like the Texas Dallas star in it. Ultra, I kind of fuck with the squirrel thing. I kind of fuck with the squirrel. Surge is sick, and then Falcons. Falcons is kind of sick too if you look at it. Like if you really look at Falcons logo, it's literally like VF. But, like, it also looks like a bird with the wings and the head. Like, it's kind of sick. What's good, Tiso? Honestly, I think the logos in the league are all good. Ravens is underwhelming because the crown should be on the bird's head. And Boston's just looks like someone did it in Microsoft Paint. But other than that, I think the logos are all pretty clean. I like Omit Brooklyn's logo a lot, bro. The bird swallowed the crown. He must have. You're going to Major 3? Let's go, Tiso. Bro, hopefully you have better luck in person than I do. Because LAT have an average placing of 4th when I go to the event. So hopefully it's better for you. The Boston mask is sick. The mask thing that Boston does is sick. Let me pull it up for anyone that's never seen it. Boston Breach CDL mask. Like this is pretty sick. That's pretty sick. But the actual like logo just looks like a kindergartner did it in like they drew it on a piece of paper and then they copied it into Photoshop and made it their logo. Or painted it, I guess, because I guess it's supposed to be like paint trips. Like, that is cool. That is cool. Boston Empire next year? Honestly, it might be, bro. Right? I mean, listen, Boston's apparently broke. And the Ravens also have wanted out of the league for forever. So, Empire or Envy Empire could potentially take either of those. I mean, they could also relocate the name. It doesn't necessarily have to be, I guess, Boston. But, yeah, I think Envy needs to get back in, and then, I mean, I would love, like, Complexity to come back, bro. I would love Complexity to come back, too. Imagine Envy and Cole coming back in the same season. Oh, my God, bro. Complexity, Envy, Optic, and FaZe, and Thieves. But obviously the first four, just in terms of OG COD. Oh, my God. Let's get it. Does the CDL have a rule to have certain cities in a team title? It's not certain cities. It just has to be like a location for the franchise, yeah. So like there doesn't have to be a Boston team, right? Like if someone bought Boston Spot, they could change it. I mean, you probably need league approval for that, but you do have to have some sort of city or state or maybe country. I don't know. I wonder if Genomates could be like Genomates France, or if they'll have to be like the Paris Genomates. Genomates can rebrand. They just apparently didn't get their paperwork done on time. Like apparently the buyout and the process of like transferring the franchise took too long. They just did not have enough time to get get whatever legally needed to be done to change their name for the CDL this season. Is apparently what people are saying. Most teams are in Texas. Yeah, half the league play out of Texas. 6 teams play in Texas and 6 teams play like where they're located in their team name. Where was Envy based back in the Team House days? Where was the Envy Team House? Was that in Texas? Yeah, C9 should be LA, but I mean, I guess maybe they could be LA, right? If LAG moves to if they become Paris, and if there's 2 LA teams, right? There's no reason they couldn't take that second one. Although I do feel like the CDL probably wants a New York team, right? Like I know I just said I don't think there's like any mandatory franchise locations, but New York Empire would actually be so fucking hard, bro.
I'm scrambling. I don't know what happened to my pen, Jay. I'm always losing my pants. Oh, here's one.
New York Empire would be so fire.
Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go for our winners finals. Brooklyn, though, is going to be in an interesting position because they are filling in.
I'm down with that.
Up to the Carolina Royal Ravens, and they're getting a taste of the Royal Spartans.
Unfortunately, the Thieves couldn't beat Texas just because Optic owns the naming rights to all of Texas, right? They're Optic Texas. So, like, Envy couldn't even come back as Dallas Empire, I don't think, because Optic is Optic Texas. So, like, they have the rights to the whole state in terms of the naming process, I believe.
That had never seen the CDL, had really never even talked about it being a major force.
Oh, wait, Brooklyn should be in the New York team? It should be. I'm down with that. If Omid ever gets in, I'm down with that.
Statistics that have stood out amongst the pack.
Oh yeah, he's been unbelievable. Obviously, the S&D KD is unreal. 2.33. He only played 2 S&D Masters.
I want Omid in the league. That'd be sick.
We're clean 3-0s, but When we were able to watch
I'd have
this
like an
shit, man,
actual
he had
second
so
favorite
many
team
highlight
with LAT
moments
and
on
Omit,
that
and then when they
day.
play each
We
other,
always talk about how cock can be
I
day
could-
to day.
it would be like a
One time
win-win
you're frying,
to some
the other
extent.
day you could be getting cooked. Mamba, you need to make sure you stay as locked in as you were because you saw how easy the game was for the Spartans when he was at that level.
let's go, man. Omit Brooklyn versus Spartans winners finals, chat.
Okay. Hear me out here.
Find the
We
grand
talk a
finals
lot
tomorrow.
about
This is
the
huge.
Royal Spartans team.
This is a big match.
Individually,
But this is
put
obviously
up
going to be a somewhat
and
under
down
practiced
with-
Omit
hung
team
with the
because
rest of the groups,
Dylan
whether
Rex
they
just
did
went to the
last
league
year.
and Prolude's
Individually,
coming in on a
they've been
short
in
notice.
the Challengers playoffs. They've been close to making it in towards late stages of elite playoffs. Here, I'm going to ask you a question. I want to see your hot take. If the Royal Spartans win this matchup versus Omit Brooklyn, go on to
I
win
wonder
this
what
elite
Shift and Study get paid.
championship, you
To be
rate
honest,
that
I
as
bet you Shift
high
and Study don't
if
even
they
like
were
get
to
paid
have done
extra.
that against Omit Brooklyn
Like I
versus
wonder if
Royal
they
versus
just have like a
versus
salary for the
considered
CDL and like
asterisk
this is
win
just part of their job
going up
description.
against a full-on squad.
Or if they get paid
Nah,
like
a win is a win, bro. It doesn't matter who you're playing against.
If they get
Prolu, it's
paid
not like
per
he
cast, I don't really know,
spawned
actually.
in all season. This is the first time he actually misses the elite compared to the first two seasons of the elite this stage. But I just think if you are Royal Spartans, you can just control what's in front of you. You have put yourself in a position to be in the winners finals. Going up against this Omit Brooklyn.
Dude,
lineup,
Ed, I want
regardless of
Rafi to
who's
buy
gonna
his
be
spot,
on it.
bro. That'd be sick.
Your
I mean,
job
that's
is
his goal.
simply win.
Rafi
You
said
win,
like his
your
goal
stock
is to
goes
be in the
higher,
league. He
give
wants
yourself
Omit
more
to be in the
chances,
league
that's
one
your
day.
only focus.
I just don't
but
know,
obviously
like,
buying a
I guess
league
what I'm
spot
thinking in my head is, like, if you're the
costs
Royal Spartans and you
$1
have
million,
and you've got teams that
and then
wanna
you
make
obviously
more
need money to
DL,
run the team after you buy the league spot.
is that enough
So you need a
for
few
them to
million
say,
minimum
"Oh, they've
just
won
to
in the
sustain
league"?
yourself
I
for a
don't know.
couple of years.
It's
Nah.
compelling, I think, to put it out there. But
I mean, I guess if you had like $3 million, you spend $1 million to buy a spot.
do bring in
That leaves you with
but
two.
This is kind of what they're missing. You know,
You could
Rex
probably
talked
fund
about him a lot in the last
what,
handful
like
of
4 years of a
It's
team?
a matter of it's about time when you talk about it because
With $2 million, like $500K a year between salaries, staff, travel.
He had been able to provide is the fact that he has one. So it was.
What's
kind
the
of a
max
question
for
mark of, like,
teams? What do you mean? Like, what's the max amount of teams in the
so
league?
long to actually get an evaluation.
It's just
of
12 right now.
Dylan and bring
What's
them
good,
to-
Tyrone? How we doing,
Obviously,
man?
that's not the case anymore. But these are some big shoes to fill. And Prolute, who
Oh, yeah.
I will say, like, he's been a flexible player. I don't put him in the same kind of categorical
second, chat.
position that a Rex plays at. So there's the big question mark here in terms of how Omit Brooklyn are going to fill in that kind of more mainstay AR position that they're going to be missing.
Yeah, they're going to miss a lot of slaying presence, especially from an AR player like Dylan Rex. You're swapping him out with Prolute. So realistically, your whole identity of your squad changes. Craze has been like the
Yes, it
staple of Omit Brooklyn. He has watched so many of his teammates just get called into the pro leagues. He's waiting for his chance. But now you might stand the best chance of potentially getting an offer because there's realistically not a single like kill whore on your roster. You need to go out there and put up all the numbers to compensate for what Dylan Rex brought to the team. Prolute's probably going to have to move more towards the flex role. Mercules is going to have to be a lot quicker and a lot more slay dependent with his AR. And then Exceed, you're going to have to put up a couple numbers as well. Everyone just has to now step up, including Prolute, who finally finds himself in a position to where he can compete for another championship. I know he did it last stage with the Spartans when he got to the winners finals and fell flat, but to not play any of the matches throughout this stage and find yourself in the winners finals, you'll take it if you're Prolute. Now you just got to make the most of it.
Instant opportunity brought to your doorstep without question.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting for this,
Yeah, you'd buy an existing team spot, Zixify.
Where do you feel?
So like the Gentlemates bought the spot from the original Gorillas organization this offseason, so you would just have to buy it from them.
Or is this still going to be?
Or yeah, you could do it Viper saying and like merge with a team that's currently in the league, things like that. But like Boston Breach and Ravens apparently like want out of the league. At least that's what the reports were this offseason. So if Omit wanted to come into the league, they'd have to buy the spot. I mean, they'd probably have to like get approved by the league to even be able to buy the spot in the first place. So I'm sure there's some sort of approval process from like Activision to even be able to buy that. But you would buy the spot. But I'd imagine what would happen is like, let's say Omit goes to Boston and they're like, we'll give you $1 million for your spot.
You're just not
If
gonna ever be in
Complexity goes to Boston and says, we'll give you 1.2, then you like, I guess you're like in a bidding war for the spot essentially, right? So there's no like set price to what you would have to pay to get the spot.
Like if that doesn't happen,
Because like apparently Gentlemates paid $1 million for the LAG spot.
The way that it did with the three
Right, $1 million is a lot of money.
Even weren't even remotely
But
close in that
if
series, yeah, something.
another
is gonna
org
change.
came in
A
and
little more
offered
consistency you're gonna get out of Dylan Rex.
1.5,
So I think it's only going to bring Carolina
like,
upwards.
you'd probably the people selling probably want the most money they can get, I would imagine.
100%. That's the best chance. Like, if you're a Challengers player and you got the call up to join a squad who's basically top 5 in CDL points, guaranteeing
no limit
themselves
for how much?
in the
Nah,
chance,
you can spend as much
walking
as you
into
want
a
on a
pretty
team.
good lineup because Slash is playing at an
If the
all-time
Falcons
level.
said
Gwyn
we
is
want to
right there,
give
at least
$2 million,
on fire.
$2 million
And so is
a
TJ,
year
who's
to
been
Simp,
being
Beezy,
able to
Celium, and
reinforce his career
Scrap,
so far this season.
there's no reason
So
they couldn't
probably
do
the
that.
best opportunity ever a Challengers player has had to get called up into the
There's no
league.
reason they couldn't do that.
But on the flip side, just kind of playing devil's advocate here, is there a level
The
of
thing
if
is,
you
like,
don't instantly make this, not instantly,
People,
but if you don't have the chance
people
of making
don't
this team
really
top 4, top
do
3,
that
you know, because I think
as
there's,
like
this
as
pandemic
much in
going across the league
esports
right now where,
because
like,
the
you have a
return on
clear-cut
your
top 2,
investment
and then
is
there's, like,
yeah,
who wants
slim
be the
to
third-
none.
pardon me, who wants
You
to
know
be
what
the
I
third
mean?
best team any given day. And for the
like
Ravens, they've been
it's
there
not
before,
like
but
the
if they
Saudis
actually
buying
wanna make that
Ronaldo to
spot,
come
'cause
play
there's a
soccer
level
over
of,
there.
yeah, you're gonna be
Like,
in a great
you're
spot,
gonna
you're
like
a good team, you're
sell
not
TV
throwing in
deals
LAG,
and
for
sell
instance, where
jerseys
you're
and sell
expecting a turnaround on the whole
sponsorships and
squad.
sell tickets
But
because
there is also,
Ronaldo,
I
right?
think, you know, a
Obviously,
level of
if the Falcons came
you're
in
meant
and
to be
bought
the
Simp,
guy to take
Beezy,
this team
Scrap,
to the
and
next level,
Celium,
and if you don't, then all of a
they'd
sudden, I think your
probably,
stock gets hit really hard because of that as well.
you know,
Maybe even
make more
so
money in
versus,
prize
like,
money, sell
have
more
everything you
tickets if
possibly want,
they, I don't know, have more fans, sell more jerseys, things like
then
that.
obviously
But
the problem seems to be very easy.
you don't. None of these orgs are really
Kind of
profitable
playing both
in
sides of the fence
esports,
right there because
let alone
it's
COD
a great
specifically.
opportunity, but it's also one that comes with a lot of urgency.
Like, it's very hard to be
Yeah.
profitable in
A void that
esports.
Carolina's been missing,
Someone
which is
sent
being
another
a
super
top three
chat.
team every
Guys,
single
I'm gonna need extra
Yeah, and
super
I think,
chats so
like,
we can get Omit in
it's
the
good
league.
for
What do
him
we
to
think?
Join this roster for that opportunity because
do we
Carolina
think?
realistically have.
Let's start
so
it-
much
let's
of the
start a
lead
goal.
because
Every
that fifth or
stream,
sixth spot,
we try
that
to
it can take
raise
some time to find
$30
this guy
for
very
Omit
comfortable
to
on the
buy a
map
spot
with
in the
that
league.
lineup. It can go through a
Every-
loss or
every
two.
week
They
we
don't
try to-
have
I'd say
really
every week
have
we
that
try to raise
urgency,
$50.
Like if you're on LEG, like if you're on the Falcons,
By the end
to
of
try
the
to make a
year,
heroic run to make it in towards champs. That's basically
we would have a
why.
lot of money.
So with Carolina making this change, you know,
How many
and
weeks are
start
left in the
going
year?
into champs, we have time to mold.
We could
it
raise $200
into what
a
we
month?
want it to be when we get to that stage. So you don't have
For
to
the
be
next
perfect off the
8
rip.
months,
It's
let's
just
say?
about working towards that right direction.
Yeah, we'd be pitching in a ton, bro. It'd pay for like a quarter of a player's monthly salary.
We're going to try this again with the lobby. Hopefully everything is good to go because we're out of things to talk about. So
Oh
Skyline
wait, no,
Hardpoint
we not.
Protocol, sir.
I like these maps.
Look, vault control, man.
We got things
What's
to
good,
talk
Caleb?
about. The opening skyline is going to be massive because
Vault
this is what it's
control,
gonna
I
see
never would've
what
guessed.
Omid Brooklyn squad is
They
fully going to
only
be
play
like
vault
now.
control,
Dylan
dude.
Rex
I don't
was
get
a
it.
consistent factor for them on this
I don't
map,
get it.
switching between the
Hold on,
AR
John, I'll
and
be right
the
back one more
SMG.
time.
Now
And
you're
then it looks
looking
like
at
they're gonna
players
start
like
soon.
Crazy and XE stepping up tremendously in that slaying aspect with Mercury's now holding down the hard points. And then when you get to the protocol search and destroy, I love it because the Spartans, the way that Dak and Wiz like to play on it, taking a lot of space, bottom computers, super aggressive. That's going to be a bloodbath. Control Vault is going to be a mix fest as well. And then when you always watch Red Card Hardpoint, there's always going to be like 200 to 200 to close out that game. And if we manage to get to a game number 5, Dealership, a brand new map added to the map pool, we absolutely love that energy. Let's get more reps on it.
I think that if I'm remembering right, I want to say this Royal Spartans team, whether they've been known as Royal Spartans or YFP, there's at least 2 or 3 instances that I can think of a Red Card Hardpoint that ended to game
Time?
clock and not
Yeah.
actual points. So again, with an Emit team that if they do get to a map 4, trying to work on like how we're rotating, who's hitting timings, things like that, because they've got a new 4th in the mix. That could get interesting. Lobby's still dropping, so we're gonna stop talking. We're gonna head to a break. Hopefully, come back here with map number 1 of our winners finals right today.
Never mind, they're not starting map 1 soon. What's that all about? Wow. Well, chat, thanks again for tuning in, man. Don't forget to drop a like if you haven't already. Sub to the channel if you're not already subbed. You know what I'm saying? We're on the road to 10K. We're only, apparently, according to this thing, we're only 10 away from 9,600. I don't think that thing's accurate. I think it's usually a little bit behind, so we might be actually almost at 9,600. We're 5 away, according to my app. Oh. Well, hopefully this is like a 3-0, you know what I'm saying? Nice and easy. Oh my, Brooklyn slams these guys. Prolute looks godlike in replacement of Rex. Yeah, that is what people said, right? Legion made a profit because they paid literally $0. And then I guess they get a... I don't know how Legion really made money unless they took some of prize money and then like the exclusive
Welcome back, everybody. We are
streaming
good to
deals
go
maybe for
here.
YouTube.
So it's going to be a Skyline Hardpoint for our upper finals. Map number 1, Royal Spartans.
Let's get it. Here we go.
Brooklyn, and all eyes to see how Prolute will step in with, again, not many reps. This is just jump on into the server, brothers, and see what you can do.
Yeah, this is basically like an 8 series for him. You do have at least 2 or 3 days of practice with this lineup. Craze told me that it was going somewhat decent. Pushed a lot of teams to the brink at the end of these games, but now you need to be perfect here if you want to try to push your way to the grand finals and potentially 3-peat
It's gonna be
under the
tough, man.
organization of Omit.
It's kind of unfortunate to think that like you're slamming in the elite and then your player gets poached by the league and
locate Wiz, but they give up a
now
lot
you're
of
set
time to
back
start
trying to
this
win.
game.
Especially because like I mean, there's not a lot of money on the line in these elites, but like this money means something to these challengers players.
Now all of a sudden there's threat over towards New. Mamba just trying to stay alive and wait for help, but they cannot get far enough forward, can the Royal Spartans, to actually move the spawn. So 41-0 on the first hill, but Amit Brooklyn in a setup and getting arena when this hit's coming from.
Yeah, big double there from Prolo to start off these
Nice,
gunfights.
Merc.
Now Mercury strikes at the right time to find the final 2, but already off the respawn, the SMGs
Nice, Merc.
are aggressive here from the Spartans. They're gonna
Nice.
get
Look
cut
at Merc,
down.
man.
Great shots there for Mercury's a 5-2 start. There's some kills that are gonna be left around the map now that Dylan isn't here to find them. But so far, perfect response here at the P2 to get Omit right back in
Mamba's
this game.
been good too. Mamba's been godlike this stage.
So far, still good.
Look, he's still going.
Here's how things start to move from here, though. It's this next exchange. And
Oh, okay,
it's
Exceed.
3 in a row, shutting down every
Oh my
single
God.
vendor coming up the vent. But there is at least one trade from
Okay,
Cruz.
Exceed.
May not make a difference, though. Scrap time going to be good for Mid Brooklyn, and they've got Craze on rotation.
Oh.
Ready to try to lock things down over towards Kitchen.
He was shooting
This is Wiz
there.
on the initial look, but still finds the kill, leaving just Mamba left alive. But because the hard point is not opened up yet, Royal Spartans get a pretty quick spawn and come back in.
Yeah, they get a quick spawn, but Mercury's is making their life a living hell through the middle of the map. He finds a double.
Prolute,
Now you
yeah,
have the
way to wait for
numbers.
your
A queen,
teammate.
4 dead. Spawn still in favor of the Spartans over towards Tobble. So you need to work your way on in. Need some pressure from the front. Need some pressure from the middle. Need to find an open kill.
Yeah,
Exceed
they
starts it
for
all.
anything
Exceed
online they
finds
play on
2,
their own
and
PCs.
Right now, all that lacking of what
At
Double Rex brought to
events,
you with that
obviously,
Slate
they
presence,
play on what
everyone
the
is picking it up right now.
CDL
from home.
provides, but at home, I believe they play on whatever they have.
Here we go. Mid Brooklyn putting together a bit of an avalanche. Oh, nice little backup from Exceed. Watches the pitch play through mid. Shutdown is in, though. Good kills coming through, leaving Mercury's by himself. Hardpoint open for now. Merc able to get at least some sort of information on where this cross is. Pistol out. Help nearby.
Oh.
Wiz is able to shut down everything at a moment here.
All
for
right,
the
big
Spartans,
big
with
break
scrap time
needed here,
looking
man.
good,
Big
and of
P4
course,
break
spawn set
needed
up for
here.
New.
Yeah, Spawn's fully set up for New. As it seems the last player to drop that they had to account for, so
Craze is taking
set
underground
themselves
route.
properly here at the Money Hill. Need someone to contest from top plat. They're giving up a lot of space, but thankfully Cruz is going to take it away with some really good timing. Fies killed number 2. Hold up, let me reload. Let me put a little bit of extra ammo in the clip before I commit on the chow. But the Spartans
Think is
still
anyone
hold.
better than Skies and
Hold up, wait a
Challengers?
minute. Let me see what we can get going here. Pretty decent for now.
Probably.
As the hit from the front does at least allow a
Probably.
contested. He had to follow up.
I almost kind of wish Optic would have just got Rex, bro.
Into P4.
Let Dashy OBJ and let Rex slay.
I
mean, Dashy was highly effective last year at the OBJ role.
Cruz switching between weapons, good
But-
for one, but nothing more. In the scrap
I mean,
time
it's just
will
one of
go
those
to the
things where it's
Brooklyn
like,
as they break
you know
out.
what Skies is capable
That's
of?
insane how Omen
Obviously.
set up that break. No one works through kitchen.
And he knows how
no
to
one goes
win.
Top plat. It's just everyone.
But if you're picking up a Challengers player, you're not really going to get that.
Up on those one-on-ones.
But
Spartans
you might
gotta
get
be
someone
better
who's just
in that
individually
setup
performing better,
on the
especially like
second half of
gunny-wise this
game,
season.
But Exceed having a phenomenal start. It is opening HP. He's usually not the guy putting up the best kills. He's more focused on the objective, but he's had a lot of crucial moments which has led to the lead so far for a moment.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, I mean, listen, a 60-point lead through the first rotation is pretty freaking good for Omit.
up top.
They got info on where all
Right
these
now,
players
it's not
are.
just to hold
Nice.
Craze
Craze just
back.
player
Yeah, there's a
life.
couple of trades, but it's nothing that really amounts to.
Oh!
Hard point, but that's a big win for Craze.
Oh.
Tries to follow up on.
How did he
one more,
win
but
that?
Not able to predict that Dak was already holding.
I think
the
Rex
lead,
is going to do
so
really good on
flip
Ravens.
of the hard point comes through here at Hot Tub. Emmett Brooklyn still 20 seconds to fight for, and they're growing.
I think he's going to do good. I also think,
Right
like, I mean, he's
around
teaming
double
with
points at the moment.
Slasher, right? Like,
Yeah, they're more than happy to.
he's
just
gonna
double
have,
this
like,
dude
a
one time.
guy
They
who
found 41
knows
seconds the
what
first
to
go
do at the
around,
pro
and now they
level.
time the kills to perfection.
Like, he's going to have a
Prolute
good
finding a
mind,
double.
I think, too, to team up
Cruz
with.
the
That should
perfect
hopefully
response.
outmold
Just
him
keeps them
quicker maybe
away
than he would have
from
if he
these
just, like, went to,
spawns
like,
at the new
LAG and
HP. Teammates
started
eventually
getting
get
farmed
back
like
into the
looners.
play, and that's a big time player and making a big time play for his teammates to win the rotation to no.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dak shut down around the
Hey,
back.
he's a big plays. You're going to have him spawning out.
The spawns
Oh,
around a
nah,
touch,
never
but
mind. No spawn
the kills
outs.
are not convincing enough. So the Spartans in a good spot. Trying to follow up to get a read where this next hit's coming from. Timing from Mamba's decent, but runs out of ammunition.
The big
Mercury's
P2
full
right
play,
here
just
from
down to the pistol now from
Spartans,
Mamba.
man.
And lots of damage does come through.
Oh, it's
Give
a
him a
big
couple of assists
P2
there,
from Spartans.
as Mamba and the rest of the Spartans will put themselves back into a convincing position now with still 25 to fight for.
Yeah, but they keep on letting people slip on by. Like, when you're fully set up and all the kills are going your way, there's no reason why there should be openings where Omen are still making this a mixy one.
Okay,
Now the
there
last
you
player
go.
on the point, you don't have any ammo because we're too busy finding all the kills. And Omen Brooklyn find just a couple, and they're able to walk away with at least 20 seconds
right, a
of
little
that
extra
P2
scrap.
time. Now you're forced to cut your losses off the road. Oh, thankfully,
I don't
you
really
have a lot of
watch
players in
Halo
the
too
right
much,
position,
Freddy.
But the Spartans
Um,
got to stop leaving so many
I'll
gaps.
probably keep up with
Yeah,
it to, like,
sure
know,
do.
like, who wins and stuff, but...
And another moment here.
I don't know. I find it so hard to get into Halo. This off season, we're probably gonna watch party some Halo when there's no COD on. Like, I know Alex and Preston also love Halo, but dude, I don't know. I struggle to get into competitive Halo.
Could be good for them to get a lot of time, but Craze will drop. Mercury's found out towards bottom Jim, and now the Spartans have a chance to re-break.
Yeah, and that's just one of those gunfights
Everybody
you really don't
dead.
have to commit on. Like, Craze, I know you got a great shot, but dude,
Chat, we're
all
gonna
the
be
way
watch
across the
partying
map,
hella
you're
stuff
giving up
for
your life
EWC
free, and at
this
least
year.
you're clean for dead. Now you're forced to find a break back on in.
I want to watch
This is a
Apex,
scary
hot, well,
situation
hot
to be in
obviously,
because
but I
too
want to watch
aggressive, you start to
Apex.
spawn all the way
I want to
across
watch
the map, and
Counter Strike. I want to watch
thankfully, he's the only
Val.
one to do so. So he's gonna have the free pinch. He's able to find a double.
And just-
Can he
and
make
just
it a
watch
triple,
party
or
some
at least
different games, maybe
secure
Rocket
this time
League.
for his teammates? And yes,
Just
he
have
does.
a vibe in the
Big
summer,
play
you know what I'm saying?
again
Just
there
vibe
from
out.
Craze.
During
Really
off
good
season.
stuff. Now you're in a position of power, rotating over to P4.
Nice, Prolute.
Prolute watching at the middle of the map. Now, I will
Big
say,
fights.
there's a hit up
Nice,
top for
Craze.
He's able to find both members.
Here we go. This is
Did not
the
expect
hill to
that
win the
to
game
happen.
right here,
Looked
man.
like he was going to be late to the angle, but he still gets the double
Good
shutdown.
P4,
The
you
hit
win
from
this
the
shit,
front is being
guaranteed.
dismantled, and Emmett Brooklyn are going to get past 200 points.
Yeah, and if the Spartans don't get a break here, it's GG's here on map number 1. You're just allowing way too many big-time plays to happen throughout
Yeah, no
this
mini
game
map in Halo
without
makes
you
it
finding any
much harder
trades.
to
Another
watch.
3-for-none battle. Spartans now forced to final 30 seconds work their way through kitchen. Dak finds the opening kill, so now you're in a position to block the back
Nice.
spawns, but you just got to get
Nice.
past Craze, and another double, 8 in a row.
Wow,
Hellstorm almost earned. He is putting a seal to this game.
Sure feels that way, and there's skill number 9 for the Hellstorm.
Oh my
goodness.
God.
Oh my
The
God.
snap at range. 27 and 20 for Craze on 10 in a row. Double-digit streak. And
My
no reason to
God,
swap off this
Craze. What's good,
POV.
Schaefer? How we doing?
As Emmett Brooklyn will just be within a couple of moments of winning this hard point, and we may just see an extended streak here from Craze as he set himself up for another great route. Kill 11 is on the way, and he's going to reset and wait for help now as Emmett Brooklyn have to try to set something up.
Hey, just call the streak. Like, screw it.
You
Like,
might
let me
as
just
well
sit in the
just
corner.
streak,
I'm going to
okay.
use the streak. I already have it. I'm giving the info.
Oh.
Oh, that's why he's not calling it, because my teammates are already
What the
calling
fuck?
in one, but
Whoa.
his gets nothing from it. A double
Wait.
team kill.
They just double team
Allows
killed.
the Spartans to still hold down on the proper side of the map. Still soak up this time, so now Craze might just have to invest this as well, because it's not useful in the next 2 hills.
Now it's going to be called in. Have to be careful with the ordnance calling in. And that will just be used to hold off the Royal Spartans. Here comes Mercules on the route. Wait, why are we not just jumping into the hard point? We just need 5 seconds. Here's the hit. Craze holding on over towards Jim. Yep, gets the read, knowing that players did a contest. And wow, we'll snap back over towards Jim. We'll secure at least the spawn
Okay,
flip.
I mean, that's
And with
Jeej.
that should be the map.
But
Mamba
that
will
was
have
kind of
to
weird
get
towards the
there
end.
now, and
But
will
listen,
not.
map
So,
1, almost a 100-point
first
victory.
map for Emmett
31 out of
Brooklyn.
Craze. He went on an
Started off,
11 spree,
again,
too.
very back and forth, but a couple of big streaks come
Okay.
through for a couple of members from Emmett Brooklyn, and most importantly,
That
They
was a
break when
little
they need
weird.
to, and they are more successful just getting a lot of time in the first 40 when they're in good spots on the holds, especially over towards 4.
Yeah, and I was getting a lot of questions today of what I thought about Omid Brooklyn today with their new lineup with Dylan Rex
Yeah.
getting picked up to the Pro League and just making this adjustment. You can tell that everyone needed to pick it up in the slaying department, and
Yeah.
they all had their moments. Mercury's off the respawn, holding down the rotations. Popping
did you guys
QB,
see the,
Exceed, and the hard point, popping triple.
Did you guys see that
Craze,
apparently
taking over the
Ubisoft
game
is
at
making a
the
new
end of
battle
it.
royale,
Just hits
and
that
it's heavily
go
inspired
button
by
and just
Apex
like, all right,
Legends?
I'm gonna gun everyone. Like, I'm just gonna dictate the.
I don't really understand-
It out. So they were able to make up for.
I
all
don't
the
really
slaying that
understand
Dylan
the
Rex brought to
report,
the
though,
lineup. And that's more
because
due to,
it
like, the
says
system, man. Big shout out.
they're
to
aiming to
coaching staff.
capitalize on
Big shout out
Apex
to everyone
declining
over there on
player
the side of
base.
Omen, because it really does not matter who they add to the lineup.
Didn't I say
their
Merc for the
system is
1.3?
always
If
gonna
Apex's player base is
Yeah, I mean,
declining,
it-
why would you make a
It's
game
one of
like
those
Apex?
situations Where again, like the credit continues to not just be put onto the
Am I
players, but
stupid, or does that
we haven't
sound
seen anything quite
counterintuitive?
like
Also,
this,
either too.
where,
You did call the Merc 1.3.
again,
Did he have a
it's
1.3?
sometimes maybe hard to
I didn't
follow
see what he
because
ended
you
with.
admit, and then even at Brooklyn, but regardless of what the team name is geographically identified as, this Met Brooklyn team in particular this year has gone through 1.5 million roster changes.
Oh, he
and they're
cooked.
still
Yeah, he was,
finding ways to win.
he was cooking at the
including
end there.
This roster change right here, and I will say, just to kind of like to talk to it a little bit more. we
Thank you
talked
again,
about, like,
Ed.
if the Royal Spartans
Dude,
were to get
I don't
this Met
understand. I
Brooklyn
don't
team and then
understand
win, like,
what
there's
the
a
point
level of
is.
like, okay, cool,
They're aiming
like,
to capitalize on
Met
Apex
Brooklyn
declining
gives
player
them a
base.
little bit of,
But
kind of
why do you think the
nod
Apex
saying,
player
like,
base
all
is declining?
New team, you know, you're forgiven.
Like,
Royal Spartans, maybe
Why
the
would they go if they don't want to play
The other
Apex
side of the
anymore?
story, if
Why
Met
would they
Brooklyn
want to
wins,
go
get to a grand
play
finals, have another
a
night to
game
talk through things that went
heavily
wrong.
inspired by
If
Apex?
they
I mean,
end
they'll
up
probably
competing
try it, right?
with
Like, I'd imagine
another
people who
brand
like
new
Apex
roster,
will probably try whatever this
I don't
game
think
is.
We'll ever see something quite
But
like that again.
if they
Some
don't
of
wanna
the
play
postings
Apex
that they
anymore,
use,
why would they wanna play
TTC Intel,
a game
was
that's just
talking
like
about
it?
how, like 50% of the players who've ever played in
I
a
don't know,
Brooklyn this year have
but
been picked up by the CDL.
apparently, I saw
75% of the regular Met team.
I don't know.
or vice
Apparently,
versa on the
Ben
team.
J was
Like,
asking Zoom on
every
stream.
time you play
Is
for
that
one
what
of the two
Aches is
teams,
working on now? Maybe
the
Aches is
chances of
working on
getting
that
picked up in
game.
the league are very, very high.
Hey man, I don't know.
I
what
just,
Rafi's
I don't
doing
know,
over
bro.
there,
I don't think
Like, the
new
guys
battle
just
royale
got this
games are the
guy's
wave
locked in.
anymore, bro.
He's got a great staff.
I
great
feel like it's
coaching
not the
staff,
best way to
group of
spend your
guys
like
who love
time
to
and
play
money
with
and
each other
dev
honestly
efforts
work their
on
stocks up to
BRs.
get back to the pro league. He's basically
Like Warzone's
the
player
deciding
base is
factor,
declining.
not only him,
Apex's
but
player
just
base is
players as
declining.
well.
I don't know about
Who's
Fortnite,
gonna
but
make the
Fortnite
to
is
the
just
league.
kind of
We have so
expanded
much
beyond
success
just
under
like
our
a simple
organization.
BR at this
One of the
point.
top organizations that we have here in challenges.
Like, I just don't think BRs are as popular anymore. So I feel like people should just be like focusing on something different.
This guy knows what it's like to mold talent the right way, but they just continue to always figure out the way to win, and it's awesome to see from a whole bunch of different group of guys that come in and out the building.
Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. I don't know what else you could possibly say besides that. So, again, just looking back at the run to this point, it's been really clean for both of these two squads. I will say, you know, the Royal Spartans, they did face up against a Vegas Academy team that didn't look like they were ready to play on that day because they got 3-0 bopped in both of their rounds that they played on that Thursday. Whereas, you know, for Brooklyn, they were dealing with a Stallions team that I thought was, you know, playing well. And then a Team War squad that we were looking at as possibly being, you know, again, a major contender for this stage, especially after their recent
I would
placing
love like
they
a
had
a
when they
new,
were just
really
recently
fun
in,
shooter
you know,
game.
in Texas. But not
But
the case.
I don't know.
And now your
I
last
think
four
part of it
remaining
is like, I think I'm
squads,
just like
again,
burnt out at
features
like
two
shooter
big
games
squads, but
generally.
another new contender
Like, there's
has
definitely gonna be
entered
ones
into
that are
the
fun.
playing field now with the
Right,
Luxury
but, like,
Exotics, you know, coming back in looking for revenge.
I wish there was a
that-
game that I was
that
like, oh, I
we're
can't wait to
getting
get on this game like every night. Like
That's
every
gonna be a
night, I
fun
just
one,
want to
too,
hop
'cause
on the
Luxury
game and do
Exotic
something,
officially
play
started
something.
off 0-3 in their qualifying matches, so they needed to ice up in their final two, go 2-3. sneak
Yeah, I like
away in the
Repo.
playoffs, and now
Rivals
you're
is cool
making the
too,
most
but
of
it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't really do it for me.
Losers bracket run so far. I've only dropped one map, and that was the Team War today, but does not matter. You are going up against Omid later on. But that is going to be the serials following. This one currently on the cards. Omid Brooklyn. go up
Ultra-realistic
1-0 after
VR
taking
ones.
The opening hard point.
Yeah, but then you
Suarez
need like
looking
you need to
for a
buy the VR
response.
shit,
They are
and then you need
phenomenal
to
search
set
in the
that. You
short
need
team, but
space
with
to
the
set
addition of
that all
Pro League,
up.
He's gonna have some new strats here for Omid.
There's a high barrier to entry, I think, for like VR still at this point.
What we get, and anytime you have Prelude and Search and Destroy, you feel like your chances go up. But Wiz will find first blood. leads to an immediate plant. But look at Craze on this route. He's going to get one.
How does he get through?
I don't know. He just finds a crack in it, and then he's going to
Hello?
find a double. That stops the plant on top of that. Mercules is trying to get something on the barrel stuff. Instead,
What?
it comes down to the AR.
How did they
battle
lose
from the
that
front door,
round?
But you're right. How does he get through? No clue.
Yeah,
but it doesn't make a
thankfully-
difference.
Thankfully,
How did
that
they
first
lose that
one went
round?
in favor of the Spartans, so they were able to have those numbers when these engagements started to go on down. I thought that Mamba was
got
in a
3.
position to
Oh my
watch
God,
that flank
this
through.
guy is
Grandma's
so
pretty
good.
much just got some really bad timing there, or the route from Craze on the outside of the sidewalk.
Mamba's been really good.
And the pinch it towards Grandma's, he just was not watching. He almost braced him down on that opening round. But Mamba said, no, not today, young buck. Give me 3. Round 1 to Spartans.
Starts with the first blood too. On top of that, it's just another one of those where Craze's route probably wins, but in a 3v4 doesn't fully come through. Exceeds stunned and pushed back from playing at the
There's
elevator.
Craze
but he's
again.
just making noise and just Craze.
I mean, this guy Craze is finding every gap in the map.
Route. He is just doing whatever the
They
heck
can't
he
stop him.
wants.
I don't know. Right now, I'm seeing.
Well, that's a
Craze
bomb
and
going
Lincoln,
down
I'm
B.
seeing 04, like with the routes that he's currently taking on this map. Strikes right through mid gun for the first blood. Bomb instantly.
What's
planted
good,
over
Trav?
towards
Welcome back.
B. And now he just continues to be a nuisance.
Geo
You
is
gotta
good.
locate where this guy is, but time is ticking.
Oh my
Nice.
God.
Oh my god, dude!
This guy's on one today, bro.
What do you even?
This guy's
say?
on one today,
Slow
bro.
down. Like this guy's getting through. Like, everybody
Yeah, I
watch it
guess.
lane. Let's play for that first kill. But every time he's gotten through, he's made our rounds a living hell. Let's just play for that first kill.
Wow. That's next level, my guy. That is next level. Okay. Let's reset and go again. Because Craze may
Dude,
find...
poor
I
Craze,
remember
bro.
Last year when we were talking about how
Everybody
he did this
Craze's
high
teamed
right
with
all the
this
time,
year
where
has
he
pretty
was
much
just,
gotten picked up.
Beating timings and like forcing gunfights.
Like,
that felt really,
Craze is the only one to not like
this,
get picked
people
up
don't know what to-
so
what to
far
do,
this
but
season.
now he just
Out
goes
of like
back to
the
it,
Omid teams, I feel like,
you can
or like the
teach
Omid
Bulldog
Brooklyn
in
teams that
different
continue to
situations by just doing what
cycle
you
through
never
players.
doing, and it just cuts people off guard.
Thank you, Tim, bro. Thank you.
Not gonna catch him off guard on this round though.
Exceed.
The plays coming in at A, but
That's
he
3
strikes for
dead.
the first blood, and you're instantly
And that's
here
4
to
dead. That's
contest
great
them because
work, man.
Everyone from the Spartans
That's great work.
was trying to gain some kind of info because they spotted nothing when it dropped in towards the bottom side of computers. They're saying, okay, let's get aggressive up towards Spiral. Let's push out Big Door a little bit. Let's try to get some zip control. But when you give them all that space, Omid realized, okay, there's something open. Then you strike for the first blood. You're weak on your setup, and they just break you down as soon as you put the bomb down. Omid Brooklyn, 2 quick rounds there to go up 2-1.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Craze 6-1.
Yeah. It does baffle the mind, like legitimately, because it's almost like you see the map in 8 dimensions where you just know exactly what time, space, and gravity is going to do to your timings on these routes. As Craze once again just kind of floats into mid-map with the bomb, hitting a read into a player top
Nice.
side window. Mercury shuts down the pinch from Wiz.
Good
that felt like a
reads.
route for Wiz where he's just like, I guess I'm just gonna try to do what Craze has been doing to us.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out.
Yeah, it doesn't work out. He gets caught. That's because he's going against Prolude on the other side, who's giving the comms. Yo, this is open. Someone make sure you pick it up. So they strike for the first blood again.
I don't know if that guy top trips
Spartans
knows
in a
Craze
man
is there.
disadvantage, but the bomb carrier and Craze is so
Oh.
aggressive up
Oh.
the side.
Yeah, wow.
Dak trying to make up for it. Perfect on the kill on the zip, but Craze instant with the response.
Oh.
Numbers advantage still in favor of
This
Owen
guy's
Brooklyn
ego
as he lines up
challenging,
number
bro.
6.
This guy's literally heat checking them right
It's
now.
unbelievable. I mean, these rounds we talk. I think the thing about
He's
it is,
just
when we
challenging
talk about
everything. He doesn't care.
How protocol search came to be, where it's just like a lot of mad dashing through elevator, through spiral. You're gonna get all your action right down to the bottom site. Now all of a sudden you're starting to see this type of gameplay where you're legitimately just breaking timings by running through the middle of the map, and it's forcing the Spartans to do weird stuff. And now you've got to combine 3 and 12 for 3 members of the Spartans.
Yeah, Craze is just way too confident, man. I don't know if it's due to the reinforced barrel being un-GA'd, so he feels like he can do it all again with that SMG.
Yeah.
But he
Oh my God, he
just
found the
been
gap
running
again.
and gunning so far. Immediately taking space again over towards sidewalk. You know the play is coming in at A. We're banking on the retake again. And now you have an RC car coming in at A. We're banking on the retake again. And now you have an RC car to make your approach a little bit easier.
Well, Prolute finds the first. Exceeds
Prolute
Henderson
gets a
trouble
kill,
with
exceeding the
repairs,
car.
the ladder, rather. But that
Gets a
will
guy
come around,
weak.
find the damage.
Chow him,
He
chow
goes
him,
through
chow
that.
him.
Trace tries for it, not going to happen. Exceed able to find one before dropping. Mercury sliding
guy
into
Mamba.
another, and now you're just down to Mamba.
I mean, you
He's
know
gonna
where
have
he's
to
at.
Check for this defuse. Prolute watching on the corner. Here comes the check. First shots are in.
That
And
is
Mamba!
awful.
That's that top.
What is
KD
this
leader
setup,
that we're talking about in
bro?
The playoffs just dives on
What's good,
through,
Tyree?
finds
How we
the
doing, man?
bodyguard, finds the diffuser and saves a round.
Man, I guess they
That's a
thought
massive
maybe he
play
could have
there
zipped
from
up
Mamba,
and
but
went
that is
like
a
big
breakthrough
door or
on the
something,
side of
but
Old Mid Brooklyn. If you're Prolute, we got to put ourselves in an angle. Because I don't know if they didn't have any info onto Mamba, but when he switched over to his POV, he was weak in HP. So you had to have known he was coming from that zip side. If we just don't give him the slide chow and allow him to catch a jump on us there, we're able to secure
yeah,
that
Prolute
round
got
with ease,
gunned.
but
Man, that
Mamba
sucks,
making
bro. They could have been
big-time
up 4-1.
plays. Gives the Swaru Spartans a spark there.
That would have been up
in round
4-1,
number
bro.
5 to try to continue on and make this a game.
I mean, just kill Mamba. The rest of the team's, and then the rest of the team's ass, bro.
See, another stun check down low. This was the same.
Good
look
nades,
as the
good
first
nades.
round, but this
Great
time,
nades.
Say Craze is being held
Craze is 9 and
by
2,
Wiz
bro.
at the first hard point, but nade will land. Good isolation coming through, and now Craze is getting
Craze
to
is
work,
dead.
finding more defense members to find to take care of. But Dak's route come through, pops the door. Is there isolation here? Not quite, and the bomb will make its way over to A.
Oh.
where Prolute will get to read that Dak has backed off.
Yeah,
Dak is
gonna
moving.
Get the info. The play is going to be over towards the A site, so now we're forced to retake it in a 3v3. No trophy sims are currently down, or at least one is, but
That's what I was.
Door
That's what I was
Spartans,
referencing
taking
in
time to work
Lions.
through big
The
doors,
scrap
trying to
quote
find
about
openings.
Hydra. Nice shots.
Prolute good snap. Good read on another.
Nice
Backs away,
shots.
Gives himself a chance at it, and now
Nice.
it's just down to one. Nowhere to go.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
really well done
Run
right
these
there from
guys. They
Prolute.
can't do when Craze is
You
playing
gotta
like
kinda fall
this.
before it happens
Bro,
if they,
Craze
like,
reminds
you're
me of
looking
like a
at that from the
Beezy.
perspective of the Spartans.
Like obviously he's not
Trying
as
to
good as a
focus
Beezy,
in front
or
door.
I guess we have to
Prolute
we have to wait and
three,
see,
takes
but
one,
probably
backs away,
not.
puts himself in a
But like
perfect spot to
first
steal
blood
more.
guy, really
So that's
fast,
the first shout
take
that comes in.
routes.
Like, you know that they're going to be
And like
stacked
when
in
he's
towards
on
this side.
point, your team is like
Now just gonna jump
unfuckable.
towards the white box, allow
Like
them to
when
have the
Craze is
exits and
frying,
easily
it's
pepper
so
us
hard to
with
fuck
bullets
with
without
Omid Brooklyn.
a bait and switch happening there. Because if you cruise, you want to wait for your teammate, but it's the bigger picture. If you're Wiz, also stop getting caught. Like Craze knows
Yeah, sure,
your kind
yeah.
of play style, and every time you give up that first play, you're just putting your team end-to-man disadvantage. So play a little bit tighter on a setup. Stop taking so many risks.
Seed now looking to get aggressive. Sees an offensive player over towards the P2 barrels. And
Craze is
will
playing an
stay up
absolute
and-
cred on B. He's playing that.
This is actually
next
great
to the
intel for
helipad
Brooklyn. You know,
cred.
You've got a good solid setup inside of A.
I kind of like it though because
Spartans
he's
are
been
trying
going
to just
so
kind of
aggro. He has
keep
them
the noise
tweaking right now.
silent and then burst, but everything's being watched right now.
Yeah, everything is covered right now for a moment.
He's a roaming slayer like Hydra or Simp. He's just fast.
Some extra shoulders,
Okay,
getting
there you
some
go.
more information.
More
and
you know.
still sitting over towards
Merc gets
P2,
two.
and
What?
Mercules is able to line up a
the
double
hell did
from
Merc
top
get
Trent's
two?
window. So the slow and steady wins the race. Currently not working for the Spartans. Dak and Mamba trying to make up for it. Now it's a 1v3, all left up to Dak.
Not looking good at the moment. And
This guy's
Dak,
cooked.
A couple of stray shots will alert everyone to where
This
he's
guy's
positioning. You can
cooked.
see the defense is moving over just to make sure there's no exit away from this B site. Timing may allow 1-1v1 if he decides to come back to the B site, but instead we're looking for kills and we're going to run out of time here as the defense is going to be very sure that this is going to be a rewrap back over to A.
Yeah, and even if he gets the timing to work this bomb in towards A, you're simply not going to have enough time or
Nice.
enough ammo to find every single one of those gunfights. Omid Brooklyn, perfect on that defensive look, and it all starts with Exceed.
Could have been 6-1.
Like,
they don't let Mamba 1v2 him.
Okay, they are
If
slowing
Prolute's
down their
not,
approach.
I don't know what he was doing in the back of sight that round.
I'm already back in A. No one's on the drop down, so they are taking their time in their spawn. But by the time that play starts to develop on the side of the Spartans end, you just line up for a free double there for Mercules from top window. Probably unaware of that angle, but it's been a battle of the first play, and Omid Brooklyn have been basically dominating every single round. Now they're at game point.
They really have.
My
been.
dead grand for Skies is actually insane comms. That's insane comms.
Okay. This might be a fast winners finals, Jay. I mean, at this rate, you still have two members to the Spartans who can't just get in.
Dylan Rex, Tyree.
a lot of that has just been
He is
either they're
replacing
finding information on
Vivid. They already
recruits,
announced it.
or they're stopping Wiz from being able to hit routes. It's just nothing is going right now for the Spartans.
And look,
A rare moment of
Yeah.
pause though. 60 seconds, and Amit haven't really decided to hit anything yet.
yeah, but they spotted Cruz crossing over towards B1. Potentially trying to isolate
What the
onto that
fuck?
kill, but
Splitty
this
with
time
5
Mamba
gifted on
fights for the
Twitch?
first slot onto their most important player in Craze.
Splitty with
Now you have
5
the
on
numbers
Twitch, my
advantage.
guy. Let's go, Splitty. Thank you. What the fuck?
Free, but Dak might be able to find a free
Bro.
if he just turns this corner.
Splitty gives 5 on Twitch. One of the gifted subs went to Preston Sperm,
It may not make a
and
difference,
another
though.
one of the gifted subs went to Caesar Season's
The
dad.
last 2 Amit members.
What are these people's names, bro? Splitty, thank you for the 5, dude. Holy
terms of
shit.
Trying to win through mid, so they're gonna just decide to instead.
Let's fucking go, dude.
go
Thank
over
you,
to E.
Splitty.
Nice little bouncing stun will reveal that.
That's a
this
good
play is
adaptation out of you, my guy. You did not have to
Unless
do
there's
that,
a
but thank you,
critical,
man.
Crucial error.
I appreciate
of
you, Splitty, for real.
stacking And getting flatted. This should be a decent retake attempt. and
retake.
yeah, perfectly timed, perfectly done.
Retake.
That's all it came down to was the timing there of the Spartans on that chow. I was thinking if you were Dak and you just overextended a little bit and gave that first kill to Prolute before his team
That was
able to
insane.
execute
That
their
jump
play
scared
through
me.
Spiral.
I'm not used to hearing like the
2v2
Twitch
is a
alert
lot
sounds,
more
so that shit
manageable
scared the hell
without
out of me.
chaos, but when those gunfights go down, Prolute gets one, his teammate gets none. And then he's just left in a 1v2 with not any ammo, not that much HP as well. So the Spartans this time strike for the first blood.
That's insane,
Make the
Viper.
play prolong itself.
That's insane.
And just don't allow Omid Brooklyn to break them down and stay alive.
Quick trophy, quick hit. A is the target, but Exceed. Yeah, down low. I was gonna say he's gonna get a look at this, just not really pushing through front door, but just.
All right, can they retake
Yeah,
this?
'cause he's got an RC.
Please don't blow
work with.
yourselves up.
He's gonna wait to see if maybe the distraction can come through. He can find some.
Okay.
damage. That's gonna find a considerable amount of hit markers.
They did the damage.
but
no follow-up, though.
Everyone stays alive, and we're gonna keep 4v4 going.
Another
Yeah,
car
it's a
spiral.
useless RC car at that point.
No.
To get some damage, but not be able to attack right after the contact goes down.
Nice,
But
wait.
You're already hidden through big door. You're finding initial 2 kills. Now you have the numbers 20
Wait.
seconds.
Wow, it's just
1v2 for Mamba.
crossfire.
1v1 for Mamba.
Still gives himself a chance at this.
Nice.
The stuff was nearly there, but
Exceeding
not going to
Craze in the
happen.
takeover.
As
Perlu
Exceed
and Merc
had
did their
slid
thing.
past him. Enough time for the defuse and a bit.
There we
Brooklyn,
go.
Largely thanks
2-0,
to the
man.
dominant
2-0.
early
Come
from
on.
Craze and just easy follow-ups from Exceed. Those guys combined for a 20-9 stat line in what was a lightning fast search and destroy protocol. It doesn't feel like a winner's
That's what I'm
final
talking
matchup,
about.
I'll tell
Splitty,
that
thank
much.
you again for that 5, bro.
No question it doesn't, man. Omid Brooklyn, even with a new guy in the lineup, they're still making it look very, very easy. That final
Big
round
three,
was
some
beautiful.
slight,
Again,
you know what I'm
just
saying?
off of the
Some
information
slight
Exceed
that.
He's able to get this time with an RC
Close this
car.
bitch out
He
on
backs
vault
it down,
control.
forces people out of their positions, has a couple players weak, so no one is able to watch Big Door. That's the second time now where the Spartans get the bomb down, but no one watching Big Door. You allow people to slide into computers, contest you in those close angles that catch you off guard, and then you just get bombarded if you're the player sitting towards Zip or Spiral. Just perfectly played from Omid Brooklyn. They obviously dominated in the first
Dude,
one,
Omid always look good,
6-3.
man. They always
But
do.
even in a man disadvantage right
It's actually
there,
insane.
The teamwork is still making the dream work.
Rafi
It's crazy
knows how to
say
build a
because
squad, bro.
It's a brand new team. Only on 4
Brand
days
new
of
team.
practice. They're
Rafi
looking
knows
good.
how to build a roster, man.
That-
You
that
gotta
was
tip it.
point
The
I was
GM
going to
hat.
was, like,
That
this
guy's
is
just
not
the
what
ultimate
team
GM.
was put together a couple of hours ago. Like, how did
That's crazy, Gabe. I'm sorry.
I don't know how this keeps.
It's because they know they're gone at the end of the season, Gabe. They don't want to get. They don't want to get to know anybody, you know.
For it. Yeah, not. Again, it's just. I legitimately don't even have the words, Jay. Like,
They're making
this is
good plays,
it-
Alan.
Great plays, and you know, again, there's a level of like, you know, these guys aren't new to each other in the terms of like, you know who Prolute is, you know what he brings to the table. I'm sure
Yeah.
there's a lot of consistency in terms of like how he calms compared to how like Rex would calm things through. But so far, his
Okay.
ability to be incorporated into this system has been perfect, and that's I think the thing about it is like, it's not that they're playing well. It's that they're playing so well, we've barely seen any mistakes, which is usually not the case. No matter if it's
That was a
one
pretty
person or
good
two people or
search.
whatever it happens to be, they
Other
can
than
change
like
it out.
2 poor holds on a
It's
post
so
plant.
crazy, man. It's so crazy because every time I feel like they're going to be tested versus one of these other teams.
I do want him to close it
show
out
up
here, though.
on a couple of days prior to what today was, like last week, Royal Spartans. If you played,
I
them
wanted
that
to close
day,
it out
they'd
right
probably
here.
Run over you, but
Yeah.
just like right now, they haven't really figured it out. A lot of mistakes in their opening HP. a lot of risk in that S&D just don't pay out for them. Like you give
100 Thieves Warzone team won game 1 of the Return to Verdansk 50K tournament, apparently.
So
Let's
you're just
go.
forced to always try to play catch up or make up for that mistake, and unfortunately, they
I
just
guess there's a
have
Warzone
so
tournament going
long
on
to
right
even
now.
Give you a chance at it. But the winners finals is going very, very quickly. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we still got one more to close out the night after this one. Luxury Exotic versus Omid should be a lot closer than what this one currently is.
And the series isn't over. I think that's the other part about this is like this Royal Spartans team is they're a good control team. We've seen that a couple of times across all 3 of the seasons of Elite that this core is stuck together. So I'm not sitting here and saying that the series is over by any stretch of the imagination. It's just in the fashion of how the first 2 maps have gone. It's kind of hard.
Optic
to
should
say.
rerun Omid,
It's
start
kinda
winning
hard to
again.
build
Oh
how a
man.
reverse sweep starts to come to happen. I will say though,
Maybe
with
Optic
control,
should just
it's
merge
always
with
gonna be
Omid
hard
and
for
then
hard
let
for hard.
Rafi
There's opportunities
GM
there
the
to
team.
take advantage of,
What do we think?
rotations that get missed. There are things that I think kind of create itself because of the map that you're on. So, there is still a chance here, I think, for these guys to bounce back into the series without a doubt.
And I think the only person I'm really looking at to be like that spark is Wiz, man. Like, this is a guy who plays off of his timing. So right now, none of it is going his way for that SMG. Wasn't working out on the opening hard point. Obviously did not work out on that search and destroy. But when his timings go correct, that means he's dictating to how the game is being played. Right now, it's being dictated by
dude,
Craig.
I'm
He has
tired,
moments
bro.
in the hard point. He has moments in the search and destroy.
I have not
You
been
have to be able to
sleeping
contest
good
that guy
recently.
and shut down his confidence.
Would that be
or shut
called?
down his playmaking
Optic?
ability,
It'd
or he's
probably
gonna
just be
continue to do
Optic.
it. So
It'd probably
Wiz,
just
you
stay
have to come
Optic.
out early into this control if you want to stand a chance potentially at a reverse
Optic Brooklyn.
I agree. Have to have something here because outside of a 1v2 for Mamba, there has not been much to speak of for the Royal Spartans at this point. And again, that just puts us into a really sour frame of mind when you look at, again, a vault control, which can be a square.
Wow, no break in between map 2 and 3. They just yapped the whole time.
Yeah, I think you look at that if you're the Royal Spartans and say, cool, like we can definitely punish in a lot of ways.
Omid Texas. Can you imagine?
This newer
Optic and
squad
Omid
that
merge. They
maybe
just drop the
a
Optic name.
bit more of a
That would be insane. That would
it's
never
kind
happen.
of a comms battle of like, what are we doing? How do we do it? Who goes where? Type deal. But it's still like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's gonna stop this team. Like they look so fluid to this point. It's hard to think that's gonna be an issue for them.
The only thing that could potentially stop this team on this map is how impactful Dylan Rex was with that submachine gun when he needed to whip it out. Now you're basically relying on ProLoot or Mercules to figure out who's going to be the guys. Oh, my bad. Wow, that was horrible. Who's going to be the guy to whip out that SMG for those aggressive pushes to consistently find your trades through the middle of the map, and then at times be also
That's
the
insane,
AR
man.
guy to
That's
hold down
insane.
B Street when that pressure's coming through the front
All right,
door.
Optic will be back
ProLoot
one day,
or
man.
Mercules is going to have to make that decision. I would assume that if I am
Yeah, there's still another
Hercules,
match
I'm the
after
guy doing
this.
it because I've already been in the system. I understand what it's like.
Hopefully
to play
it's
these
gonna
guys.
be Omid
It's a lot
GG
easier for a
versus
guy to just
Spartans.
walk on in and hold his preems and play one
If,
consistent role. So
Hopefully
Hercules,
there's no
if I'm
reverse
him, I
sweep
think
here.
He's the guy whipping out that third SMG here.
Well, see what happens.
But let's see.
As Mid Brooklyn will show force at A, and then do what they've done a couple of
Craze is
times,
on one
play
today,
over
so
the B
hopefully he
point,
stays-
and the Spartans are
he
not
stays
here.
cooking.
Brolit's gonna work on the corner. Sun comes through, pinch for Dak, only finds one. Exceed. Working on the cut. Really well done, and Mercules, you can see his position. He's over towards the P4 side of the map. First tick is done, the second is on the way. Craze gets punished.
Yeah,
trying to
Mercules
play
is good when he
through
brings
into
out the
Art.
sub.
And there may be a chance here for the Spartans.
Every time he
to
pulls it
actually
out on
save this second
Skyline,
tick in the XC,
I like
reads
what I
that,
see.
backs up, and then moves over
I
to
guess
the-
ProLoot used to be a
Oh,
sub,
and he
right?
also finds
So
a kill on his approach over towards
look, he's got a sub out right now.
Great shots onto Dak. Now can Mercules find kill number 2, and he's also that player running that third SMG. So the
Yep,
pressure
called it.
is going to be in for Omid Brooklyn. They're working on some segments here at A. The
Number
pinch
5 on the
only
pinch.
horizon here from Wiz. Can he get something done? He puts down
Good
shots, but
teamwork.
he gets
Nice.
nothing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Or at least one. All right.
Yeah, he ducks, I think, right there.
Nice. Last guy, you know where he's at. Work together. There you go. Finish that tick.
And now all of a sudden, you've got
Okay,
the
4
extra
life
60
advantage,
seconds
2
added.
minutes.
Craze had maybe
Come on,
a
man.
chance to slip into Art, but gets caught just
Omid
before
win
he
this
can make
offense.
entry
I
into it,
think
but
Spartans are just chalked.
Ah.
You're down
This
2-0.
has been tough. The
You get
Spartans are
dominated
just-
on
they're
a you're
trying
on
to
defense. You
force
get dominated
battles to
round
take
1.
away space,
Yep.
but they're not winning a single one of them.
And the timings aren't going their way, so He's putting himself in very difficult situations so far in this control. Second segment already guaranteed. Craze drawing the
Craze gets a
attention
kill
on
in the back.
pitch, and now when you put your focus on the point,
His teammates can't
he's
get
gonna
kills
shoot
on the
you in
point,
back.
though.
He's only able to find one. You're up by 7 lives, but 1 minute and 40. Yeah, Craze just continue to finesse back here.
Yeah, and this is just a bit Brooklyn saying, we've got that third ticket in front of us, but we don't have to commit.
And he's
to that.
staying
And then you're
alive,
right.
but he's
Let's
got
just
to
take our time. We've
he's got to
the
get
lives, we've got the
across,
time.
bro. He's spawning them
Now,
close on his
as the status of
teammates.
the battlefield starts to look a
He's
little
dead.
more favorable.
Okay.
Exceed can jump up, find a couple more, and he's working on.
But
a
they
nuke.
got
He's
2
8-0.
ticks. They got a
Dude,
minute and a
he's flying
half.
right now. Vault was his happy place. Eventually, he is going to fall. I don't know if he earns himself the Hellstorm, but
Craze just gets across
perfect
again.
start to the game, and the entire time you're doing that from the front, Craze is still roaming over towards the backside of Art. They have yet to account for him. Great
Exceed
shots
has a
off of the
Hellstorm?
first, can find the second. You are getting the investment out of the Hellstorm here, and it
I
gets
don't know about
nothing.
that.
So Spartans, even though they're down by 9 lives, they're still fighting.
I don't know about the Hellstorm usage
Clock
there,
is
but
starting to look a little bit more
who's been the
favorable,
best
but
player from it this series?
only 8 lives
Craze.
remain,
He's been slamming.
and the full overextension play is on the way. Craze
Sloppy.
gets caught.
They've all been doing
Craze
good though.
is
Like
decent, though.
like they've all
Plus
been
Exceed, maybe
doing
has
their
an angle.
jobs.
Whoa, beat down, little shot punch in reverse, punch shot. Mercury is following up, but now with a 12v5.
I mean, I guess
all
they're
you need is
and
just
unless
deal
something
with
insane
Craze at
happens,
V3, and you can
they
see all
should
the
win
guns
this
are
round.
grinding him.
But the
And yeah,
cruise
this
missile was an
matter of
interesting
time
call.
type
Exceed's getting shot in the
situation.
back here.
Yeah, 30 seconds. You're just looking for another kill to go your way because they have no more.
They gotta be
respawns.
careful,
But if
though,
you're the
man.
Spartans, you're just playing keep away. Iron up, clutch up in a one-on-one. And this
Nice.
round is yours, and that's not gonna help.
Yeah.
That doesn't help.
Hey, his name's Mamba for a
Cruise
reason, man.
last
Shout
one
out to
left.
Kobe.
Nothing that could happen there. Holy cow.
Let's go. Oh wait, Brooklyn's firing on all cylinders right now, man.
That's all I got.
Nah,
I
they're
love it.
slamming them, bro.
Yeah,
They're
this is
slamming
a
them.
beatdown.
Like Spartans today, it's just not their day. Like right now, it's just not their day. God can be so day to day. We say it all the time now, and right now, nothing is going right for them. Like they're not clutching up on their one-on-ones. Their timings aren't the best. They're trying to take positionings away that they simply aren't going to be in your favor at that moment. And also, getting out slayed isn't going to help. You allowed Exceed to start off the
No.
map 8-0. Like, we need to
No,
figure it out. We need to start killing some people.
Okay, shut down defense here. Close it all out. Let's go.
Okay. Need something here from the Spartans. Defense working their way over towards A. Largely focused on just this cut angle.
Oh,
Craze trying to spam it down. Mercules for his trade. Wiz pinch looking good. He turn.
and that's 4 dead.
Almost, but not quite. And that's going to be enough now to get a little bit of a mini stack here on day.
Yeah, those are those moments right there that Wiz is looking to conquer in. That's the timing for the double. Guarantees some segments here for his teammates. Should be able to extend time pretty early, but Omen Brooklyn, as of right now, aren't going to give this up. for
Cruz
free,
gets
but Cruz
3.
the deciding factor, finding
I
3
mean,
from top cat.
Oh, Pro Loot. There you go.
Almost
Nice,
allows
Pro
that to
Loot.
be guaranteed, but Pro Loot strikes for 3. Okay, newcomer, welcome back to the lineup. I
That's
guess,
good
if
right
you're
there.
Pro
Let's go work.
Wow. Pro now on 4. And he can get forward, drop the cross back over to
Yeah,
A.
this Spartans team's getting worked right
Second
now.
pick is all that's
They,
locked, 45
if I remember
seconds. Pro Loot
correctly
had
too,
some good
I could have
responses.
sworn
Back
last
with
week
pinch from
the
Craze,
Spartans were
perfect,
looking
following up by
godlike.
Clearing the zone, leaving Mercules now by himself.
Like I think they were
The corner.
slamming
Wow,
last
Cruz
week
wants to
in
slide
in
on
the
that?
first
Okay, trying to just beat Mercules by raw skill. It doesn't work out, and now all of a sudden
like in
you got
the
numbers
beginning of the
again for
bracket play
Brooklyn.
at the end of group stage.
Just got to keep on trading. Test A all the way to the very end. Craze trying to finesse, finds a kill. And they just keep on making it mixy through the middle of the map. Final push coming in from the Spartans.
Nice.
You're trying to take some cat control.
Pro Loot
Craze
went
is sent it
huge to
through
get them
double
off
doors,
that
so he
A
just
zone,
keeps
bro.
on making the numbers in his team's advantage.
Nice.
This Another moment that
Trade
you
him.
look at for the Spartans.
Nice.
Say you're doing everything that you possibly could.
One more wave, man. One more wave.
But it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. These little switch ups that we keep seeing from Brooklyn, everyone's helping each other so darn well.
Yeah,
Now
with
here's
Brooklyn's
the last
teamwork
moment
is
of
great right now.
desperation.
Their
15
team
points
shot
up
on like
11.
everything.
3.6 on the clock. Exceed. Just trying to keep the contest alive as Craze joins into the party, and now he's
Nice.
flying
Come on,
3 in a row
man.
And Brooklyn are 2-0 up.
See, that's
Blend
what I'm talking
these
about, is
guys.
the system right there from Moment Brooklyn. They understand, regardless of who is on the lineup. Like, yo, bro, if we have a 3v2, finesse, wait until your teammates get back into the play, great. Like, even in that final push there where Cruz Eagle challenged for that one-on-one gunfight, that's a scam. Because now you know that you're going to be outnumbered off the rotation. It's about another 5 seconds before you actually have another 4v4. But when you give it that first kill, everybody already off the respawn on the side of Omid Brooklyn, they're able to reinforce with their numbers.
Who's
and
gotten
progress
knocked
with their
out
lives
so
when they
far?
need to, man. So many clutch moments out of not only Craze,
Stallions,
but Prolu was the guy who
Falcons
saved the day
Academy,
over there at that 8-point finding three at the right time.
and Team War
You're only able to
and
secure
Cabal
2 segments there for the Spartans, but
were knocked out.
now Omid Brooklyn just
Hold on,
need one
chat.
round to close out the series.
Pro tried for a play through B Street. That shut down. But look at the flip. Craze on the overextension. Unchecked. Valuing the life, but also wants to read the information. Can't quite get away. Mamba finds the kill. But openings have been created on the A point. Mamba gives it a look. Shut down by Exceed. And now a 2-man stack. Get to work on the A zone.
Yeah, now how do the Spartans decide to bring it? Because obviously you don't want to give it this time. They're going to send it through Catwalk. They find the opening kill. Now, if you're Mercules, you need something to make up for it, but thankfully the player's still remaining alive. Find 2 kills, so it alleviates the pressure here. Second segment is going to be guaranteed.
Second
no one
tick.
yet to jump out from top cat. You're just giving up segments. Finally, you jump on out,
Craze.
and you make it mixy, but Craze is still here.
Nice.
Yeah,
that should
and
be it.
Pro
Oh,
Loot
wait,
as
number
well.
7. Nice,
Mamba's
Pro
gonna
Loot.
get this- Yeah, they've lost
Pro
full,
Loot's
bro.
having a
They've
map right now.
legitimately lost
Actually,
full
they're all
coverage. We're just
having a
seeing
map.
Frustrated gunfight after frustrated gunfight in 24-19 in lives. 2 minutes on the clock. B Street already owned and continuing to look.
Come
that
on,
way
Craze,
from
get across
Brooklyn
or get across
as they
the
walk
art.
their way up and stop the clock again.
Yep, that guy
Hey,
spawns
Craze
behind
already
you.
knows I'm at least spawning 2 players out behind me. Let's let me take some arc control, catch
Oh!
the timing, win the one-on-one, but Wiz is able to whiz all
What?
over Craze. And maintain
He
the map
whizzed all
control
over
for
him.
the
That's
Spartans
crazy,
there.
Goms. That
Minute
is
40
funny.
to work, Griff. You're down by 4 lives, but you can make up for it here.
You did not just say that.
My bad, dude.
Oh, goodness. 18 playing up against 14. Mamba is trying to hold on top of the zone.
Okay, I mean, 4 life advantage, minute and a
little
half.
bit of freedom to still
Definitely
stay
not
alive
over.
on the point. Exceed, though. Once again, pushing up. Isolation over to Vault Stairs. How do we just let him
There we
run
go.
up and find him? Like,
Big
what
kill.
is happening?
Nice.
Now
That's
we
all
get
4 dead.
mid,
That
and
should be
that's all
GG.
4 dead.
That should be
You
GG.
stack it. You get someone to watch the side door. The trophy system is nice and fresh. Second tick is being worked on with this double stack.
Wait, they didn't triple stack, though.
On the play from Pro Loot, but you got to find a way to test this and break on in for the contest. Mercules
I don't know
one
why
more,
they didn't
but
just triple stack.
White
I think the
comes
game
with-
would have been
comes with
over,
such a
but
cost.
okay.
2.5 ticks of progress, but most
I guess.
importantly, the Spartans are down to 7 lives.
Yeah, down by 7 lives. You cannot afford to play trades in this scenario.
Luckily for
Getting
Spartans,
clean,
they
4 dead,
have a
play
chance
ready
to
for the
rebound,
rest of the
literally in the
round.
next
Jack already
series.
starting it off.
So even if they, you know,
bait and switch, almost
get
good
3-0'd
enough to
here,
at least stay alive
they're
in
not
that
out
moment, but
for them,
Exceed at
luckily.
least able to take down 1. So now 10v5. Slow down the game if you're Omid. How to isolate these gunfights, lead to no more respawns.
Grace is a chance
Actually, they don't play right after this. I lied. They play tomorrow. I'm a liar, chat. I'm a liar. There's only one more match after this. It's losers semifinal. It'll be Omid GG versus Luxury Exotics.
And we'll be able to do that. Now one more to grab. Ring around the rosy
Oh
with the
my god, Exceed is
Locks
pissing.
it up.
GG 3-0.
No way, no how.
3-0
that our winner
Omid
final
Brooklyn. That's
is
a grand
beatdown
finals.
masterclass like that.
That's a grand
What?
finals entrance here for Omid Brooklyn.
Wow, get me out of there.
Yes, Ilya
Get
Major
me
on
out of
Stallions
there.
Rex.
Omid Brooklyn, no matter who is in the lineup, they are going to be able to dominate. The system is way too strong. We were curious of what this squad was
Wow.
going to look like when Dylan Rex got the call up, because Dylan Rex just brought so much slaying to this team. They needed to make up for it. Craze and Exceed just did it, man. Like, they made up for all those kills that they were missing with Dylan Rex not here. And they just played so
Exceed,
damn well,
25
man.
and
29
13.
traded kills from Exceed. 25 and 13. Started off the game 8-0. Like, that is just unreal from Omid Brooklyn, man. I literally just got a DM from their coach and my guy Joker. He said, plug and play. Plug and play. It does not matter. Omid Brooklyn continue to move on.
Oh, man.
Does Omid have a coach? Yes.
This has been
They have
a pleasant surprise.
Ricky Atura, I
What
think, is
we're
their
seeing.
coach
And
of.
I
I
get
think he's
it,
the coach
you
of
know,
Omid Brooklyn.
In terms of how the system is built, how it all works out, and you're getting a player that, like, to be fair, like, Pro has maybe been one of the most, I don't know, I want to say, like, flexible CDL pros, but not in the way of, like, weapon composition. It's just, like, he's found himself in some of the most dynamically different teams that the CDL has. Like, from playing, you know, with Vegas, playing with Optic for a little while. Like, it's just-
Yeah.
he's been all over the place playing with, like, some really different styles of
Wow.
teams. That doesn't even go to start even talking about.
That was kind of that was kind of an ass
right
beating.
In there says, all right, I'm in. Like, what do you need?
Even without fellow, Omit Brooklyn belt the ass, man.
Helps though. Alan,
Hashtag
like, the fact that
B2A.
you're playing with so many different players, like you said, like 2 challengers, and obviously his 2 stretches in the CDL with 2 different squads.
PP poo
That just
poo
allows
check.
you to adapt to a
$4.99 out of
Check.
Rex.
He's not really familiar.
Let me
with,
check. One
man.
sec.
Just walking
Now
into
we're
a
clean.
squad
We're
that
clean.
you know
We're
has a
clean,
lot of
Rex. We're
success
clean.
as
Thank
a
you for the
brand
5, brother.
Praise potentially
Appreciate
being
you.
the first guy to win 3 straight back-to-back elites.
Omit
as a
did
player.
merge with Optic, who would
Like, you know
coach
you're
them.
walking into a good situation.
Probably the
You just
Optic
gotta make
coaches,
the
or
most
they
of
all
it.
just
And based
combo.
off of that series, Prolu said, just another day in the office, my friend. Don't worry, I'm gonna block your spawns. I'll win a couple rotation gunfights, but y'all are gonna set the tone of
You know,
how we're gonna
I think
play.
Atura
And the SMG
is their
truly
coach.
were the deciding factor of that series. I did not see many plays from Dak. I didn't see many plays there from Wiz. I know Mamba going into that series had some phenomenal stats, but you just can't get anything going if your SMGs aren't allowing you to set up properly. So Omit, they move on to tomorrow in the grand finals. Potentially a chance for a 3-peat as an organization. Spartans get knocked on down. And I'm not going to lie,
Wow.
Alan, today is not going the way I was expecting it to, man.
All right, chat.
It's
One more
actually going a
series,
lot
man.
better. It's insane.
One more series. Omit GG
The other part about
and
this
Luxury
is, like,
Exotics.
Yes, this is impressive as hell from Mid Brooklyn, but I think if you're looking at this from Rose,
Winner is
thank God we don't have to play again tonight.
winner is T.
Together.
For
So,
sure.
Both those 2
3.
teams will have the rest of the night to work through some things, or maybe just enjoy the fact that things are working so well. But for us, we're going to send things to a break, and then we're going to get the other Emit squad going up against Luxury Exotics for a final series of the night.
Yeah, winner of this next series plays Spartans tomorrow. Yup. 4 series tomorrow. So we have losers final and grand final of EU, and then losers final and grand final of NA. So we're gonna watch all 4 of those tomorrow because I want to see a little bit about what's up with EU as well. I'm trying to see a little bit of that EU gameplay. Use code MAV though. Yeah, man. Use code MAV, man. DrinkJuvie.com. Shit. Sprecher. Shit. Agent pick. Shit. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just the name. I think they were founded in Wisconsin. I know they're based out of Wisconsin, but yeah. They were founded in Milwaukee. Look, this is straight off the website, from Sprecker's website. I guess Randy's the guy who started it. His love for brewing began in Europe. He was drafted into the army during the Vietnam War, but due to color blindness was sent back to work for a general in Germany. So I guess that's where he came up with the name, probably. He was in Germany for a while and he fell in love with German craft beer, apparently. Dude, Joker, that shit was nasty, bro. They just pissed on those guys, Joker. They just pissed on those guys. It wasn't even close. Sprecher's is the most popular soda. Where you're at. Dude, their root beer is elite. Code MAV, 10% off. If you want to order some. Yeah, you in the party tomorrow? Hey, let's go, dude. I'll be here. I don't know if Alex or Preston will be here, but I'll be here if you want to join. Hell yeah, dude. I'm down. Yeah, their root beer is fire, Viper. I haven't tried all of it. I've tried like 3 of their sodas, I think. One of them being the root beer. It's so good. It's so good. Oh no, you're good, Joker. You're good. I low-key gotta get some of the root beer. I gotta get some so I can show it on stream. And drink it, because, oh my god. I fuck with soda, man. I know soda's so bad for you, but I love soda. That's why I try not to buy it, so, like, I can't drink it if I don't buy it. Oh, come on. One more Omit victory to end the day, man. And then tomorrow, we watch him run it again. That's crazy, Gabe. No, I'm with you, Viper. Dude, I hate alcohol, man. It just like, I don't know, it just none of it really tastes good. It doesn't agree with my stomach, and like, I don't know. I literally never had the desire to drink anything alcoholic. Just let me crack open a juvie and I'll be lit, you know what I'm saying? That's all a man really needs. That's all a man really needs. Is a little juvie. Frank once and hopped on ranked and fell asleep mid-match. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. You got blocked by Exceed today? Dude, Austin, he was slamming. Also, Austin, what is that you posted, bro? Austin, what is that? What is that? Bro made AI Burger King exceed grabbing fries, dude. You got that video from Breaking Point? Oh shit, when did Breaking Point make that? Yeah, Lucky got the Burger King honors most recently. Yeah, I saw the Warzone win. That's where I saw the polls check tweet. That's how I saw it. Dude, you come to Omit, man, you just immediately look 70 times better, bro. You just immediately look better. What's good, Cozy? How we doing? Let's go. Let's get this last match going on, man. This one looks like it should be good. I mean, Luxury Exotic 3-1 War, which is like... I mean, War has been pretty consistent. Pretty consistently quality. Oh, what's good? What's good, Hat Man? That's the real... You're the real Hat Man, Alex. That's the real man with a hat right there. Ooh, dude, I want chicken wings, Cozy. That sounds so good. I'm doing good, though, man. I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, I can't lie, but we only got one more match. Omid Brooklyn already advanced into tomorrow to the grand finals. Hopefully Omid GG can win this shit, but I'm vibing, man. And dude, it's even sadder, Austin, that their only match is against LAT. I mean, maybe Rex will give them the... You know what I'm saying? Maybe Rex will help them play LAT a bit better, right? But he might... I mean... First match in the league is last match Sunday against LA Thieves online. I mean, you just asking for a disaster. Is this for T3? Yeah, this is. Winner of this will play Spartans tomorrow in losers final. So, hopefully it's Omit versus Spartans, and then Omit versus Omit. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, they're back.
Already welcome back to
Fifth and
Call of
Study,
Duty
let's
Challenge.
go.
Final match of the evening. We're dealing with our top 4 squads. Trying to battle into the lower finals are Luxury Exotics and Omit, no Brooklyn. And we're gonna get a Skyline.
Omit, no Look, Vault Control, chat.
Same rotation.
Wow.
You know, same results.
Who would have guessed?
I would say just kind of look.
Bro, I'm telling you, I genuinely do not think I've seen any other control other than Vault and Challengers.
Omit, yeah, for Omit, we haven't seen that, but we saw the.
I actually don't think I've seen a single Protocol or Hacienda control in Challengers.
So far, but
I'm sure there's been a couple here and there, but like, I literally think it's Vault 90% of the time.
With all that aggression, with all that slaying presence that you have, you need to be able to open up with a W here on the Skyline. Neum already starting it off with a double. He's trying to soak up time, but the numbers in favor of Omit, especially when Lin's making plays like that. They're soaking up P1 now.
And they get
Vault
high
is
ground
banned in
control,
amateur
start
COD
getting
most of
away
the
through
time?
hallways.
Huh, I wonder why the
Stuck down
challengers like
there,
it so
the
much.
Spawns had not moved at all. Standy, route up the backside of elevator.
Yup,
Got this one
Standy.
for free, and we just can't
Yup.
turn in time to deal with it. So that will be spawn moved. Yep, exactly the case. Plus the majority of the first 30 coming through. Trake's the only one
Nice,
left
and they
alive.
flipped the
Catches
spawns. Come
one,
on,
but
man.
Nothing more, and Luxury Exotics are going to chalk the hard point and try to play for rotation.
I hate
Cut their
Barrage,
losses,
bro.
and Now you need to make up for it.
When
with a couple
Barrage shows
kills
up
off
in
the
ranked,
rotation,
I'm
but
vetoing
they do
that
not
shit.
find the kills. They don't find the trades. And now you're going to waste a lot more time with this initial P2 already popping, trying to find the break now. Just need to find an opening. Rispy starts it off with the pressure over
Oh
towards
my god, I thought he was
Chin
gonna do it.
Almost in the bad there for Glow Frosty, but Omen's still here with the back spawns.
Gotta be
Yeah,
careful
Luxury
here, throwing
Exotics
lives at
working
these
on a bit of a
trades.
split hit though, as they've got some success moving through Piano, and they have Trakes on this back patio. Diem gets one. Sparty doesn't get a read on it. Rack, good for one for the block, but no, immediately dealt with. And Luxury Exotics able to get some good time here, at least to the middle portion of this hard point. Spawns are still in, but they're on this back corner, and Luxury Exotics have to fight from out of spawn to get there.
Yeah, Standy was just staying alive, waiting for the teammates to now assist him in this fight. Already finds the opening kill, trying to set pressure to the back, does get cut down. You go
Nice.
2 for 2, make it 4 for 2. With
That's
Sparty
great work
lining up
right
the final
there.
two.
They're rolling right
Leads
now.
to the break there for Omen.
Oh,
So they're going to have about a 50-point lead as we head over towards P3 and Luxury Exotic. You need to wake up because you're losing gunfights off the road.
They are rolling
This is
right
not the
now,
start
man.
You wanted to try to get top 3 here.
Yeah, and this was, you know, when we did our Bravo look in our first block.
Okay.
Luxury Exotics were down pretty big in the second set.
I
of
don't
kills,
really
and
know a
eventually lost
lot
it
about the
250 to
players on
168
Luxury
to see
Exotics.
more.
I mean, obviously I know
So just
about
trying to
Glow
find ways
Frosty
to
because he's been around
correct
for a
upon
minute,
very
but
recent, kind of humiliating
Rispy,
loss on
I know
that.
Trakes is like a
Maybe bit here,
Argentinian
as
kid
Trakes looking good to watch this cross
who I
back
think
side
is
of the
in
kitchen.
NA
Trakes
for
gotta
like
still hold,
college,
just
and then
continue to affect
Neom I've heard a bit about this
responsible
season.
Call out through mid. Glow
but
Frosty the same, and Neom is right
I don't
there,
really
so
know a whole
much
lot
better.
about these
Luxury
guys.
Exotics
What's
can
good,
still fight this
SXT?
back
How you
here.
doing?
Yeah, they're playing a
Oh,
lot
is that
tighter
Slayer?
now
Is
in
that
their
you
setups,
on your burner?
effective on the
Is your name
trades,
usually
being the
like
last
Slayer
team
SXT?
standing, just to soak up this time here. But now 25 seconds. You already found the initial 2. You know the last 2 guys are sitting on the backside of bar, so let's take care of them and flip these spawns on its
Forgot
head.
the password to my
Now
name. It's
Luxury
crazy.
Exotic in the driver's seat. Potentially walk away with this final junk time, but big picture, they have the rotation in it.
Yep. At least for now. Hard point's not open yet, so the spawns are not fully there. Trakes
Yeah,
trying to
stuck.
recovery,
Stick
gets
'em.
the stick.
Stuck him right in the
It's
toe,
gotta be
bro.
onto Rispy. Oh, good
Wow,
start.
Luxury Exotics, good
hit on
P3 to bring
Finish
this back.
kill, but Help was here, and that's enough for Amit to
Here we
get
go.
one more cross.
You played with Neom before? Is he nice?
From hot tub
You know, he must be pretty
on
good,
some
obviously,
threat
but
through
like,
front,
what
and
did you
Luxury
feel like you were
Exotics will
playing
lose
someone
the
who was like
spawns, and with
elite
that
elite
also
level?
The first bit of time here on 4.
Yeah, now they need to find a break. You need some success through Top Cat.
Trakes is the best SMG in college.
Keep
Okay.
on trading if you're Omit. Now you just got to read the pressure for these spawns. You take care of Glow. Now all your focus on through the front. You're able to hold on to the first wave and potentially soak up all this time here because I don't think Luxury are going to work their way in.
Yeah, doesn't look good. This is the thing, though.
Oh
like,
my
our
God.
picture of Luxury Exotics with map versus Timor was very brief. We only saw them kind of as we got through the second time we were at 3 to 4. But one of the things that I feel like this Luxury Exotics team is primed to do
Oh,
is
so
when
he's
things start to
ass,
get
is what you're
dicey at,
telling me,
like
Austin.
25
He's
seconds,
just ass.
they don't even try to really hit for any exit or finesse time on the scrap. They just try to play for long chalk and rotate moments. And
Pressy
if you
Wessy,
don't
bro.
find the quick kills as the new
That's
hard
what-
point
dude, I
is
tried
about
to
open,
tell
you can
Rafi, bro.
sometimes
I
lose
said,
spawns
listen,
because the timing of when you make that
you know,
decision.
Dylan
It's
Rex
not
going to the
gonna punish them here,
league.
obviously,
You're
because
gonna
they're
need
going
you need an
to
AR to
hard
come
point,
fill
but
in.
It's just one of
I
those
think
things we're gonna
Preston's
keep
your
an eye
guy.
on as
He
this
didn't
map
believe me.
continues.
He didn't take me
100%,
up on the
I agree
offer.
with you. Like when there's still 20 seconds to fight for at P3, we just got all 4 dead. We need to make sure we're reinforcing through that middle of the map and not allowing them to take so much space on their first attempt.
Yep.
Oh?
That just makes your life a whole lot
Oh,
more difficult
how
when
did
the
he
kills
get-
don't go your way. But thankfully, as of right now, they
Luxury
are
Exotics
all
is
going
staying
their
in
way
this
with a
game,
clean
man.
4
Somehow,
dead.
some way, it
Glow
feels
on
like they
5,
shouldn't be.
Neom on 3, spawns already flipped. Ultimate trying to find a break through old. They're sending everyone to commit through bottom bed, and that leads to a perfect 3 kills.
Force those guys to spawn out.
On this hard point,
Nice.
so spawns will start to move here. Trakes holding on, playing his life.
Now, Rafi must not know ball.
And he continues
I mean,
to
he
be
knows how to build challengers
here and now
winners.
at Standy.
But he didn't want
Eventually
Preston,
able to
so
follow
clearly he
up
doesn't know how to build
Hard point's
challengers
gonna
winners because
open.
Preston's
They're gonna have
godlike.
control of P2 for now, but you do get
That guy
Spark
on an aggressive
really far
SMG
out
roll
on that
and he can
last
so
spawn.
kill.
It
Yeah.
doesn't make much of a difference. Crispy's been
He does
sitting
it all,
on the
man.
back.
Oh,
Pistol whip
man.
is in, and Amit will find themselves the setup they want.
And Brack is always like their safety net for this Omid squad. Like, he always has so many clutch gunfights. It doesn't really show in the stats when he's sitting at 15 and 17. But a 3-piece right there allows Omid to hold down that time a little bit longer. Before this break attempt comes in for Luxury Exotic, they find 3 with Risky finding 2. Last player you're looking for is Brack. He's accounted for.
Okay.
So you can
40
potentially
point
not
lead,
walk away with this remaining
but
30
they
seconds.
could,
And
yeah, they're going to come away with a lot of
you
this
need all
time here.
Yep, you absolutely.
Unless number 1 makes a late play through
Looks
Zip.
like they're going to be pretty good for it. This last hit is going to all come from the high ground. Good read for Glow Frosty for the initial. Linz able to open up some contest time here. And this is, again, what we talk about. The Zip does this all the time. I don't feel like Luxury Exotics do this, where, like, you have one player who's just
Slight
stalling
lead.
you on rotation.
Big
because they're
P3 to
just playing
P4
the
here.
behind the old time. So Linz will essentially accomplish the job he was meant to fulfill. 145, 121, the count. P3 at Kitchen is open.
Neum and Trakes need some help, though.
Their
Their 2 teammates are getting cooked. I say as this guy gets 2.
Himself a double. Semtex up and out. Good damage coming out, but Linz gets the trade.
Honestly, yeah, get me on the team. I'm with you,
Just
Flacco.
keep on flooding. Keep on trading. Now 2 kills in favor of Luxury Exotic. So you got to bombard your way in with the numbers. We can't afford this player in Glow Frosty to just be sitting at V1 because consistently you're just playing in a man disadvantage. It's always going to be a 4v3 unless someone on your team is able to pop a double, and thankfully Rispy is able to do that. So you can
Basically,
walk away with
this entire
spawn of 20,
game has
but the
been
battle
like
for these next
Omid gets
spawns are going to be
30,
the biggest
40
one in this
seconds.
game.
Luxury Exotic gets the rest.
Well,
Then just keeps themselves in it.
Doesn't
trying
connect.
to get forward. No, he doesn't see the smoke, but the Semtex stops him from being able to get a read on Sparty. So now you've got a rotation battle underway. Where's that last spawn for a mid at? Hardpoint open. Spawn will be in. Luxury Exotics working quickly on the side. Stuns and nades trying to hold this back for a mid as the opener through bottom bedroom will create maybe some opportunity. Tricks just finessing his way through. That'll block.
And they get broke like that? Oh, we're ass.
Yeah,
We
you gotta
can't get
secure
broke
those
like
spawns.
that.
Now, if you are Risky, you cannot afford to give it on up. You know, Standy's just playing his life, trying to finesse for the teammates to get back into the play, but now it's all on him to make the play. Last man standing, gonna try to make it a little bit more mixy, only able to take down 2 before falling. So Luxury Exotic able to flip the spawn. Still 25 seconds here at the money hill of P4. You're gonna be able to take the lead, but Omid giving it one last hurrah.
Yeah, this is whoa. Looking dicey here as we get to a tie game situation. Scrap time will essentially be guaranteed as, again, Amit trying to contest some of the exit. But
trades everywhere, but that's a lead change for Luxury Exotics.
Lead in this game, but it's a tight one. And as we open up the new hard point,
Someone's got to hit a takeover on Omid, man.
Spark just kind of
Someone's got to hit a takeover. Brack with the read. Nice. He's not reading the second, though.
I think Brack is, well, he's read the first. He hasn't read the second, but the alarm bells are ringing now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You only reach the first, and you're thinking, okay, that's the pinch watch, and I can just watch over my teammates on the hill. But Neum actually right behind him finds that trade. Now you're able to lead to the break here at P1. Spawns a little bit scattered around the map, but this is where Luxury Exotic usually like to thrive in. 3 for 1. Last player standing is going to be Linz with 25 seconds. You just need a finesse. He gets taken care of, but just him staying alive now puts Spartan in his position to make that same exact play.
Oh, Omid's choking.
The shots. He can't lock down the shots. So now it's going to be rotation battle 1 for
At least you got it back,
Luxury
Slayer. At least you got it back.
Hit for a mitt, largely coming through top halls. Maybe a little bit of a pinch through patio. And now it's just going to be straight into gym. Hardpoint hasn't opened yet. What happens to these spawns?
Come on, these are big fights.
Okay. Wow. Luxury Exotics, again, just off the gas just a little bit too much. Amit Brooklyn.
Drake's with 2, though. And then those guys spawn out.
Double followed up by Neum on 7 in a row. May have just saved this hill.
Dude, this guy, every single time we've seen him at P2, he has found himself in multi-kill situations.
Oh, my God. He's on a 9 streak.
All of this money hill. And he continues to make those massive
he's
plays.
on a 10.
Neum, on the other hand, though, on 10 in a row, lining it up with the AR. You can still close out the game here. 2 for 1 in the trade, 3 for 1 in the trade. We're the last team standing. Where the hell is the last guy? And there goes Sparty. Neum is popping takeover to close out this game.
11 in a row, make it 12, 37 and 22, eventually shut down. One more chance to try to hit this, but a team kill is forced, and Trakes will finish it off. Whoa.
Okay. Map on Luxury Exotics.
Map where you start to look again.
I gotta pee.
Back and forth, but then Luxury Exotics, a huge turn up in that scrap 20 of P4. Wow. They do a really nice job making sure that any rotation play for a mid to try to break through 1 to 2 was at least contested. if not maybe even better than that, beat up on. And a lot of it comes down to Neum. He finds so many of these reads and ends up on a 12 spree to finish the map in favor of Luxury Exotics.
It's just crazy how much of a turning point that game took, because after Omid were able to manage the situation that happened at P4, where if you are Luxury Exotic, you cut your rotations early, you rotate with about 20 seconds, you lost all those gunfights, and then initially got broken down. Omid were able to put themselves in like a 60 to 70 point lead. After that, they only get 60 points for another 7 HPs that happened after that situation, and that's just not good. That tells me that Luxury Exotic, they started to fix their mistakes. Obviously, they showed it there at the P4 by securing those back spawns. But just so many times where you're just thinking Omid need to get a trade here. Trakes was popping multi-kill. Neum obviously goes on almost 13 in a row. But then Rispy, time after time again, was always popping a double. The kills started to come in for Luxury Exotic. The setups were a lot stronger because those kills are happening. And Omid just really couldn't figure it out towards the third half of this game, man. They just simply couldn't keep up, and Luxury Exotic walk away with it. But a dominant map number 1 finish.
Down, bro.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a headache.
They were kind of
workout
cooking
right
the
now.
first half of that
They're
game.
still in the tournament, too, man. They're both still in the
yeah.
tournament,
Oh,
bro.
let's go,
Like, that's
Austin.
what's even more tough.
You gotta,
Going
dude. You
straight
gotta
from
start
a
streaming the 8s. I think.
Do it a bit game is
You gotta
pretty
stream 'em.
difficult to get vocabulary down for.
And then start like
but
posting,
here we go.
post a clip or two in like the
opener.
in like the
Now
dis
you've
in
got
like the
Hostile Search and Destroy, where
Twitter
I will say
community.
Luxury
If you
Exotics,
slam
that's
someone,
where they've really stepped up their game is their ability to be more proficient.
start building
in
that
Search and
brand.
Destroy, because they have had moments where we've seen them running and gunning and doing well. But when we look back at that Team War series that they played in the last one, they had a 6-2 win in their map too. So the Search and Destroy seems to continue to get better and better for Luxury Exotics, and this puts a lot of pressure here on Doebet to come back into this and say, whoa, okay, wait a second. Because I think, and maybe Jay, you could tell me, because you're obviously, have a lot of experience in the pro side of the game, but like, you're in a bracket, whether we call it, some sort of thing that resembles the elite playoffs, or if it's just a cup, or if it's open, or whatever it happens to be.
Back to
You're
SND
on a
we
team
go.
of veterans, pros. You're expecting to be tested by teams.
Would you
other
watch
veterans.
CCL?
This isn't the case. What does this do to your headspace to where you're loading up thinking, how am I losing to
I mean, I
Drake?
guess I like would,
That's
you know,
gotta
if
be
there was like
flooding on you a little bit,
nothing
you think?
else completely
No,
on at
100%,
all, and enough
because you
people
said,
wanted
like,
me to watch.
What kind of play is he
Like, watch
making?
party
Like,
it, but
I'm just not expecting that.
between
They
the
might
Pro
just
League
catch you
and
off guard because
Challengers,
you're
I
not
feel like I
even
kind
familiar
of
with.
get
You're not
enough.
streaming them every day. You just know that
I
these
kinda
guys
get
are
enough
elite
COD
and
in
this
my
is who
life,
to
I
play
think.
next. But
Yeah.
just catching them off guard. Just
You know what I
doing
mean? Like,
things
I
that
think
are
I can
out of
only
the
watch so
ordinary.
much
Trix
COD.
consistently challenging over towards P2, where Niam always consistently changing up his pacing between the AR or the SMG, and Rispy is always going to go for the Eagle, Chow. You just can't really expect that if you're a guy that's been
it
playing
was
for a
rumored
really
that they were
long
picking
time,
up
just
Rex,
the
like-
Ultimate squad, but now that you're down
Like,
0-1,
not too
thankfully,
long
you played
after they
this
dropped
map
Vivid.
earlier in your series.
It's like an hour after
And a
they
lot
dropped
of it
Vivid. I
did
think the
rely on
first
that
like tweet
SMG
and stuff came out that they were
Liz
gonna
had a
pick
lot
up
of big
Rex.
time moments. Same thing could be said with Standy initially to start that game. And you can just tell in that skyline, it's usually ran through your SMGs. They didn't really have a good time there. So, and then you're going to need to have a really quick bounce back here on Hossie Search and Destroy, because you don't want to go down 0-2 to this squad.
I agree with you. Because again, we've seen this Luxury Exotics team do what we just saw right there on every.
Didn't even know Vivid got dropped
number
until
of
Rex got
controls
picked
where
up. Oh yeah,
running
no
money
they.
down.
I mean,
The SMGs
no
are
one.
so
There was no
hard to
like.
track.
No one
It's
posted like, oh,
definitely
Vivid's gonna
feels
get
like
dropped. Like they literally just
Find a way
dropped
to
him
bounce back.
before any rumors came out about it. But as soon as they dropped Vivid, I knew it was gonna be
We
Rex.
have seen, I think, on the other side.
I mean, it was literally like the only answer.
Again,
There was no one
Blue
else
is
they were gonna
definitely
pick
the
up, I
team that
think, other than
shows
Rex.
that we've come to expect. They're meeting that level of expectation. They're not falling short really in any regard. It just comes down to, for players like Brack, for instance, a guy that did everything you possibly could have last year to be at the top of the North American rankings as a Challengers player. Never
Gotta
really
run
given
some
a
Vault
chance
HP.
shot,
I got Josh's stream open on my second
You gotta go
monitor.
through and just continue to win.
If you get in there, bro, I'll throw it up. If we're in between maps for this mid series.
You don't want to drop 0-2 down to Luxury Exotics, not
Hell
being able
no.
to make it into your final elite, lower final, or grand final. I think that's the biggest part about this is there's a lot on the line here in terms of trying to end your elite season off on a high note. Lobby drop.
Rex had the highest KD, yeah. He did.
Too much server pull. And
Dude, I
we'll
might
be
have
back
to
in
I might have to hit up Josh. Maybe he wants a little partner, a little co-streamer for some of these 8s he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll shoot him a DM, be like, hey, if you run 8s in the future, let me know. Maybe we can partner up. cast them together, watch them together, watch party them. Get the LAT fans and get the community growing for the LAT fans. You know what I'm saying? And for all you guys that want to watch randoms play 8s, you know, if there's anyone out there that wants to do that. Oh, my sub to Scrap has ended. I gotta resub to Scrap when he goes live. You're running Hossie map 1. All right, he's got a delay on his stream, so they haven't loaded in yet. Actually, you might be right, Ed. You might be right. Julian might have had the top, like, overall KD, but Rex was, like, number 1 or number 2 in, like, everything else. Let's go, Austin. Let's go. Hold on, chat. Oh, he's got music on. Hold on, chat. Let's see what Austin does in these 8s real quick. I'll put, what's it called? I'll put the Challengers match back on when it starts, though. I got it on my second monitor. I'll let you know when it starts. Let's see. Where's Zepsy, bro? Chat, let's see where Zepsy's at. He's on the Bravo team. Come on, Austin. Run these kids. Austin's putting on for us, chat. Watch this shit. Oh, that guy's nasty. Viewer? Is that his name? Viewer? Down he goes. Zepsy in the hill? Oh my god, this guy gets on the OBJ. Never mind. Oh, you're running a sub. Is this shit hella laggy or is it just me? Is this scrims? This is LA Thieves 8s. LA Thieve fan 8s, Viper. Austin's in it. Zepsy. I'm waiting for this Omit map 2 to start. Josh is hosting them. You can kind of see he's behind my camera. I didn't feel like moving my cam because I'm gonna have to put the Challengers back on anyway. And he's playing music, so I can't unmute him.
Going crazy.
Oh wait, I can unmute him. He muted the music finally. Dude, this viewer guy is slamming 7 and 2.
Oh, this is a good time right now. Good time.
Ooh, Austin just got ripped by Potato. Oh, nah, Austin, you can't let him do that to you, man. You can't let Potato rip you out like that, bro. Now he spawned behind him, nice.
Okay, we got it on the Roto. We got number 4 on time. Will V make the play, or will Window pick up? Ooh. This is a cool view.
Imagine watching COD like this, chat. Imagine if the CDL had a camera like this, and this is how we watched. From, like, an aerial perspective.
Potato holding it down. Ooh. Okay. It is going down. It is going down at P3. Looks like...
They still haven't started the Challengers match yet.
We'll get the... Oh, no, never mind. Wait, hold on. It's all... Oh, look at these rotations.
Look at Austin with 2-piece.
Let me go to that. Yeah, with a great rotation. Great rotation. I'm shooting. Oh, Burns, what up, baby? What it do, Burns? Yeah.
Dude, Zep's team is down 40 points.
Okay. There's one. Nice.
Last guy up.
He's dead. Oh, I kind of want to go for a listening right now.
A listening? Oh my god, they got... Oh yeah, I guess they have to have comms, right?
Let's go into a listening.
Yeah. I mean, Viper, that's what I said. I said maybe I'll shoot Josh a DM and ask if he wants to co-host in any future LAT8s. I don't know if he would, you know what I'm saying. Huh? I don't know if I'm that guy yet, but shit, I don't see why not. Austin with 3. Oh my god.
That's 3 down. Let's see how they hold.
They still haven't started map 2.
I don't. They they ain't even calling out. They just know. They're reading minds right now.
Austin's gamer tag is Zepsy.
Trust. They were not coming.
He's got a little fucking
I'll tell you
squinty
that right
face in his clan tag too.
now. Wait, was it? Okay,
Dude,
okay.
what's
Well,
better than
actually,
COD and delays,
let me,
man? Challengers, CDL, it's all the same. It's just delays.
Y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't see that. All right, now we're going into a listening.
Should be 50 right now. That's one to go.
They're
Yeah, I'm gonna come with you.
gonna be spawning around, so care.
Or was he well?
Yeah,
Was
we
he
could-
like
we
that?
chose that.
Maru is playing P4, bro. He's playing P4.
Should be one statue still.
I'm not seeing him deep back well
He's
side.
P4. He's P4. He's gonna block. So he's
Still
going
back here,
well.
50. Nice. Just one.
Oh, they're in.
Anyone in lobby?
I feel one off time.
They're in,
And
chat.
now
They're
Sandy,
in.
the island player, last man standing for the tactical 1v4.
Brother, I don't know if that timing of how that defensive round comes through is playbooked the way it was, but if it was, it's freaking brilliant. You challenge and a double hit,
Standing a
your main
1v3,
connector while that
aye,
long point through
it's
well is still
job.
developing. That pulls the player watching the flank to keep his eyes over towards connector because the kill comes through, and then the round just falls apart because the timing from well
It's
is perfect. That
jucked.
is legitimately, you could not draft
Come
that
on,
up any
Omit.
better from a timing perspective.
Lock
than
in,
what
man.
Drake's on.
Lock in.
Yeah, and it's also a tone setting round as well. It's just like, you know, all right, there's no trophy systems. They're probably not going to go over towards B. They're going to slowly try to work for that guaranteed at A if they get that secret control, so we take it away from them. And then when they are already showing presence in that area, there's no one contesting them. So they just saying, all right, we already have this. Let's see what else we can try to find. And just get aggressive on the pinch. Once Drake is able to find that first blood, no one contests Neum.
Okay.
It's a very
One
easy
kill
round
for everybody on luxury, man.
Brooklyn. I didn't like that opening to that round.
No, me neither. But again, it's one of those things that you get a reveal up top. You think there's going to be some sort of a forced hit from window, and it
Good
actually comes
tack
in a different
usage.
direction, so we'll see. Forget about that. Move on to the next, and the defense here for a bit. Heavy stack to try to play up top on the halls, but they're going to be held.
That nade's
back
gonna
to
hurt.
Check the bomb, and you're going to get a 4v4 post plant. And
Trakes is
gonna
just
hit
making
a really
moves,
cool
bro.
route here to try to break this up, but he doesn't need to because the rest of his teammates are still winning gunfights, and now Trakes can play out on the backside of Office. Yeah, it just breaks the ankles of
1v3
Lynx,
for
and Spark
Spark.
is stuck up
See ya.
top. There's
Damn.
nowhere to go.
Damn.
It's just a blind counter right there from Luxury
Oh,
Exotic.
man.
You take secret, you take
Not
B.
like
All right,
this,
someone's
bro,
gonna
not
contest
like
us,
this.
So we put down a couple shots initially through the hallway, but then the stuns connecting after those couple of bullets go down gives all the information to what Luxury Exotic can do following that initial play. Double stun connects to top open. There's 2 players there. There's someone that just shot from top open. From top their office. So we can just get the bomb down for free. And once that bomb gets planted, we're just in the perfect positions to win those isolation gunfights. Also assist our teammates when you're thinking, all right, my back's open. Don't worry, I got
Yep,
you
yep.
safe.
Dude, Ed, I don't know what's
Exotic
going
perfect
on,
so
bro.
far to
I don't know
search
what's
for
going
shit.
on.
Whoo-wee. And now again,
Oh.
this is the same setup
Oh, we
for
can't win a
Luxury
trade
Exotic. All the
battle,
numbers up
man.
top. They
Come
just
on, bro.
overwhelm and overpower any sort of an offensive setup up top. That now gets you to a 3v2. long wrap over towards the B site, but again, with this front hallway control, Luxury Exotics could try to play retake, and even better,
Did
they're going to see Brack.
they not see Brack, or did they see
Try to
Brack?
slid onto him. Yeah.
Yeah, you just wait for this pitch to develop.
Did they
and
actually,
Liam,
Ed?
fortunately, doesn't get there at the right time to keep his
Oh my God,
team
I didn't
alive.
realize
So
how
the
old he
numbers in
was.
favor of Luxury Exotic. Does Lins have himself a moment to provide a spark here for Omen?
Oh my God, he's 27.
Taking a lot of time to
I mean,
clear
that's
that
not that.
Luxury
I'm
Exotic,
going to be
but as they've
27
got
this year,
some
but
control, now
in
you'll
terms
know
of
when the hit's coming
this
from.
guy's still playing in challengers at 27.
He's gonna hop, but you're playing
Holy
up against him.
passion.
Check this. Yeah, really good read from Lens. Great 1v2.
Nice 1v2 out of Lens though.
Most important, but I think also just on top of that, because it takes so long for Luxury
Austin
Exotics to
Zepsi
clear
is
out space
24
through
and
office, they
21
have
right
to
now.
split up
They're down by
as they try to
30
get back
points.
onto that bomb, and that allows Lens the window to come back through and win the first one, and then get a free second.
Yeah, and I even think the round is done previously. If you rewind a little bit, when Glow Frosty drops uninitially, like to that kill onto Brack, like you
Wow,
know that he
Hamza's
was in that
still
position.
playing
You know you
challengers
had a
at
player working on
27
that
years
pitch.
old, man.
You just gotta wait it out a little bit longer.
I
for that
tip the
kill to go down
passion, bro.
without
I
you
tip the
dropping.
passion.
There's a 3v1. Lins probably does not stand a chance there clutching up the round, but able to make both of those one-on-one gunfights possible and then secure it there for Omit. So a little bit of a spark as he's able to secure 3. Just got to be prepared for what Luxury has
I
thrown
mean,
at you, and that's been nonstop.
He might not have
aggression.
went to
You gotta
school
match
with
it.
Slasher, but Slasher's what, 30?
He not gonna
So
check
he
his
could have if they lived in the same area, they would have been in high school at the same time, technically, yeah.
Just kind of puts himself into the worst possible position with Standy watching that angle. So post plant setup, 3v4.
Oh, this guy
Hit,
Trakes,
hard
bro.
focus on
This
playing
fucking
once
guy
again through
Trakes.
inside. Nade lands on a Glow Frosty, and now Trakes, he has to keep this knife on. He's got to keep
Nice.
sprinting, and as he does, Spart will deal with it, leaving Neum to the 1v4.
Nice,
And
Spart.
1v4, already watching the angle, not going to stand a chance, and that's due to the fact of what Standy
One of the EU
initially
players'
was able to
chunk
do on
is
the round.
28.
Like, you're giving up that A-bomb site.
Dude, I
It's
tip
okay
it. I mean,
on
dude,
that
do the
round
like
if you're Omen because you were prepared for all the
how,
exits.
bro?
Once you find that initial kill,
Like how
everyone trying to make
how-
up
how
for
do
it.
you-
also
how
hit
can
a
you
nade
afford
on
it?
both Frosty and then both players in Neum
To,
and
like,
Drakes. Try to set up some
play?
pinches, but both get caught.
challengers like
So
full
perfect
time? I'd
reset
imagine,
there.
right? I mean, maybe these people have
Moment.
jobs and
Starting to show
but they
some life
somehow
on
make
their
time for
teamwork
scrims
out of the
and
game.
stuff. But like,
Good responses. Not allowing Luxury Exotics to just get away with
they
absolute
can work from
murder.
home. I mean, that is true. If
I
you got a
still have
work
to
from
say,
home
though,
job,
defensively, Luxury Exotics
that's
don't get
maybe
that break
pretty
off
easy.
towards
You can
top
kind of like
saying,
get your
this
shit
is
done
fine,
in the
this is
morning
working,
and then
it's just timing
just
wise,
keep your
gave way
computer
too much
open
of a
and
leash to 1v2.
play COD
Timing
during the
different
day.
Here, though, for Luxury Exotic, stuns towards the corner. Glow Frosty in trouble, back away, but not
So, yeah.
far enough. That's going to be now 5 in a row for.
Oh,
Lens.
someone get his
Follow-up
trade,
goes
someone get his
open
trade.
Hall gets us to a 3v3.
Oh, it's
There
fun.
goes Trakes.
Clean up there, but
This
Trakes
guy Trakes,
with the
bro.
route,
He's so
right through the
slippery.
mid-window, hop up, finds that kill, numbers it advantage in favor of Luxury.
This guy Trakes is so. Look at him.
Now it's on to the SMGs.
He's so
and
slippery.
Trakes is able to find his second kill of the round. Standy now 1v3. He's going to
Yeah.
get spotted. And even with the first blood in favor of
Oh.
Omen, doesn't matter because Luxury Exotic just don't care. Like, these guys
Yep.
I'm super confident in my individual gameplay that I'm just going to run around and gun you to shreds. And Trakes is the deciding factor of that one.
Really solid stuff, man. Like,
Dude, he does. He gets a kill and he's
yeah,
like
but
Houdini.
kind
He's
of
gone.
reflecting back
You
to
never know where he went.
Defense prior to this one, as much as you sit there and say like, yeah, you let a 1v2 come through, like the leash was just a little bit too large because of how they 4-man stacked that hit up towards top A. But it's just like everything else about that round break-off wise was still really good.
Dude, I wish
And so
my
you're
family
now
was
finding
rich,
a different
bro.
opportunity
Christ.
to hit it by playing a 3-1 split off towards B, and it's just like a mid.
You know what I'm
like
saying?
On offense, they just don't have many options in terms of where they can go.
Chad, anyone got a rich family looking to adopt?
Look at the adjustment.
You know, anyone got a rich family looking to adopt?
Luxury Exotic. This time you're going to put Trakes in a position to watch that mid connector. He knows there's at least 2 players towards bottom middle, but he's going to get
Nice.
isolated for that first blood. Numbers in favor of Omen 3v2.
Nice.
Mid, looking good for
Nice.
this one,
Okay,
and
let's
they
go.
will.
3-3,
Okay.
man.
Yeah, the defensive adjustments are really good for a bit. Just knowing that Luxury Exotics are going to play with a little bit of, an accelerated tempo, but at the same time, they're going to do that by largely stacking together and playing off each other like within quick tradable areas. Let's just hit them with that same aggression. Get a read, know where they are, and then let's just get ourselves the setup to make sure we can kind of almost trap them, on site. Yeah, you're letting the plants come through, but no one can get away, and it's worked out really nicely now for 2 straight defenses.
Yeah, and that's tough though, because if you're Trakes in that situation, you were like the saving grace to potentially walking away victorious on the round. You could have at least lined up one kill there through bottom mid, or at least finessed your life a little bit longer. But once he got caught, all of Luxury Exotic remaining were just trapped in towards the site. So tie game. Omen Brooklyn trying to match that pacing now. Get aggressive up through top all the way, but Trek on the opposite side makes it a 3v3 still.
Yeah, and there was just a small pause right
Come on,
there. where
3v2.
I think Luxury Exotics was thinking,
Oh,
maybe
they're
gonna
okay,
back
they're
off
going
this play
back.
because of where we found that kill.
I mean, make
And
the
in
play
that
together, I
moment,
guess. All right, let's go.
Rispy tries to slide onto the bomb to
Make the play
guarantee that's
together.
the case, but gets caught.
Little fake rat.
So 3v2, and after this little backup for a mid, they can again just kill Noise here, and then eventually reapproach B, as you are hoping and kind of assuming that Luxury Exotics are going to split their attention, and you're going to give yourself a pretty guaranteed 3v1 situation here.
Yeah, it's just a lot better to an man advantage.
Number
stack
6
over
leaving
towards
the bomb
side than
site.
It is over towards A.
It's going to be a
There's so many
free
different angles
plant.
that you have
I
to
guess he's
watch.
back. Not a free plant.
Some that can go unaccounted for, but Trakes gains the info. There's a couple players here. Can he get the angle to at least stop the bomb carrier? The nade's going to be in a
I mean,
proper
that's good
position.
damage, and
Glow
they
Frost
get a
makes it
kill.
2v2, 40
Nice.
seconds.
I love that. I love that play. Just chow him.
Drakes push
He has
off.
2 HP.
2 HP. Hatch
Nice.
trying to get a regen up. Not going to happen in a minute.
That's great teamwork,
Yeah,
man.
you call
Just
it
chow
actually perfect in
together.
terms
Single
of,
out
hey,
the
you wanna
guy.
play with aggression,
You
we'll
know
play
they're
with aggression.
split. Single
But it
one
is
out.
that
I
moment
love
where
that
Rispy's
play. Rather than
thinking,
just
like,
sitting there trying to wait for
They
them to come to
haven't
you.
really gone for the full plant yet. Can I get back onto the bomb and like guarantee that B is safe? And as he does, Emit are still hanging around. So it's just a little bit of tough timing from that perspective. But Standy really lighting things up here now in the last couple of Emit round wins.
Guess what now? Like 3 rounds in a row for Omit. Standy's been a deciding factor to a majority of them on 5 in a row. It was Lins who gave the team a spark initially with the 1v2. Now the other SMG starting to come alive here, but Luxury Exotic looking to stop the bleeding. Gonna switch up the play call here. Aggressive over
Number
towards
4
B.
going through mid
Over
aggro.
back to the bread and butter, taking mid-map away, but Standy
I like
on the
this.
climb up.
Stuns come out.
Gets
Don't
him
hit
off guard.
anything. Standy comes up. Nice. Good
Blood
nades.
by way of nade this time for Lins. That stops that plan on B. And again, here's that counter setup for
Number
Emit.
8 trying to make a play. Spotted
In
out.
trouble. Backs away, keeps his life. But Standy, I think he saw a couple of toenails on this rotation back, and now he's definitely seeing Glow Frosty on this corner. So he's just going to keep sliding back and forth. Guarantee that 2 players are here, but Drake finds one. Watch out for this play from Niem. He's going to be back up top towards Spiral again.
Nice.
Oh, thankfully,
Last guy
you were
top
able to
mid.
make
You
the
know where he's
play.
at.
If you are all meant to be the aggressor, to be the deciding factor of how this round is going to dictate. Now Niem in a 1v3.
There you go. They
Forced
started playing.
Position, but with 30
They started
seconds
playing
left,
with
bomb
teamwork.
Down over towards Rock. Yeah, good luck, my friend.
Yeah. Standy tagged up, but
Why does it say he still has a nade? I literally watched him
and
throw
now
it.
This play. Whoa.
Wait.
Absolute melter right there. Niem almost gets
How does
a
he get
second,
out?
but it would have been difficult to find the third with the ammunition that was left. So 5-3, and yeah, 5 out of these last 6 for a bit have just been perfect counters to what's kind of been thrown their direction.
Come on, man.
And I think the biggest
One
thing
more
about
round.
this now is like, okay, if you're
Tied
looking
the
at
series,
this
let's
Luxury
go.
Exotics, you're gonna have to
Could've
dig
won
into your
map
playbook
one,
here
but
to
just
figure out what you
stop
have in
getting
terms of
points
the late
after-
approach, because the
during the last
hard,
rotation.
heavy-hit aggression is getting cut down.
Yeah, it's like the mind games of Omit. Like, once those kills initially start to go down and they slow down the game after that, they force you to think. They force you to reposition yourself. Potentially that the play is going to be on the opposite side of the map. And they just keep the
It's a 3-man
advantage on
A
their side
for-
with their numbers.
Luxury.
So at game point, Omit going to be aggressive again through top open. Standy loves running through this bottom fountain, and he's already got behind enemy
Standy
line.
through. Gets a
Yeah, he's
kill.
gonna find the first. Yeah, Bractus holding back, and they're going to return over to the B side.
I
which is
love
wide
that.
open. So,
And Standy
yeah.
clears out the
Omit
bomb
just gonna throw
site.
a little bit of a
Yes.
curveball of their own. That works out perfectly. And look at Luxury Exotics. They don't know that the player in Standy who had backed up has already gotten back over to the B site.
Nice.
Isolation onto the 1v1 there. And this will be
Standy's
likely
10
a
to 5.
very
Dude, Standy's so
big
good at
map
search.
for Emit after a fiery
Oh
start
my
with
God,
Luxury
he's
Exotics,
11.
but with
Give him
that
the
nade,
ace.
looks like that will be the case.
Nice. 1-1. Come on, chat.
Gonna be done and dusted.
1-1
Home search and
series.
Destroy. Omit able to tie the series up at 1. And the same story was for their series previously. It was all through the SMGs, man. Lins provides the spark initially in the first round with the 1v2 clutch. And then after that, Standy just kept on finding so many timings for those first bloods. He was just dictating the game. I think if you're Luxury Exotic, the way you can evolve your SD gameplay, though, is to not just be dedicated to the aggression. Like, we need to have some of those setups to where we're spreading map. We're not allowing anyone to slip on by what our
That's good work
default
right there.
setup looks
11 and
like.
5 out of
And after
Standy,
that,
man.
We're able to make adjustments on
That's
what
great
they're
work.
throwing at us.
Linz
It's
with a
just
nice
when you're
1v2.
consistently every single round on your offenses and your
Honestly,
defense,
Brack didn't.
trying to be
Brack
the
didn't do
guys
anything.
to
4 and
initiate
5.
that opening kill.
I guess he planted the
And if it
bomb
doesn't
once. That's
go
pretty
your way,
good.
You're just always playing from the back foot and
500
take
damage.
advantage of it to tie the series.
Yeah, great stuff, man. And the adjustments come through quickly. The 1v2 from Linz, though, I will say, like, makes life
Fourth player,
much
you-
easier here for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Because otherwise, you're looking at, again, like a little bit more panic.
I mean, I
think,
feel like
just
they
in
try to
terms
get
of having to
Abuza.
find response quickly to what's going on.
Abuza should
with
be
how
off his
Luxury
contract
wanna
with
play the
Surge. I mean, they
offensive
might
round.
want to re-sign him, obviously,
Still,
but
regardless of that,
if Abuza's a free agent,
that highlight right there,
you know what I mean? Where, like,
trying to get back on the
LAG could
site
offer him a bigger deal than
without
Surge
there
could,
really
and he
being
could
much
just,
pause
you know what I'm
towards
saying? He can make more bread.
Like, you can just see that Luxury Exotics
Maybe
wanted
there's
to
a world
play
they get Abuza to come run their AR.
And admit, just kind of said, well,
Reunited well, I mean, all
we'll
those
play
guys,
the
I'm
speed
sure,
trap
probably
and just
play
make
together
sure
to some
you guys can
extent,
get
but
through.
Boost and Brezzy team together last
And
year.
that was the perfect recipe to shutting down their game plan, man. Just letting them walk into you. It's like one of those.
When is the
what are those
COD
things called? Like
Championship?
Venus fly
COD
trap?
Champs
That, like the
is
plant thing. Yeah. Just like, all right, don't worry, it's gonna
June-
be here. You guys can walk right into it, and then we're just gonna
20
close and collapse
what is
on
it?
you to close out some of
June
these rounds.
26th is COD
Just the
Champs.
way that Ome were able to dictate that search and destroy. Now tied up at 1, going into a vault control. At least the opening.
I can see
skyline, you
Abuza,
just
though,
tell the
Viper.
Luxury Exotic were a lot to handle when you lost track of players. You cannot allow that to be the case on vault control. We saw them spawn on it earlier.
And LAG's
They were
definitely
able
willing to spend some money,
walk
so
away with a round 5 victory.
I don't really see
It's just right now, the
any
way that Luxury
team
are
like
shooting, you need
matching
to
a
match their
contract
energy.
they would
Their
offer, other
aggression
than
is
I
what's
mean
leading to
maybe
a lot of success,
Falcons,
and if you're the players on
right?
the opposite side,
Like maybe
you get
Falcons
one
could
kill.
throw Abuza
It's not
some
trying to
money.
play for that 2-piece unless it's necessary or guaranteed. Just finesse your life as long as you can. Stall out time.
Fred,
Always
Sib,
keep them on their toes.
Abuza, Exnit, Falcons roster.
just small protocol
Next
things to
season?
make sure that you're not getting too loosey-goosey. Keep in mind, though, just kind of reflecting back on the bracket as we see it here, we're waiting for map number 3. This is a rematch from winners round 1, where Amit came out and handled their business 3-0 versus Luxury Exotics there. I don't recall if those maps were close.
Oh yeah, I mean,
actually
I
think they
honestly,
managed
I
to
think Hydra will end up on
regardless,
Gentlemates.
3-0 to 3-0. And to come out and
I
set
think
the
Hydra
tone,
ends up on
not just in the
Gentlemates
first map win
whenever he's done with
Luxury Exotics,
LAT.
also kind of taking advantage of some speed in the Hacienda search and making him have to like respect you and respond to you. Is a positive sign for Luxury Exotics in the lengthiness of what.
Yeah, I
they've
gotta
done in
refill
this
my
series,
water.
But
Be right back.
I think the other part about this is Amit, after a back and forth affair with Cabal, I think they're finding their footing on the day to day. Like, I just felt like they were maybe not prepared, or maybe again like not in a position where they were really doing the homework to study their opponents more than they were like trying to fix up their own game.
Yeah.
And I think they got a little bit, I don't know, I won't say like too cute, but there were some things that you just like wouldn't expect them to make mistakes on that they were making versus Cabal, and we saw that in map number 1 here versus Luxury Exotic. So getting themselves like just level set and just steer the ship one direction. Don't try to like navigate obstacles that aren't actually there. I don't know. It's a weird metaphor that I'm throwing out here, but go with me.
I feel like they're in a good position though. Like if you're Omit now that you've already been able to tie the series up at 1-1. Obviously, losing the opening hardpoint probably wasn't on your bingo card, but the response to Search and Destroy puts you in an advantage for this series because we were able to watch Luxury Exotic earlier on in their vault hardpoint when they went up against Team War. You could just tell consistently they're playing from the back foot. The SMGs couldn't get comfortable because the map's so big and it's so punishing. Like, so if you're losing your rotations, you can't really rely on the breaking on that map. So if you're Omit, you just need to get through this control, because if you get through this control, well, your AR should be able to put themselves in powerful positions to try to close this out in 4 instead of trying to get to that game 5. But this control is big for both squads. If you win it on the side of Luxury Exotic, I think you at least go game 5. Because I don't think game 4 is going to be in their booking. But if you are on the opposite side for Omit, this game 3, you win it, you probably close it out in 4.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair shout. I think just based on how we've seen these teams kind of default towards. Now, I will say, like, as much as we've been kind of keeping a lot of focus and our attention gets stolen by players like Trakes and Rispy for the side of Luxury Exotics, like, Glowfrosty has been really solid, though, with the AR in hand. He's been finding great hardpoint time. I remember there was one map that we watched from him last week. I forget what the map was, but he finished with, like, 26 kills, and 18 of his eliminations were on the objective. So it's just like, the guy's getting it done by playing on bigger maps inside the hill. So there's definitely a level of like, it's not a one-dimensional team that we're talking about here for Luxury Exotics, and that's again good. It's impressive. It's what you want to see as we get into our final 2 days here. Of
Oh,
season
could LET get Joe back, or is Ultra holding him? I feel like Ultra won't let Joe Deceives go. Definitely not for free. Why would they? I mean, obviously things can change throughout this season, right? Maybe Joe Deceives falls off the rest of this year, but based on the way it's going and him literally being their best player,
I'm trying to think about like.
I think they
who
try.
is gonna
I think
be,
they
like,
keep
the
him.
deciding factor for this next map for me. I feel like Niam. What did he have? Like 37 in map 1 on Skyline, switching between the AR and the SMG. His AR is going to need to be felt, but I think I'm more focused on the battle between Low Frosty on one end. That's a guy who I feel like if he's going off, you're most likely seeing a W at the end of the screen because he's just always focused on the objective. He always focused on just playing for the W. And then on the opposite side, I'm looking at Brack. I feel like Brack so far for this squad. Of
All right, let's go.
he's
Vault
always
control,
been like your
man.
Safety net. You need a clutch 2-piece. You need this one. I'm gonna get it.
Need a nice little map here out of Omid. I feel like this one's gonna be close though.
Both their squads are gonna be the deciding factors for me. Oh, and someone like that.
Okay, dude.
All right. Well, lagged out is one way of putting it. Trying to finesse and pull the server is another way, which is often what we've got. I don't know what the thing about it is. Like, this only happens when we're in like this day, like the last 2 days of playoffs. It doesn't happen all during group
There you
stages.
go, Austin. You gotta win, bro.
Crazy scenes. We're gonna go to break. We'll come back though as soon as the map is actually.
Can
loaded
Preston
in.
chow you
Great.
tonight? Dude, Upcast, I don't know, bro. That motherfucker is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think he hasn't been on stream in like 3 weeks, Upcast. I think you scared him away. I think you scared him away, bro. It's always the chat. Why is it always the last series of the day that has the delays? Do you ever notice that? Like, I feel like 4 out of 5 times when there's delays, it's always like the last series of the day. It's always like right when you start getting close to the end of the day, you're thinking about like, I'm gonna go eat after this, or I'm gonna go play games after this, or get in bed, and then it's just like, nah, actually, you're gonna sit here for an extra hour and a half because of delays. It's last series, you fuck. It's always how it goes.
Welcome back.
Okay, here we go.
And good to go here for map number 3. A
We in.
1-1 map count between Amit and Luxury Exotics in our lower semifinals. And it will be Amit on the opening offense. The big key here, we talked about kind of what this map series will look like.
Dude,
And
the
if
skill
you're
gap's
Luxury
there,
Exotics,
Jordan. Isn't it
really,
crazy?
really wanting to get this map number
Like,
3.
COD just doesn't
And
feel like a hot, like,
guaranteed to
COD's
be a
not
fair
the
series.
highest skill gap
He
game,
wants to
but
get through this control, and already off
the
to a
gap
great
is
start
very
on the
noticeable.
defense. A lot
Oh!
of players contesting into their spawn. Niam is able to
The
clutch
gap
up
is
to
noticeable.
2v1 and win both of those gunfights, and now time just continues to dwindle on down, and he's getting lost. You're able to finally spot him if you are Linz.
Do you think
but
there'll ever be a better
he
team than
stalls
the
out enough
Optic
time.
Dynasty?
Linz is able to find his second kill, but every kill that he's finding is being matched on the side of Luxury Exotic. So you can never get a good team.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe one day, but it's going to be hard, right?
B Street controls looking decent for
To,
now.
to even be a dynasty
Has
is like
held from touching
one of the
weak
most
points or
difficult
waiting to
things.
get
So
the flank first. And as you do deal with the player on the long flank towards the offensive spawn, everything starts to clear itself out and reset back to essentially how we
I
started.
mean, I guess there probably
One on
could be,
one
right?
side,
If a
one on
team
the
won
other. Brad knocks
two
the
champs
YY
over the
off,
course
with
of
Sandy
like
right
3
there to follow up
seasons.
for 2, and that will stop the clock at 28.2 with focus on it.
Yeah, but still, there's only one person on the objective, so you're giving Luxury Exotic chances to work their way back in towards this point. First kill does not go their way. Effective on the trade is Rispy, But just keep on training if you are Omit. Now Standy, I thought he was about to
They
make
need
a
to
very
win one,
terrible
Jordan. I
play
know,
there.
bro. It's
Taking
so
some
annoying.
control
I
without
believe,
Abe
bro. I
being
believe.
captured, but backs on up.
I have faith.
Guarantees the second segment. They should be able to extend the time. And this final one comes in.
Yeah, and there it is. The 3-stack will make sure they get it confirmed before Trix can try to hit some topside balconies. 13 plays 14. Glow Frosty caught trying to toss the stun. DM also red, but the kill comes through, and numbers advantage
12v12
I would say, is a marginal one, if any at all, and it pretty much is a dead tie game with a minute 10 on the clock.
Now you
Brack
got
one,
Iceman
dude.
draw.
Brack's having a rough.
Don't commit on some of these one-on-ones.
Rough go at it right now.
Brack's able to find the opening through B Street. Trake's effective on the pinch through the middle map.
10v10. Come on.
And now you have no presence in towards Vault.
There you go, Austin. There you go. You're almost gonna get picked up at this rate. Come on, man.
There from Niam responding to the play on the point, and then
They
safe
do,
by
Jordan.
Trix
If
on
LET
top
don't win a
of it.
single event this year, they
Now you
make
can get
changes.
back over towards the Emit spawn,
And it's going to be
and just
either
kind of
Envoy or
reading
Ghosty,
the 6
right? It's not
lives
going to be
of the
Hydra or
game,
Scrap.
Plus the map control. It looks like a round
I don't know who the
that should
options
come
are, to be honest.
a
Like, I don't know
luxury
who's
exotic
realistically
success,
available and who would feel like any
No more
upgrades in
ticks
those departments, because both of those
follow.
guys are great.
But you get a couple of 1v1 wins. You get a play through this overextension.
Hold
If you
on.
can clear out this player at mid,
Standy's got to make
this
the
is
player.
very doable. Well, Frosty ready for this. Stun comes through. Standy displaying through the
no.
cracks on top, and you're going to get a pause on the clock here with one member on. It's just down to what
Why are you
exactly can
chowling
find
that?
here, and these may be the kills that they need. And yeah, the nades over the top. We'll get
Like,
Glow
why
Frosty
chow
back
that
over
if you're
to the point to
Standy?
at least
Just
contest.
run back inside.
last
Run around
player will
run around the
drop.
corner.
Realistically, that's such a big stunt that connects onto Standy there from
Facts.
Glow Frosty, because if that kill goes their way, then you have our control. You start to panic every single player off the respawn if you're Luxury Exotic.
Now, this Luxury Exotics roster is actually
Thankfully,
pretty
able to
good.
gain that information, still
Like
set
I
up
said, I don't
defenses,
really know a
still
whole lot
trade
about
off
their
gunfights to
players,
close
but
out these
I
rounds.
mean, they're honestly
That was
pretty
just like
solid.
the
They also beat
the
Team
thing that
War
happened all
earlier
around.
today pretty
Every
convincingly.
single
Like, I
time
mean, that's a good
you were
team.
seeing on Omit, they were finding a kill. Lins would find a double. Lins would find a triple. It was consistently being traded on the opposite side for Luxury Exotic, so they could never actually get a full team push in. And they only get 3 segments to their name in round 1.
Oh, Kresk with the
doing
1999.
well,
Yo,
friend.
Kresk, thank you. I hope you're doing good too. How you been? How you been? How's life? Thank you for the super chat. You did not have to send one of those. You could just drop the regular message in chat, Kresk, but thank
They
you.
are going to touch A, hit the vault stairs, and then move over to B. Think about this. This is a different position for Bracket. He's got help nearby.
Maybe that'll give
Little
Omits.
follow-up.
Okay,
Wait a
I was gonna say
second,
maybe it'll
huge
give them
win
some
for
some
Risky.
good luck, but
Maybe
they're
drop
still getting
follow-up from
blended.
Trace is good. First tick is done. Small stack on the way, but can they confirm
Oh,
the second tick? Oh, was
my
that from
God.
Trakes? I imagine that looked disgustingly
Oh.
stupid from perspective.
Oh, he's still
Oh,
going.
three. Not going to be able to get the quad feed, but looks like he'll get the B point. But that's Omni movement, baby.
What was
That is
that?
unbelievable.
Oh,
Oh, and that's an even better nade over the top to stop that
No
beat capture
way.
from coming in. Now, the single trophy system, they were just relying on all of the movement
hey,
there.
well, I hope the stuff
And
I hope
unfortunately,
the
it
stuff
comes
gets
back
better,
to bite
Chris.
them. So you're up by 1 live.
And
You're
hopefully
thinking,
you,
all right, we're gonna have 2 minutes to just work
doing
over
well other
towards
than
A.
that.
But thankfully, that might not even come into play. The kills are still going your way. If you're Luxury Exotic, you're already at B.
I wonder if Trakes knows
Oh.
what he did and how he did what he did. Or was it just like a,
How-
I'm
After what
side-diving,
Trakes did, I don't know
whoa,
how these
okay,
mother-
okay,
how
okay,
they
here we
didn't
go.
just get that.
All right. But the depletion of that third tick
That's
is
insane.
pretty menacing right now for Luxury Exotics. They've lost a lot of their routes to get over to B with any sort of safety. And they're still kind of focusing on it. Like, they're still trying to pull this opening break off, but they don't have to map control. Pinches are here. Front control is good. Like, this is taking a lot of time off the clock, and more importantly, a handful of key lives is now Spark's going to hit a bit of a pinch.
Oh, no.
Lines up two, and Luxury Exotics kind of lost their headspace for a moment there.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. They're just not on the same page. You got people playing for B, everybody else playing for A. It's just you're consistently split on your decision, and now Omen are taking full advantage of it. On 6 in a row, Smart. He's eventually going to get tucked down. Lin's give up his life for free, so you give yourself another opportunity. The knife is not able to connect, though. Final 10 seconds.
Bro, how
Rack. Wow. Centers up after the hit
how are there's no how is Omega gonna win this round?
And yeah, that legitimately, Jay, just felt like a round that's like, hey, we
Bro,
got B.
Trakes just
And then
put
the nade comes over the top. and you're like,
Trakes
wait, we
just
didn't get
recorded
B.
a montage in the middle of that round on the B zone. And Omid still won the round.
You hit in the break off.
Oh my God.
But
Maybe
once you
Kresk
lose
super
the
chat
B
was
point, you
good
also
luck.
lose B Street, you
For a
lose
second, I
Mid
thought it was
Map.
bad
You got
luck, but I
players
think
on
it's
the
actually
overextension
good
or
luck.
deep towards gold, and
It
it's
just took a second to
there's
kick
so
in.
many layers to what the defense is doing that break off.
What all the game modes they play in CDL? They play Hardpoint,
It's
SND, or
just
Search
so
and
tough,
Destroy,
man,
and
because
Control.
once that nade is able to
So
connect,
it's
you
a
can
typical
tell,
series is
from the
5
comms
games.
perspective,
Map
they're
1 is
thinking,
Hardpoint, Map
all right,
2
we
is
just
Search and
need one more
Destroy,
segment at B.
Map 3 is
So
Control,
let's just
Map
keep
4 is
on drawing attention
Hardpoint,
over
Map
towards
5
A.
is
We get
SND,
this
Search and
final
Destroy.
segment at B done. It's going to make our job a whole lot easier.
Brack is getting
to
cooked.
capture over
And this
towards
is
A.
Control, if you couldn't tell. It says it on the
Just
screen
not
now
being
right there.
on the same page, people doing whatever the hell they wanted. Lisa, you only earning 2 segments.
No, they were just to pick up roster.
Insane.
I think
You
you're
had
right,
such a phenomenal
Kimchi.
break-off. Now, Omen in
Because
the
I remember
advantage.
seeing
Keep on trading
Trakes
through the
tweeting
map,
that he didn't
instantly
have a
put
team,
themselves
I
in a
think, like,
3v2.
right before the
Should
Elite.
guarantee at least 1 segment.
Yeah, and it's interesting because
And now they're
Brack was
fourth.
trying to, pardon me,
At
notwithstanding,
worst,
there's
or
2 different
fourth, if
reports on the
not
map.
T3 after this
Standy was
series.
trying to play up in towards Art, and I was surprised that this hit that found success to clear out A didn't just go down to Vault to try to play over to B, but instead of it, just going to hold their positions right here.
What
on
is
top of
going
the
on in this?
A-zone.
There's got to be something
Liz
going on in this
goes
lobby, bro.
Drop shot, finding himself now 4 in a row. Standy watching the cross to make sure no one can hit towards the top balconies, and that will likely guarantee A. And you can see that Linz is already making efforts over towards the B zone as Standy continues to get to work in the luxury exotic spawn.
Oh, and now we got some arc control. Can you slip
Nice.
by the player that's
They gotta
already
kill
on
number
3-1?
5 though.
Yes, he does. So
They
it's all
gotta-
standing, just stay alive, hold the
Oh,
position.
good shots.
The shots are insane from across the map.
Oh,
Shout out to the reinforced
Standy-
barrel.
Standy
Getting
just goes a
un-GA'd
little
there,
bit
'cause
rogue
that was
sometimes,
not happening
bro.
with Game Twist.
Like,
The time got extended.
jumping down
and you're
there
already
is
up by
fine,
7
but,
lives
like,
early.
Yeah, this looks
You
pretty
could
darn
just
good
stay
in
up
terms of
there
what you look
and just
for
aim at the stairs. Like, just wait a sec.
in building a offensive win.
You know what I mean?
on
Like,
the
your
B.
team's all coming off spawn. There's no
does
point
plan,
putting
takes
yourself in
Brack on the
position to
point.
just die instantly and get traded.
Test is here. Yeah, that's difficult trying to line up with your teammate, but not playing on the zone together. You end up getting essentially collateraled in response.
All right, hold on.
Brack
Up
able to
6
put
lives, though.
some
The minute
fire
40.
down on towards B Street. Spark following up has Glow Frosty down.
Brack's
got
to just kick into gear, and they win this shit easy.
And
there it is with 2. Actually, with 3.
Yeah, that's
That's-
dead. Make it
this
all
should be
4.
GG. This should be
Everyone
the end of the
whipping out
round.
an extra AR. First segment already locked. Luxury exotic spawning over towards Palace.
No tropes,
Liz
no
dying
tropes.
right there. Gives them an opportunity. Do the stuns and nades affect this play at all? It does not matter because Glow Frosty lines up 2 from the top. And that push gets shut down, but
Come
that
on, man.
second segment gets locked.
Also, chat, thank you guys for 50 likes on the stream, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in with little challengers.
playing
We'll be
front
back again
doors.
tomorrow. Pretty much all day. 1 p.m. Eastern is when
Now
EU
take
starts,
the
so I'll
battle
be
to a
here
really good play from
all day
Risky.
tomorrow so we can see who wins both elites.
Still a chance at this, 14v7. Here's the next hit, though. And yeah, Risky just doesn't have anywhere to go.
Oh!
Glow Frosty shut down. And do you get here in time?
What
to
is
contest
Standy
this from the
doing,
back?
bro?
Not fully. Standy gets 1 trade. There's the cross from Brack. BM trying to keep his life, but the 1v2 is not going to happen. One more contest from Rispy. Glow Frosty with a couple of tags on the cross gives him a chance, but now it's just out of Glow Frosty. Gets in just
Okay,
in the nick of time
that's
to
a good
contest, but
offense.
No way.
I
he
mean,
can
that
fight
was
against the
like a
presence that Mitt
mixy
was able to put
offense, but they
together,
got the job
and
done.
They win the offense and go up 2-1, guaranteeing themselves at least around 5 defense.
Yeah, that's perfect. There from Omit. You start off the round by just trading out effectively through the middle of the map, and then SMGs start to get lost. Linz is contesting from the front side of B while Standy's in your spawn, just giving you the bits. And you just could never get a stable push there out of your base if you were luxury exotic because they were always in your grill. Omit now in the advantage. Have the advantage as well in the segments, unless luxury exotic I think need to complete all 6 here to stand a chance. But with only 2, you get 6. You make
That guy cheating? They're all cheating, bro. This whole lobby.
Need to have a
This
better
whole
breakup
lobby's
here for
cheating secretly, man.
Trophy systems do get down successfully here for luxury exotics, and that leads to 2 kills right over the top of the A point.
Oh.
There.
Somebody
Now the
ban that guy.
decision.
Rispy. Get him out of here.
Stack and just try to get this zone, or we try to follow up and help Neum? That answers the question. You stack and you stay here now. If Neum finds that win, maybe there's a consideration, but instead, the triple stack
Little
gets 2
pinch.
hits, and
Could be to
eventually
get him
try
off
hit
this.
Pinch, and they do clear off
Well
the point
coordinated.
nicely. Once again, third tick doesn't get completed, and now Amit can play off the map.
Yeah, but
Oh.
I might just need to stay.
Neum's
put
ripping.
on their
Come on,
setup. Marty's
Brack.
gonna be the first one that falls over towards Cat. So if you're a Neum, just continue to edge your way on out. Draw the attention from this OE and open up a lane for your SMG to just fly through the middle of the map. Final segment is gonna be locked on in unless Brack is able to pop a miraculous double. An extra minute is tallied. And Luxury Exotic have the map control to go with it.
What's been licensed?
And the life
Lynn's
lead.
been licensed. He's
So,
been pretty
a
good.
lot of things to work
He
with
definitely
here
still
for
has
Luxury
maps where,
Exotic.
like, he feels like he's like running away from gunfights and like not taking as many engagements as he should be as an SMG player. But he's still has maps like this where, you know, he just outclasses
It's just
people who are, you know, challengers level for the most part. I mean, I guess he's kind of challengers level, but you could definitely feel like sometimes there's a difference.
But Brack able to find the first kill. Nick is in. Drake's seen underneath the exploded van, and that will re-clear things out for a bit. And in that moment, they've got this down to a
Good
single life of
shots.
difference.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and that's where if you're luxury, you get 3 kills in sync. We need to stack the point. We just can't allow one player to be on it because.
All right, minute
that
30,
progression
down
going
1
up
life.
slowly is allowing
Standy's in their
Omen
spawn.
chance
The
after
number
chance
3
off
has to
the
get this
respawn
kill.
Still contested.
Nice. That's a big kill.
So that initial push gets shut down, but at least you do walk away with 1 segment. Now you're gonna waste a lot of time clearing out your
Nice.
spawn.
Andy
Pick
gave him an
one-on-one.
AR. That's
Standy's
really
able to
good.
Secure versus Glow Frosty. So just stay alive where you are. No need to do anything else.
Standy's got it.
Well, that shuts down the potential.
Get +5 to every attribute. I don't know, bro. Kenny might disagree.
Follow up from Brack, even better.
Oh,
Great
man.
shots for Brack. Snaps
To
over
win the
5
elite,
PM in.
I
Now
honestly,
things
I think
become a
only
little bit more
Brooklyn's still
dire
gonna
for
win it.
Luxury Exotics. You're
Even
down to
after
the
just
light
making a
count.
roster
The only play
change.
available
I
is
think they're
really
still
just the
gonna win
plays
it. They
that
looked
previously
godlike.
captured a zone. Pinch from Brack has been established. Linz has kept safe the overextension on the defensive side, and Luxury Exotics will just have to dive in through vault stairs.
Yeah, they're just gonna go right through vault and Standy able to line up the first kill right underneath the van.
All right, come on. Don't throw your lives away.
2 initial kills.
Keep playing
make it
smart.
3 initial kills go in favor of Omen.
You know where they're coming from because Brack's spawning on P2.
Forcing them to work that overextension. Final 35 seconds potentially of the map. Glow Frosty is going to lose the one-on-one, but his teammates clutch up in all the other gunfights. 3v1, you can still hop on it.
But Standy's going to play off this pinch and just wait for the zone to be touched.
Nice,
Great
Standy.
shots. Now he can hit the pinch. Able to damage up onto Trakes. Doesn't finish off the kill. Second tick is in. Lynn's diving forward. but
Okay,
only has
wait.
the
They're
AR.
trolling.
9v7.
They're trolling.
Still on. You're getting progress here. Brack's got to slide forward. He's the only one who really can. He's still got a player on the top side of Art, but Standy off of his next life.
Oh my god.
Has just enough support from Spark to get back
That might have
on.
been enough.
8v4 situation. Neum pushed off, but Glow Frosty winning
That
one.
should be enough.
There's gonna be enough
7v3.
time for Luxury Exotics to try to hit this with this last 3 members.
I just don't know if they're going to clutch up in the gunfights to even find himself in a position to still contest this. Standy
Nice.
and Brack
Last guy
already
vault.
find 2. It's a 1v6.
2-1 series, man.
Liam, who's been having a phenomenal map,
2-1
is gonna
series.
get chopped
Who
down.
needs,
and
who needs
Omen
map 1 when you go
are
map 1 and
gonna
map
take
2?
the
You know what I'm
advantage
saying?
in the series, secure the control.
One more map, man. One more
Dominant
map.
on their defenses. That's 2 times now where I felt like if you're Luxury Exotic, you had opportunities to close out both offenses. It's just you prematurely thought that you got it done at B and don't invest in trophy systems to keep you alive in that aspect. And then in that 3-down situation, just not stacking the point, allowing Omen chance after chance. All they needed was 1, and they were able to hold on onto their setup. So they go up 2-1 in the series, and Luxury Exotic, it's starting to look a little scary now because you're going into a Vault HP where we know P4
Almost
is
like to
not your
face the
friend.
challengers, literally.
At least based on the
32
time
and 22 at
he
Standy. Standy's been
Yeah.
really good
I
today.
think the other thing here is like it's tough because
Brack
that
also had a
last
big
round's gonna
rebound.
be
He was
really
double
recency bias,
2.5 times negative at one point there.
Amit just looked really like so convincing on their offensive side. Like every single breakoff was essentially perfect. They had the ability of making you second guess: is it B? Is it A?
Who would you want to
Hard
win, Omen or
say.
Omen Brooklyn?
And then by the time you actually recognize,
Honestly,
what
I
it is,
wouldn't
the
really
stack has already
care.
given them a lot of
It doesn't
progress
really
done.
matter
I
to
think
me.
Every single offense they were dealing with.
I'd probably just say Omen Brooklyn for the sake that if they win this, they're back to back to back elite champions. So this is for 3 in a row. So I'd rather I guess have them win it just for the 3 in a row. What's good, Surge Media? But ultimately, it wouldn't really matter to me other than
We
that.
have to be able to sit there with the presence of mind to say we can't just go do that again to finish it off because that zone was so close to being captured once. Like it was a long time ago. Once it gets depleted, you don't think about that as being like we've just got it if we just stack this one more time. But, even in the face of the defense being in good spots, it's just you're not going to surprise them like that.
No way in hell you're gonna catch them off guard twice. Like you get 2 segments at B initially off your break off. That is basically perfect to how you want to start off a round because now you just got to do the easy stuff, which is what everyone else does. Find your kills through the middle of the map, stack that A point, and then eventually work your way out towards B. It's just like the decision making in that situation. Once that nade came over the top, it's just like, all right, 3 guys are doing one thing, 1 guy last play alive. All right, let me just go keep on pausing the game clock at B. But every time you make that decision and your teammates aren't getting kills out of this spawn, it's just for absolutely no apparent reason. So adjustments, and learning needs to come in from Luxury Exotic if they do manage to continue on forward. And they're playing Vault Control, but now their only focus is going to be this Vault HP, man. Versus Team War, we couldn't win the Money Hill at P4. We were laid off the rotations. That can...
Oh, Study lagged out.
Yeah, and I think there's a level of, we talked about this in the
Study
Skyline
lagged
Hardpoint,
out.
of the timings of when we're going to make the call to chalk and rotate if we're losing out in a hard point, because they were doing it so quickly with a lot of time still remaining.
Omit coaches. Ricky Atura is the coach of Brooklyn, and Nagafen is the coach of
not going to be a follow-up hit,
GG.
create an exit, and then still move spawns around. And they just got, you know, Luxury Exotics into some really, you know, treacherous positions. So I think if you're looking at this from Luxury Exotics, yes, you need to keep your eyes on what timings and what type of focus they pull.
Come on, one more map.
But
One more
at the
map for a
same time,
T3
like,
spot for Omid
I think
GG and
if you're looking
a
at SMGs who are
elimination
playing
final
as well as
matchup
they
versus
are,
Spartans tomorrow.
you got to be feeling more pugnacious about your opportunities just to sit up, fight, take those challenges, even if it does mean you're finessing a 1v3 situation.
We expect them to have that confidence, to take those challenges, to be those deciding factors. But at least on a map like Vault, it's going to be down to the fundamentals, man. That's all I'm thinking about. If you are smart in this situation, be the guy there early. You know that Brack's going to do it. You know that your SMGs are most likely going to be playing their lives around those credit corners to make Luxury Exotic's life a whole lot more difficult. But now for Luxury Exotic, you have an opportunity to basically cause 2 upsets in one day versus 2 veteran squads. Like, you need to come out and just play your best Call of Duty at this moment. And I don't really know if they're going to have that in their back pocket if they don't have rotation. So fundamentals got to be there.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things that, you know, we talk about the individual flash that we see from the Luxury Exotics members, a couple of great individual moments, but you know, I think we've seen teams, especially
All right,
like not
back
even just in
to
challenges, but let's just
Vault.
take the
Have we seen a Vault
competition
HP
to
today?
the premier level of competition. Even
I think we saw like a little bit of one right at the beginning of the day, maybe.
That are like, whoa, this is a flashy team. But like, they just
Yeah,
don't
when
play
they went to the
game
Team War
correctly.
Luxury
That's when it
Exotics game
matters
for like
most. And, you know, I think
20
that
seconds they
goes
were
to
playing
what we
Vault
said a couple
HP.
of different times this year that like hills can be greater than kills. So, yeah, we'll see what we get. Good opening right now though for some of the SMGs. 3 for 2, Diem on the little bench, and that's enough for Luxury Exotics to get some pretty safe and stable time.
Luxury Exotics get the break. Did number 4 spawn out? He
Gotta be
did,
able
I
to
think.
read these split spawns coming in for Moment. 1 player on one side, 3 on the other, and so far they've been able to manage that to perfection. Both kills go in favor of Luxury Exotic. Make it all 3. The spawn still not flipped. Omen have a couple players potentially contesting on the backside.
Oh, you gotta win that one.
Risky to lose that one-on-one.
And that's a spawn flip,
Win
man.
the rotation over towards New, and now Omen forced to break.
Yeah. But for now, this has been as good as it's like for Luxury Exotics, talking about the macro game, talking about the timings, and just again talking about the
Okay, 0 seconds so far through P1.
Trouble. Wow, that is a big little bounce up to find some extra damage, but Lynn's still able to threaten from the front.
Brakes might be hitting a little bit of a snake here and there, but it is what it is.
So, even
It's
though
challengers, you know what I'm
fighting
saying?
from poolside, his teammates can't hold on. And
Nice.
This is going to be an opportunity for
Nice.
Rick to not just get some hard point
Come on,
time,
Brack
but to
takeover
also
map
move
here,
the
man.
spawns around.
Yeah, right.
Brack
to the front
takeover.
door.
You had a little bit of a
You don't
slow
wanna move
series.
Spawns around at this point of the game. You want to keep them trapped in. So it's a backside of P2 for as long as you possibly can, so you can have that rotation over towards P3 and Arc.
Don't overchow. Don't
A whole
overchow.
lot easier.
There you
but
go.
now you are
his
surrounded
teammates all
by
died.
Luxury Exotic. Spawns flip. Not in your favor if you're Omit, and if you're Luxury, this is the situation you want to be in. Let's get this final 15. Start backing up for that early Arc control.
Yeah. Okay. This is already better for Luxury Exotics. Long route for Neum can be afforded thanks to the wins on the old time. And I think he may have saw Lynn's at range. But now this big 1v1 comes through and Neum is good for it. Follow up for Brispy. Also solid over towards P3. And yeah, Neum knows he's under threat. Couple of tags onto Lynn's as he gets the regen. And this is going to be, yep, send it with the pistol. But Standy's also here. Hold on a second. Nade at the front door. Pistol wins the first, but not the second.
Oh, he gets the kill with the nade.
That like got kicked out by the door or not, but it looked like it went in. And then
What was
came
that
right back
fight?
out, and Neum gets his own trade, and Luxury Exotics hold on to the left side of the map.
Yeah, the fact that he gets his
Oh.
own trade allows his teammates to still off the respawn, spawn over towards Art. So Neum
There are
with a
great,
big time play there.
There are great
Allows his
challengers
squad
team
to
names.
maintain the map control that they want.
They're more
still
creative,
soaking up a
obviously.
lot
They can
of this
kinda, like,
B3
just-
time. And Neum is on fire
Do whatever they
again
want.
in
Neum's
another
frying,
hard
bro.
point. Had 37 to open up on the skyline. Switch
Somebody kill
between
this
an
guy.
AR and an SMG. But no bigger moment right there for Luxury, right? If Neum does not find
Let's
that trade
go.
with the nade, because now they can blow the game
Flip
wide
this
open.
P4,
over
man.
at P4.
Big
Yeah,
P4 break. Flip this shit.
Yeah, as good as you'd like here. Luxury Exotics. Risky.
Opener, bang.
It's a scam.
Trade out.
Can't find anything.
There you go. That's
No.
two. They're gonna spawn
Gonna
out.
happen.
Actually,
Now,
never
all of a
mind. That
sudden,
guy spawned
Hardest
right there,
spawns
and you
stay
still
all the
spawn
way
out.
in. Hard point opens
Number
up,
6
and
spawns
look where
out, though.
DM spawns. He is way out in Narnia. But Brack
Oh.
inside the hard point. Trying
That's
to hang
all dead.
on. That's gonna
Oh, wait,
be
there's a guy
enough
up top
for
still.
At least the spawn flip. Glow Frosty's still hanging up top, and now Neum finally, after his long marathon, is here to try to help out. But the shutdown
Nice.
is in. The flip is good, and Amit will find a way.
That's a big
to
break right
likely
there.
get the setup that they
All
want
right, let's
here
not
for this
troll,
back
though.
30.
Yeah, and all that
Nice
hard
wins.
work that Neum did to win the rotation over towards the money hill with just not playing the proper positions off the rotation and giving up that first kill for free. Every time you're trying to find a break for any teams, even if you're playing rank play, for anyone watching, that first kill is literally the most important of the entire play. Because if you don't get it, you're instantly going to get shut on down. You're not going to have the numbers to lead to
Man,
the
I
break.
can't believe
When
Jimbo
you're
is
gifting
hacking,
that
bro.
one on a
That's
silver
just
platter to
that's
the
just still
opposing
crazy
team,
to me.
that's what allows them to keep themselves in
challenge
this
it,
game.
like
Only
at champs,
7-point
bro.
difference as we head back over towards P1.
And he reads the threat. Can't deal with it. Amit still inside the hard point, though, as they claim the lead. 5 kills in a row for Spark. Objective kills may get him closer towards that Hellstorm, but he only finds one before being shut down. Standy trying to contest, but instead...
Yeah, that's
waits
the
for
go
help,
right there,
makes the play
Jimbo.
over
He could have
towards
been the
the
goat
mid.
if he didn't get caught.
Reads onto Rispy, but tagged, and now has to kind of force something. It gets one. Not bad, as Linz is there for his trade. And
Yeah,
the
he did try to
follow-up.
come back under a
Yeah,
new
big
name. I
back and
saw
forth
that,
right now
like
between
last
the
season, I think it
SMGs,
was,
but
right?
Linz has the final word in that battle.
Okay, it's a big play right there from Standy to not commit on that OE. Like, he knows,
Agreed.
all right, we just got the first kill. Like, let me just right back to my teammates. Let's have the numbers advantage, and then
That's
they were
just
the team
insane,
last one
dude. He
standing.
was in the league. Like, he literally
Now you're also
played
able to
in the
flip
pro
those
league.
spawns as well in that chaos. So tie game. Omit win the rotation over towards New. You got the tight spawns on the backside of the pool, but Neum trying to flip it. Knows
Flip
that
it.
every kill he gets from this
Neum-
position, or any
Neum's
kill that my
flaping it.
teammates get, they're all the way across the map.
This is a big
Yeah.
fight for Standy. Nice.
Good win there from Standy. Crispy, he's going to see a teammate spawn with him. Chance to threaten the back doors at P2. Nade's going to force him to try to play through that, and Standy puts him down. Over the 100-point threshold will go Amit. And again, Luxury Exotics, this is kind of what we're talking about. Long round here from Trakes, just trying to set up some sort of a pinch. And it's going to split the focus
Come
of
on,
it.
Standy.
You can see Linz had his head in a
Oh,
swivel, and so
Brack.
the play will work.
Nice.
It comes at a
Ah.
pretty steep cost worth of time, and this isn't done yet. Look, Amit could still try to hit this for the back 20.
100%.
Yeah, don't let him get this last 20.
Double, you know, you're going to have the numbers advantage with those close
Nice.
spawns coming in, so might as well take this
Nice,
final
there we go.
15 if
Okay,
you're
come
gonna
on, give
get
yourself a
it.
little
And
lead.
they
Give yourself a little
also get
40-point
3
lead.
kills in that process. So now it's a battle
go to
off
Pete,
the
go to Art,
rotation.
go to Art, go.
2 players a moment
Go.
already contesting
Go.
at Art. Luxury are going to be in a position to
These are big
contest them,
fights.
but you're not going to stop them before they get that power
Standy's
spot.
got to get this kill.
No, likely not.
Nice.
Wow, we're just like
What?
iron walking through the doors. That looked
I
like
don't know where
That
Neum
was
was
a
going.
bot, dog.
dude, I was about to say I
Does Omit pay
I
their
didn't wanna
players
be the guy to
anything?
say, that looked like some bot
They
movement
do?
right there.
I don't know
He's
how
just-
much it
I don't
is.
even know what. Did his controller break?
But
or
I do
something?
know
Like,
that
it's just like
Rafi likes to pay the
stick drift or
players so they
something?
at
I
least
don't
get
know.
something.
But regardless of it, it's a kill that comes through, and now you've got a bit of a split hit on top of P3 with a bit spawning on the left side of the map at the moment.
And there's still 30 seconds to fight for here at P3. So if you're a Luxury Exotic, you need to combine these kills with some aggression on the map to flip them on the opposite side. Because there was a mishap that happened the last time at P4, but I don't really want to rely on us breaking in towards a very
Okay.
difficult hill.
It's going to be close to a
Omit to
tie
stand the way
game
that
going into
Luxury did.
P4s.
First kill
Omit's
goes in
got to
favor of
lock this
Neum.
down, man.
Already
They
have a lot
do
of
not let
presence
this guy
towards
get
line,
through.
So he's going to spawn
No
all
one's
the way
watching the
across
cross.
map, and now you have the numbers, just got to trade it out.
Yeah, Rispy able to walk into the hard point for free.
What?
Controls all that Omit really have.
I mean, at least
Standy's able to
Standy
find
gets a little
double.
bailout,
So
too.
that will keep
What?
things limited. Spawns are
Standy
out
gets
for Luxury
3.
Exotics, as Standy continues just to rip players apart over through
How is
art.
nobody watching
But
that
this
cross,
quick spawn
bro?
through
Oh
pool
my god.
will get Luxury Exotics in control. We're going to fight this north to south here on the minimap.
Damn, Austin, I'm sorry, bro.
He also finding another. But
You'll get him
back
next
on the
time.
back To try to block the spawns out as best he possibly can, but finally
I mean,
another
that's
one
just
comes
a
through,
troll,
and
bro.
Luxury
They
Exotics will
literally-
reclaim their lead.
this is massive time if they
The
can find
P4
it.
is the win condition on this map, man.
Hold down one more wave of kills. Rispy, unfortunately, committing too hard.
P4
on
is
that
literally
gunfight
the
through
win
bottom
condition
art.
on this
Now,
map.
two players fall at the wrong time. You're going to be all the way across the map. Now you're trapped between a rock and a hard place, and thankfully you got a Neum who's always able to pop a multi-kill.
yeah, Flames
to give you
retired.
another chance.
Yeah, he can still play up top. Here comes the help from the side.
He-
Big win
he-
from
he got into
Rispy.
the
Now
Pro
Neum
League, he
can
played
jump
a
on
season,
forward.
he retired.
Standy only finding one. So it's a
How do challenges
moment
orgs
where
make money?
Lit can stop the,
I mean, the same way
you know,
pro orgs make
acclimation
money
of
for the
time
most part, right?
Luxury Exotic,
Sponsorships.
but they're not able to really
jersey
accrue much of their own,
sales.
so we'll still have a
If they
20
make
point
any
reset
content,
back
I
to
guess you
P1.
could throw it in there, but not many of them probably make content or make
Bro,
money
man,
from
you
it.
did the same thing that Luxury just did.
Um,
It's just like you rotate, cut your losses at P3.
Player sales, I guess,
About
is
20
like,
seconds left, but those initial gunfights
you know,
don't go your
one of
way,
many of the
so-
bigger ways they can make them if you sell players to like pro teams.
Split on that time there at the Money Hill and P4. Still a 10-point difference. It's Omen is opening up a lot of this P1 time. And this is where we talk about it again. Like, if you're Luxury, we're taking too much space away on a long route, and you're not really contesting where the objective is. Omen are right back into the game because of it.
Yep, and they're going to be back in the lead. But spawn situation being dealt with pretty decently by a mid, all things told. Neum's double, though, now sets up a convincing position for Luxury Exotics
Come on.
with P2.
Slaying is
backside,
consistent
but
across the board right now for Omid.
He's
Standy's
really
going
Oh,
crazy.
man.
Standy's going
Gets
insane.
himself in the mix by way of multi-kill. He's 24 and 22, but I feel like every time that we see him in the kill feed, he's good for 2 or 3.
Honestly, they just gotta
Now, here
kill
comes the
Neum,
quick
bro.
hit from the front doors,
They just
but
got to shut Neum
Rispy
down this
gets to
last
reget this
rotation and they
route,
win this.
And we'll shut this down. Nice moment here for Luxury Exotics with spawn control and the hard point.
Yeah, massive moment for Luxury Exotic, because now they're just running up the kill feed. You already have Neum creating an extra layer through the front side. Now Rispy gonna fill that gap. You know that they're also spawning out towards the front. You got teammates hard blocking towards
Maybe
the back
kill
end.
Rispy instead of
So
Neum,
Luxury
goddamn.
Exotic, again, another lead change. Just gotta hold down this push from the front, but Linz with a blast spawn towards the back. But his teammates
Oh, and
fall,
Rispy.
so now they know that he's
Oh,
They're looking for him, and instead, Linz goes back to the front through pool.
nice.
Big shutdown onto
play.
a second. Glow Frosty, last one left. He finds 2, though. Almost gets the 3rd, but
Come on, man.
Smart finds the win. Now it's just down to keeping the gun up over towards
I mean,
the back door. Trophy
Smart is
system
cooked.
going to delay his regen just a little bit
Actually, number
longer.
one's helping him.
As he pops the door
Never
to
mind,
his
they're
favor,
cooked.
Rispy on the pinch, good for 2, and this is decent scrap time here. If they
Old
can
time
find a
for
way to earn
Luxury
it, Glow Frosty
Exotics.
also committed, and Luxury Exotics will get the scrap and put pressure on the
Omid kept
rotation to
P4
3.
spawns,
Yeah,
but
Neum's already
they got to
contesting
kill
over
Neum.
towards Art, so how does he decide
Neum
to
has
play
been
the flash? So he got
slamming in
caught.
the
This is
respawns
best
this
trophy
series,
systems, so
bro.
no tags are gonna be
Or in the hard
useful,
points, I guess
but
I should
they
say.
are
Nice.
swarming him in this position, and unfortunately, he nades himself out of that power spot.
These big fights
Does
here.
not matter,
They got to
though.
get these
You still
kills,
have
number 1, number
teammates trying
2.
to contest for Art,
Oh,
and by
fuck.
the same time, you're also soaking
Last guy
up a
up,
lot of time
Standy.
here at P3.
Is anyone
Believe
you
it or
want
not,
to be
the
last
game
guy up?
clock
It's probably
might actually come
Standy.
into play on Vault
Yeah, I was about
HP.
to say.
I don't think
I
I've
was
ever
about to
seen that.
I was about to. Well, we've seen it once. It was that Falcons Optic game.
Oh yeah,
Back in the
yeah,
day.
beginning of the season, right? Wow,
Yep.
that was such a long time
FaZe
ago.
had one as well. So it's not impossible. It's just improbable, considering that.
They got to
let's
kill
be
number
honest, like,
5,
the
man.
P1s, P3s here
Can we
really
get
have
this guy?
Been heavily
Thank you.
contested, but everything else has been pretty stable. And speaking of stability, Amit will claim the left side of the map, win just about every single gunfight. Standy and Spart again on 3 in a row, and this tug of war of lead swaps continues to happen.
Yeah, but Omen have reached that 190-point mark. Now they are banking on a full setup at the Money Hill at New, and with that kill going down at that moment, Linz finding that one-on-one to Neum.
Come
His
on.
teammates
Brack
spawns right
take over,
next to
man.
him.
Brack take over.
So 3 for 1 in the trade fights. Last player to account for is in towards bottom
Yeah.
art. The stun is able to connect, but it does not
Come on,
matter.
this is
Now
the- this is
all
the
of
hill.
Luxury looking for a break from side door.
Oh, good
This is
stun
the hill,
check there
come on.
from Standy. Car bomb also blows up on the Neum, who is trying to move forward to help pinch this up. This isn't done yet. Luxury Exotics are still in position through Dumpster Alley.
Nice.
Help from Standy, thankfully,
Nice.
because he was in trouble, and now it's just down to getting the trade on
Nice.
tricks from the
Standy's
front, and
going
that's all four
crazy.
down, and you can still win here if you're a mid.
Standy is
Desperation
going
time for Luxury
crazy.
Exotics.
Yeah, one more wave. Just don't give up that opening
Oh my
kill.
God.
Standy's going to be able to
Oh my
find
God,
the
they
first.
can't kill
Standy
him.
finds the second, and that double might have just secured the map and the series for Omen. Last 2 players, everyone trying
They
to
can't
rally
kill
through
him.
the side. They're
Okay, they
all
finally
getting
killed
top
him.
down, and
That's
Omen
GG,
are
man.
going to move on.
Wow. What a
Omid
map, though.
GG in
What a
top
series.
3, man. Come on.
What a series.
Omid GG top 3.
And, yeah,
Omid
they will
Brooklyn
make
top 2
more
guaranteed
finals,
already.
they'll square up against the Royal Spartans, but
Yes, sir.
that's a
Both
hell of a
Omid
lead
teams
season from
T3,
Luxury
man.
Exotics, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a team that after last season we had seen them, it was just like,
Yeah, shout out Luxury Exotics too,
whatever.
bro.
But
Like
they
a
do
pickup
couple
team before the
spots, you
elite
start to see
qualify
risky
in and then
trades
make it all the way to
really
T4.
show what they have in the tank, get good AR support, and they were a very fun team to watch this season. I'm really hoping that they can play at this same level of speed, tempo, and coordination when they get to land, because that would be really fun to watch.
Yeah, they only just have to get more consistent in their hard
Wow.
plays, because right now it's just like we're taking super long routes to leads and breaks. We're not playing to our
Yeah.
advantages when those kills are starting to go down. So you're not fully always into play, and you're just consistently playing.
I
from the back.
I
It's
started to
still a
say
very young
P4
team.
and then I
They
meant to
gave
say.
Omen a run for their money. The
You know
opening
what I meant to
HP
say,
was
bro.
awesome.
Whatever.
The S&D,
I'm
you had
losing
a
my
bunch
brain.
of rounds
My
that you
brain's
simply
falling out.
let go, and then the control, you know that you fumbled at least 2 offensive rounds there. That could have been a completely different.
That's good
match.
work, man.
But
Both
just the
omit
experience
teams
outclassed you
T3
here in this map, number
in
4.
the elite.
Early off the rotation, a
And
lot
hopefully,
of the times was Bracken
they
Sparks
played
standing
every single time
finding
each
multi-kill
other in the
after
finals tomorrow.
multi-kill.
Hopefully.
And it's a big shout out to Luxury Side for getting top 4. But when you get to the
Yeah, man.
playoffs, you want to go the deepest. And unfortunately for them, mistakes held them back today.
Want to go to the deepest, chat. You heard him.
Small mistakes, though. And again, I think the thing about
I don't think
this,
anyone
like,
will disagree with that.
nothing that we saw is unfixable. It's not like there's a roster
Yeah, come on. I
problem.
need
It's not like
the
there's just
omit
a
Derby in the grand
understanding
finals,
problem.
bro.
I think it's just like you got to evaluate, especially on some of these long routes that we're seeing. Like, is there a play I can be a part
Dude,
of?
are they going to
while
show
trying
us the
flip
schedule
routes
for
around? 'Cause if
tomorrow?
so,
Or do I have to pull
I
up
think
Breaking
punt
Point?
instead of take a long overextension?
Yeah.
Or B, just to oversimplify it, if my teammates are in a position to win out like a 3v2 or a 2v2, whatever it happens to be, they feel good about their power positions, then yeah, maybe I do have the freedom to hit this long route and make a play to manipulate spawns. But I think trying to evaluate that based on what you've seen in your own gameplay, but more importantly, take the conversation into watching some of the teams that do that best at the CDL.
Look at that.
Watch a Vancouver try to do that. Like,
That's
they
good
are
work
so good
right
at
there,
being a
man.
part of
That's
the play
good
all the
work.
time while also
Bottled that map 1
changing how
low
the
key,
map is
but
playing. So
brought that
there's
shit right
like
back.
levels of
Map
that
2,
I think
map
could be
3,
learned
map
upon.
4.
And to be
Bang,
honest,
bang,
again,
bang.
talking about 4 guys that outside of Glowfrost.
All right, there's the
current
current
some of it at a very high level.
the
This is a
current
very,
standings
very
or
recent
prizing.
debut, essentially towards this level of competition for the other 3.
Hey, so it's all about building off of that experience. Obviously, losing is learning, winning is teaching. You took a tough L today, but you still got
And
a
there's the
couple games
bracket.
you are going to play for here in challenges. You got
Omit GG
three,
versus
you got
Spartans
three,
tomorrow.
PwC.
Winner plays Omit Brooklyn
Just
in the
gotta polish up those
finals,
little bits,
man.
'cause I really do
Omit
like
Brooklyn
that
without
roster.
Dylan
It's
Rex,
only they're
still
able to set
3-0 in the winners
bring it in every
finals.
single mode. It's just
Pretty
when it comes
comfortably,
down to
too. They
those
look pretty
fundamental
good.
Plays where we need to have in moments. They just let a couple slip right there. Unfortunately, get eliminated today in the elite. But we got a good final 3, Alan. We got a great final 3.
Both omit teams in the Royal Spartans. Different roster for the Spartans, though, from what we had seen previously in the other elites, but still, organizationally, these guys are doing it right. Also, just got to give a shout out. Standy popped off right there at the end. That was something
Yeah,
we didn't
Standy did go
mention,
crazy.
so
Standy
that
had a lot of
helps
like
as
3
well.
pieces.
Tomorrow, lower finals, grand finals will be a best of 7 if you haven't watched with us here before in Challengers, and the action will be kicking off, of course, with Europe. The big storylines, and both of the teams that have won the first 2 seasons of Elite make it a 3-peat. Not only has I don't think that ever happened in one region, it's definitely never happened in both.
Oh,
So
wow.
it should be a compelling day. Make sure you tune in same time, same
So-
place. Catch you there. Bye-bye.
Notorious and Omit Brooklyn are going for 3-peats. All right, so wait, so chat, here's the schedule tomorrow. I'm going to be live with all the matches tomorrow, like with the entire EU and NA. So Mission Magpies plays Team Orchid. Winner plays Notorious in the final. So if Notorious wins, that's back-to-back-to-back elites. And then Spartans plays Omit. Winner plays Omit Brooklyn. If Omit Brooklyn wins, that's back-to-back-to-back elites. Which is actually kind of insane that it can happen in both regions. So if you guys want to tune in, if you don't already have your notifications on, feel free to turn them on. This is scheduled for, this is 1 p.m. Central time. This is because that's my time zone. So 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll be live. I'll go live like probably right around when this starts. And we'll watch 4 more Challengers matches. The last 4 matches of the elites for the season, because this is the last elite. Which is kind of insane, considering we're only at Major 3. This is the last elite of the year. So hopefully I'll see some of you guys tomorrow, man. But thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. And yeah, appreciate you all, man. For real, appreciate you all. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, chat. If not tomorrow, I'll see you hopefully this weekend for CDL matches. But hey, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Chat, I'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Peace out. Have a good one.